The carriage rattled through the dead of night under a bloodless, suffocating moon. Deep in the dark woods, a horrific trap was about to spring. Brutal hands tore through her pure white dress, shredding her dignity along with the fabric. She screamed in absolute terror, but her cries were swallowed by the shadows. Her captor sneered, his breath hot and foul as he mocked her downfall. He knew exactly who she was, the fallen Saintess, discarded like trash by her own king. He licked his lips with sickening hunger, savoring her helplessness. A cold shudder racked her body as she realized no mercy would be found in this desolate wasteland. "Somebody help me, please!" she shrieked, her voice cracking as she struggled against his overwhelming strength. But her desperate pleas only fueled his sadistic laughter. He leaned in, whispering the brutal truth that shattered her last shred of hope. Banished, cast out from the very kingdom she had sworn to protect, she was now entirely at the mercy of monsters. She gasped as he pinned her down, crushing her escape attempts before they could even begin. Rising with the last of her strength, she tried to flee, but a heavy boot slammed down onto her hem, pinning her to the cold dirt. A filthy, massive hand reached for her face, blocking out the starlight as she stared up in paralyzed horror. A sudden violent shove broke her stance, sending her body hurtling backward over the jagged edge of the cliff. She fell through the empty air, watching the silhouette of her attacker fade into the distant, unforgiving night. In those final fleeting seconds of life, a single memory burned through the darkness, the man she had adored above all else. Falling further into the starry abyss, the agonizing truth tore her heart to shreds. Her beloved was the one who had orchestrated this doom. He had betrayed her. He had condemned her to this horrific end, leaving her to plunge into the cold embrace of death. Just 3 days earlier, the world had been bathed in blinding, deceptive light. The entire kingdom erupted in joyous celebration, shouting praises for their newly crowned sovereign, King Irving. White petals rained down as the ecstatic crowd cheered for the grand union of their monarch and their beloved Saintess. Standing on the royal balcony, she kept a polite smile plastered on her face, but Irving noticed the subtle tension hiding beneath her eyes. His crimson eyes locked onto hers, cold and unreadable, betraying none of his inner thoughts. She blinked, caught off guard by a sudden scrutiny on what should have been the happiest day of their lives. Forcing her heart to steady, she offered him a soft, reassuring smile, desperate to believe in their shared future. But his jaw remained set, his expression cast in stone as he prepared to speak. He told her coldly not to get too worked up, treating their monumental union as nothing more than a transaction. Swallowing her doubts, she thanked him, determined to fulfill her sacred duties to the very end. For the legendary power of a Saintess did not come freely. It demanded the ultimate sacrifice of her purity, offered only to the one she truly loved. Standing beside her new husband, she gazed out at the sprawling, peaceful lands they were destined to rule together. The royal guard smiled, confident that this sacred marriage would usher in an era of eternal prosperity. Hand in hand, they presented a flawless image of hope and devotion to their adoring subjects. But as they walked the gilded halls of the palace, a sudden announcement broke their quiet moment. She turned her head, hearing a familiar voice call out from the grand corridor. It was Miranda, beaming with a bright, overly cheerful smile that masked a hidden agenda. On behalf of all the failed candidates, Miranda offered her seemingly sweet congratulations to the chosen Saintess. She handed over a lavish bouquet of roses, her gestures brimming with false worth. Miranda even squeezed out a few fake tears, lamenting how lonely the temple would be without her. But the Saintess only giggled softly, completely oblivious to the venom lurking behind her friend's theatrical display. Leaning in close, Miranda leaned toward her ear, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. She delivered a subtle, teasing reminder of the intimate duty waiting for her on this very night. Flustered and blushing furiously, the Saintess hid her face behind the vibrant blossoms, her heart racing at the thought. She knew exactly what lay ahead. The first and most crucial duty of a wedded Saintess was about to begin. To awaken her true divine protection, she had to surrender her absolute innocence to her beloved king. Back in her chambers, the maids meticulously prepared her, brushing her silver hair. She trembled with anticipation. Stepping into the dimly lit bridal suite, she found Irving standing quietly near the window, his back turned to her. Quietly, she closed the distance, her slippers whispering against the stone floor as her heart hammered against her ribs. Together, they stood before the legendary royal relic, a glowing testament to the power they were meant to unleash. This ancient treasure of Jawanka only responded to the raw, divine energy of a fully awakened Saintess. And she was ready. She closed her eyes, praying that her love would finally awaken the ultimate protection for their land. Smiling tenderly up at her husband, she believed with all her heart that this night would seal their eternal bond. Without a word, Irving suddenly swept her off her feet, lifting her effortlessly into his arms. She gasped, her breath catching in her throat as his intense gaze locked onto her, completely unaware of the dark, impending betrayal lurking in his eyes. The fated night begins. The divine rose of Jawanka is meant to bloom in all its glory as they join together in sacred union. Her heart thunders in her chest, a mixture of pure devotion and overwhelming fear as her beloved wraps his hand around hers. He whispers in the quiet dark, asking if she is afraid, his crimson eyes locking onto her trembling soul. She swallows her fears, admitting her vulnerability, hoping his love will shield her from the immense weight of her sacred duty. He presses a tender, reassuring kiss to her hand, promising her that there is nothing to fear as long as they are together. Every touch is loaded with ancient ritual, for when the Saintess surrenders her innocence, the sacred royal flower is destined to awaken in full splendor. The intimacy deepens, sealing their vows under the cover of night as he claims her heart and her purity. The sacred energy surges, a brilliant light guaranteeing eternal prosperity and a bountiful harvest for the entire kingdom of Jonica. He pulls back, his breath ragged, whispering her name as if she is his entire world. They lose themselves in a sea of blooming roses, a perfect union that should have secured their kingdom's golden age. But as the morning sun breaks through the windows, she reaches out only to find the cold, empty space beside her. Creeping dread takes hold as she slips out of bed, her bare feet stepping onto the cold stone floor into a deafening silence. She wanders through the quiet room, wondering where her new king could be, until a sickening wave of energy hits her chest. Horror strikes. The legendary royal flower, the very source of their land's protection, is rapidly decaying. The ancient truth shatters her mind. The flower only withers when the Saintess's love or divine protection is broken. Panic claws at her throat as she realizes the devastating truth. The kingdom has lost its holy protection. Desperate, she claws at her gown, frantically needing to find Irving and fix this nightmare before it's too late. Before she can even move, the chamber doors fly open, summoning her to the morning prayer service where her power will be tested. Outside, the royal court is already in an uproar, shouting accusations that the sacred union was a total disaster. Poisonous whispers spread like wildfire through the gilded halls, demanding to know what will become of the kingdom now. Surrounded by a sea of doubt, she kneels before the altar, her desperate prayers echoing in the silent temple. The holy onlookers watch in grim silence, their cold eyes judging her failure to manifest the divine light. No matter how hard she begs, her divine magic remains dead, leaving her utterly powerless and abandoned by the heavens. Seeing her collapse, her attendant urges her to rest, but she knows there is no escaping this brewing storm. She wanders the corridors like a ghost, determined to find Irving and warn him about the decaying relic. But the truth she has to deliver feels like a death sentence hanging over her head. Her heart stops as she looks up the grand staircase and sees a shadow that shatters her entire world. Paralyzed with disbelief, she can only watch as her newlywed husband holds another woman close. The very man who swore eternal devotion just hours ago is now sharing a passionate, forbidden kiss with a stranger. Her breath escapes her, the brutal reality of his betrayal piercing straight through her soul. Every touch, every gentle stroke he gives her rival is a mocking echo of their own wedding night. Catching her eye, he doesn't flinch. Instead, his gaze turns ice cold as he acknowledges her presence like an unwelcome guest. A violent shiver racks her body as she hears his lifeless, freezing voice, realizing she never truly knew the man she loved. He pulls his mystery woman flush against his chest, sneering that she has arrived at the magic time to hear the truth. The fatal blow lands instantly as he sneers that her purpose is fulfilled and he no longer has any use for her. He confesses his vile scheme, revealing that their entire marriage was nothing but a stepping stone to secure his crown. He embraces his true beloved, declaring to the world that she is the only woman destined to rule by his side. She begs for it to be a lie, but his next words strip away her last shred of hope. He never loved her. He holds up a decayed rose, using the very proof of his betrayal to mock her failed divine powers. With a violent squeeze, he crushes the petals, blaming her pure heart for the rot that he himself engineered. He declares their sacred union null and void, erasing her existence with a single sweeping decree. As a wicked smile creeps onto the stranger's lips, the crushing weight of her helplessness traps her in a cage of despair. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echo through the hall as the archbishop arrives, sealing her grim fate. He speaks with tense desperation, having already heard the disastrous rumors of her failing light. She stands frozen, unable to find the words to defend her shattered divinity. From the top of the stairs, Irving delivers the final blow, publicly denouncing her as a fraud who has lost her divine grace. He points a cold finger, ordering her immediate banishment from the empire she sacrificed everything to save. She screams his name in agony, but the archbishop only demands to know if she has truly been abandoned by the gods. Bowing her head in silent despair, she cannot offer a single word of denial. With that heavy silence, her fate is sealed, doomed to be cast out into the waiting jaws of the wilderness. The archbishop nods in absolute submission, eagerly accepting the king's dark command to handle the disgraced Saintess. All eyes turn away as she is quietly handed over to the mercy of the church, her fate sealed in a single breath. Terrified, she reaches out, trying to plead her innocence, but the archbishop's cold whisper instantly cuts her off. He demands her presence at the temple, his chilling instructions leaving no room for escape. Heavy clank of armor echoes as the royal guard seize her arms, dragging her away like a common criminal. Tears of utter betrayal sting her eyes as she cries out to the heavens, demanding to know how her life could shatter so completely. Under the cold, uncaring light of a full moon, a heavily guarded carriage rattles along the cliffside, carrying her far away from the palace she once called home. The bumpy road only deepens the suffocating dread building in her chest. Trapped inside the dark carriage, she clutches her chest, the painful truth finally setting in. Was Irving's love a lie from the very beginning? A cruel game designed to bleed her of her power before discarding her? A sudden heavy silence falls as the carriage finally grinds to a halt. Peering out into the darkness, she desperately hopes they have arrived at a sacred sanctuary, unaware of the trap waiting just outside. The carriage door flies open with a harsh creak, revealing a towering, menacing figure grinning wickedly from the shadows. The stench of danger fills the small cabin, paralyzing her with fresh terror. The brutish mercenary sneers, mocking her fallen status as the abandoned bride of the king. Realizing she's been delivered to monsters instead of a temple, her heart drops into a bottomless void. With a violent pull, he drags her out of the carriage, his rough hands tearing at her sacred robes as she struggles against his strength. Her desperate screams echo into the empty night, but there is no one left to save her. Swirled in a nightmare of thorns and falling rose petals, she is pushed to her absolute limit, her spirit breaking. Why did the gods grant her the power of a saintess only to suffer such a brutal, agonizing end? A brutal shove sends her tumbling backward off the edge of the jagged cliff, her silhouette swallowed by the massive glowing moon. The wind screams in her ears as she plunges toward the abyss below. Falling headfirst into the darkness, she clutches her ring, her final thoughts burning with a cold, desperate resolve. If she could somehow turn back the clock, she swears she would never let herself believe in love again. As the icy waters of death threaten to swallow her, a sudden, blinding flash of divine light erupts from her hand, shattering the darkness. The thorns of her past dissolve, replaced by a warm, magical pull that defies gravity itself. Gasping for air, she suddenly wakes up, finding herself cradled gently in a pair of strong, familiar arms amidst a sea of blooming pink roses. The nightmare of the cliff vanishes, replaced by a disorienting warmth. A gentle, deeply missed voice calls out to her, asking if she is all right. The unmistakable scent of him fills her senses, sending a shockwave through her trembling soul. She looks up to see Prince Irving gazing down at her with genuine worry, entirely different from the cold monster who banished her. He asks if she is simply exhausted from her sacred prayers at the annual flower festival. The words echo in her mind, leaving her completely stunned. The grand, festive garden around her is alive with laughter, music, and the clinking of glasses, the exact scene of the kingdom's peak celebration. Looking down at her hand, she realizes Irving is holding it with a gentle reverence she hasn't felt in years. The vibrant, blooming world around them screams of a past she thought was lost forever. Her heart hammers against her ribs as Irving suddenly drops to one knee, looking up at her with devotion. This is the exact moment, the fateful day he asked for her hand in marriage. Panic seizes her throat as she stares at his bowed head, the memory of her terrifying plunge off the cliff still fresh in her mind. Is this a cruel illusion conjured by her dying brain, or has the impossible truly happened? Sensing her hesitation, Irving reaches up to touch her arm, his warm grip instantly pulling her back to reality. But his touch only triggers a rush of agonizing memories of his future betrayal. A violent shiver racks her body as phantom thorns seem to tighten around her vision, strangling the beautiful moment. The handsome face before her morphs into the image of her executioner, freezing her blood. Reacting on pure, terrified instinct, she violently slaps his hand away and screams for him to stay away from her. The sudden outburst shatters the romantic atmosphere, leaving Irving utterly shocked. Without waiting for an explanation, she spins on her heel and runs, fleeing from the man she once loved as if her very life depends on it. Her heavy skirts drag against the stone path as she races into the safety of the garden. Behind her, the murmurs of the aristocratic crowd swell with confusion and gossip, while Irving stands frozen, staring at his empty hand in sheer disbelief. Panting heavily, she collapses near a secluded stone fountain, her lungs burning as she tries to make sense of the overwhelming chaos in her mind. Her chest heaves with every frantic breath. Her eyes fall upon a cluster of fresh red roses bordering the fountain, their vibrant petals a stark contrast to her pale, trembling hands. She reaches out, desperately needing to prove her reality. Pressing her thumb hard against a sharp thorn, a sharp sting of pain shoots up her arm as a single drop of crimson blood wells up. The pain is sharp, real, and undeniable. This is no dream. She stares at the blood on her fingertips, a wild hope igniting in her chest. She has truly traveled back in time, given a second chance to rewrite her tragic destiny before it even begins. Taking a deep, stabilizing breath, she closes her eyes and focuses inward, searching for the divine spark that her future husband had so ruthlessly extinguished. Clasping her hands in fervent prayer, she calls upon the ancient gods of Jawanka, pouring her raw emotion and desperate will into the silent air. A brilliant, warm light suddenly erupts from her palms, bathing her face in a golden glow. Her divine powers have returned, stronger and purer than ever before. Tears of pure relief slip down her cheeks as she realizes the truth. She has returned to the very day of Irving's proposal, but this time she possesses the power to change everything. She remembers that the flower festival, held only once a year, is when the kingdom's destiny is forged. This is the exact moment she must play her cards perfectly. High above the temple altar, the legendary rose relic glows with pristine, uncorrupted light, waiting for the Saintess's touch. The future of Jawanka is once again in her hands, and she will not let it rot. Stepping back into the grand courtyard, she prepares herself to face her destiny at the opening ceremony, her posture tall and unyielding despite the storm raging inside her. Stepping up to Irving's side, she forces herself to slide her hand over his arm, playing the role of the devoted future queen while her mind plots her survival. She offers a flawless, polite smile, gently lifting a rose to breathe in its sweet scent, successfully masking the bitter hatred burning behind her eyes. Suddenly, Irving pulls her tightly against his chest from behind, his strong arms wrapping around her waist in a possessive embrace that makes her skin crawl. She gasps, her cheeks flushing with a mix of surprise and disgust as she tries to maintain her composure under his sudden, overwhelming physical presence. Irving leans in close, burying his face in the crook of her neck as he whispers that a sweet, intoxicating aroma is radiating from her. His touch is warm, but to her it feels like ice. Trembling, she tries to pull away slightly, whispering a breathless protest about the impropriety of showing such intimacy in a public place. But Irving only chuckles softly, his fingers gently lifting her chin as his intense gaze locks onto hers. He murmurs that he doesn't care who sees them, his devotion appearing absolute. Before she can protest, he claims her lips in a passionate, deep kiss, his embrace tightening as if he wants to swallow her whole. The crowd fades away into a blur of color. She is forced to endure the warmth of his lips, a bitter reminder of the wedding night that led to her ultimate ruin. Yet she must play along to keep him unsuspecting. He pulls back slightly, her breath hitching in her throat as his hand slides up to cup her flushed cheek, his eyes dark with a desire she now knows is a deadly trap. Surrounded by blooming lilies, she forces a look of flustered adoration, her eyes shining with false tears as she pretends to be completely swept away by his passion. Irving looks down at her, his breath ragged and his brow damp, completely captivated by the perfect image of the innocent Saintess he believes he can easily manipulate. His gaze softens with a calculated tenderness, his hand gently tangling in her silver hair as he prepares to deliver the question that initiated her past nightmare. Pressing his forehead against hers, he whispers the final fateful words, "Marry me." But this time she will not be his pawn. The game has changed and she is ready to play for keeps. Prince Irving drops to one knee, offering a devotion that once blinded her but now only makes her skin crawl. Slides the ring onto her finger, whispering sweet promises of a lifetime together, promises she now knows are wrapped in poison. Looking at his bowed head, the terrifying truth burns in her chest. He never loved her, only the power she wielded. She will not let history repeat itself. She must break his hold before the golden trap snaps shut. Turning on her heel, she flees across the stone bridge, desperate to escape the suffocating weight of his presence. But her desperate retreat is abruptly cut short as a heavy shadow falls over her path. She gasps, spinning around to face the very man she was trying so desperately to escape. There he stands, holding a pristine bouquet of her favorite flowers as if he could easily buy her forgiveness. No matter how fast she runs, he is always right behind her, closing the distance with terrifying ease. Looking at the delicate petals, she feels a sick twist of betrayal, remembering how easily she once believed his lies. Coldly brushing past him, she demands to be left alone, determined to put an end to his manipulative games. But Irving stops her, his eyes narrowing as he demands to know why she is suddenly treating him like a stranger. With desperate urgency, he holds the flowers high and repeats his demand for her hand in marriage. His fingers squeeze hers with a sudden possessive force, a silent warning that he will not let his prize escape. The word marriage echoes in her mind like a death knell, bringing back the agonizing memories of her execution. He stares at her, searching for the submissive, love-struck girl he thinks he can control. But she sees the grim truth of his future betrayal, the shadow of the other woman waiting to take her place. Her resolve hardens into pure steel. She will never let him bleed her of her power again. With absolute, freezing calm, she delivers her final answer. She refuses. The mask of the confident prince instantly shatters, leaving him staring at her in mute horror. She stands tall and unyielding, a true saintess who has finally claimed her own destiny. Her words ring out like a declaration of war, echoing through the silent, stunned courtyard. He stammered, utterly unable to comprehend why his perfect puppet is suddenly defying his rule. Turning her back on him, she coldly announces that she no longer harbors any feelings for him. She walks away, leaving her past and her former lover behind in the dust. Walking through the bright palace garden, she finally breathes, but she knows the vipers are still circling. Sudden, sharp movement blocks her path, forcing her to halt. A haughty noblewoman steps forward, sneering with open contempt at the supposedly fragile Saintess. She locks eyes with her new challenger, instantly recognizing the bitter jealousy radiating from her. Without warning, a cold splash of liquid hits her face, shocking her into silence. The noblewoman giggles maliciously, offering a mock apology for her deliberate attack. She mocks her status publicly, trying to humiliate her before the whispering onlookers. Wiping the stinging liquid from her eyes, the Saintess remembers this girl's pathetic obsession with Irving. The noblewoman's face twists with ugly triumph, believing she has successfully broken her rival's spirit. She sneers that a low-born girl has no right to stand beside the prince, aiming to destroy her dignity. But instead of weeping, the Saintess begins to laugh, her tears turning into a chilling smirk. The noblewoman's smug smile instantly falters, replaced by a sudden uneasy dread. The Saintess giggles softly, agreeing that foolish girls indeed have no place in this court. She remembers her past weakness, crying in the dark, but that fragile girl is dead and buried. Stepping up to the nearby stone well, she grabs a heavy bucket of freezing water. With a sudden violent surge of strength, she hurls the entire bucket forward. A massive wall of water crashes over the noblewoman, drenching her from head to toe. Frantic footsteps echo as the surrounding nobles rush to the scene of the chaos. Irving pushes his way through the crowd, demanding to know what madness has just occurred. The court gasps in absolute shock, staring at the drenched, shivering noblewoman. The wet girl points a trembling finger, shrieking that the Saintess has viciously attacked her. The Saintess instantly adopts a mask of pure, sweet innocence, clasping her hands. She gasps, pointing at a sudden buzzing bee as the crowd erupts into a panic frenzy. With false tears, she apologizes for her sudden actions, pretending she only wanted to protect her. Leaning in close, her eyes flash with a cold, terrifying warning. She is the Saintess, and she will ruin anyone who dares to cross her. She leans in close, her voice dropping to a freezing whisper as she reminds her rival of the ultimate consequence. If she dares to push her luck, she will be the one facing ruin. The noblewoman's smug mask completely disintegrates, replaced by a cold, paralyzing dread as the Saintess's words sink in. Just as quickly, the Saintess forces a sweet, condescending smile, offering a false hand of peace and declaring that she will overlook this pathetic transgression, for now. Clasping the trembling girl's hands with mock warmth, she urges her to hurry along and change out of her ruin-drenched clothes. Turning her back on the whispering crowd, the Saintess walks away, claiming she must also tend to her own damp garments, but her mind is already racing with her next move. Suddenly, the ground vanishes beneath her as two powerful arms violently scoop her up into the air, catching her completely off guard. It's Irving, his grip unyielding as he declares with terrifying authority that he will be the one carrying her back to her private chambers. Panic and disgust surge through her veins as she struggles against his chest, screaming for him to put her down immediately. But he ignores her protests completely, marching past the stunned, whispering courtiers who watch their prince claim his future queen with possessive dominance. She demands he release her as they cross the threshold of the grand palace, but the tighter she squirms, the more his dark obsession seems to flare. Without warning, his lips brush against the sensitive skin of her neck, sending a violent shudder of absolute revulsion straight down her spine. She gasps, her eyes wide with shock as she looks up into his dark, hungry gaze, realizing he is far more dangerous than she remembered. Trembling in his inescapable hold, she feels the icy weight of his possessiveness wrapping around her like a chokehold. His voice drops to a low, menacing growl as he murmurs about the noblewoman who dared to throw water on her, promising a brutal retribution that chills her to the bone. Fearing his unstable wrath, she frantically warns him not to make things worse, desperate to keep him from exerting his twisted control. In a desperate bid for freedom, she throws her rejection back in his face, reminding him that she flatly refused his hand in marriage. But Irving merely looks down at her with a chillingly calm, calculated smirk, asking if she truly believed a simple refusal could ever change his desire. She stares up at him in horror, realizing that to this monster, her consent was never a factor in his deadly game. Ignoring her defiance, he continues his relentless march, his heavy boots echoing through the halls as she tries to wriggle free from his iron grip. Finally, he tosses her onto the velvet cushions of a private chamber, and she scrambles backward, desperate to put distance between them. Clutching her damp bodice, her heart hammers against her ribs as she prepares to fight him off with everything she has left. But before she can rise, his hand shoots out, pinning her down as his voice cuts through the silent room like a blade. Standing over her with a gaze that burns with intense heat, he delivers a shocking, shameless command: take off her clothes. Her voice catches in her throat, her mind screaming in outrage and panic at his sudden physical boundary crossing. But his expression shifts back to a cool, practical mask as he explains he only wants her to change out of her wet dress so she doesn't catch a fever. Leaning dangerously close, his breath brushing her cheek, he mockingly asks if she was expecting him to do something far more scandalous. A furious blush burns across her cheeks, a toxic mix of intense embarrassment and deep hatred threatening to choke her. Shoving past him in a flurry of outrage, she storms away, unable to bear the suffocating trap of his presence for another second. Glaring back over her shoulder, she screams her final absolute refusal, vowing that he will never have his way with her again. Left standing alone, Irving watches her retreat, his silent gaze harboring a dark, plotting mystery that she must prepare for. Safely away, she clasps her hands in desperate prayer, wishing with all her soul that she had been sent back even earlier, long before she ever laid eyes on this monster. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the court, a young noble watches the drama unfold, realizing the perfect union they all expected is quickly falling apart. Seeking solace, the Saintess sits on a sunlit balcony with her dearest confidant, Miranda, who sighs at the rumors of the bitter rift between the kingdom's golden couple. Miranda leans forward with deep concern, gently asking what could have possibly driven such a wedge between them so suddenly. Staring down at her teacup, the Saintess struggles to find a lie, the heavy weight of her secret crushing her chest. She knows she can never reveal the terrifying truth, neither the prince's murderous nature nor her own voyage back from the future. Sensing her distress, Miranda reaches across the table to hold her hands, offering a bright, hopeful smile that only makes the Saintess's guilt grow. Miranda warmly whispers her deepest hope that they will find a way to reconcile, completely unaware of the deadly stakes at play. Forcing a gentle nod, the Saintess bids her friend farewell, her heart aching as she prepares to face the darkness alone. Watching Miranda walk away, a cold sadness washes over her. The day of reconciliation will never come because Irving must be destroyed. Suddenly, the sound of glass shattering echoes nearby and she turns to see her handmaids gasping in absolute terror. One of the young maids trembles, clutching a blood-stained cloth as she desperately apologizes for making a mess in the Saintess's presence. Instinctively, the Saintess steps forward, gently taking the maid's injured hand and calling upon her restored divine light. As the warm golden glow washes over the cut, she softly asks if the pain has finally faded. A serene smile touches her lips as the wound completely vanishes, leaving her heart temporarily warmed by the pure gift of her power. But the peaceful moment is violently shattered as a dark, towering shadow looms in the doorway, watching her with predatory interest. Before she can react, a large, warm hand clamps down on her wrist with bruising force, cutting off her breath. Irving's voice commands her to follow him, pulling her forward in a sudden, rough tug that leaves her staggering behind him. She struggles against his heavy grip, demanding he let go as he drags her relentlessly through the winding stone corridors of the palace. Her heart stops in absolute terror as the massive doors swing open, revealing a private, lavish chamber. He has dragged her straight into his bedroom. Backed against the wall in his private quarters, she trembles with indignation, demanding to know what he thinks he is doing. Irving looks at her coldly, realizing that her defiance isn't just a phase. She truly intends to run from him if he ever lets his guard down. He steps into her space, his intense gaze demanding her absolute attention as he insists they need to have a serious talk. But Diana turns her head away in bitter resentment, whispering that she has absolutely nothing left to say to him. Suddenly, a sickening panic grips her chest, her heart hammering wildly like a fragile thing on the verge of shattering completely. Irving leans in closer, his voice laced with mock vulnerability as he asks if she truly expects him to believe her feelings have turned to stone. He takes her hand and guides her toward the sacred artifact, pointing to the glowing royal flower as irrefutable proof that their souls are still bound by love. Enraged by his manipulation, she violently shoves him away, refusing to let him twist her lingering divine magic into some romantic fantasy. Standing tall with unwavering resolve, she looks him dead in the eye and declares that she no longer believes a single word of his poisoned love. The devastating rejection hits Irving like a physical blow, his calculating expression freezing in utter disbelief. She sneers at his shock, accusing him of only desiring her because of her sacred title as the kingdom's Saintess, a claim he desperately tries to deny. Silence falls over the dark bedroom like a heavy shroud as Irving clenches his jaw, his composure dangerously slipping. A bitter, mocking smile touches her lips as she realizes his silence is a confession. He cannot refute the shallow nature of his obsession. With a final, parting warning, she turns to walk away, whispering that any union between them will only end in ruin and decay. But before she can reach the door, Irving reacts with terrifying speed, his hand slamming violently against the frame to block her escape. He pins her against the wall with overwhelming force, his dark, hypnotic aura trapping her in a suffocating embrace. His face hovers mere inches from hers, his ragged breath brushing against her lips as the dangerous tension between them reaches a boiling point. Wrapped in his inescapable grasp, she is forced to confront the dark, twisted destiny that threatens to drag them both into a beautiful tragedy. She fiercely glares back at him, swearing that she will never willingly submit to becoming his bride. Irving's intense gaze softens into something deeply unsettling as he whispers that he doesn't care about marriage as long as she remains by his side forever. Confused and deeply unsettled by his sudden shift, she demands to know why he refuses to accept her absolute rejection. His eyes darken with possessiveness as he softly reminds her of the glowing evidence they both witnessed just moments ago. The sacred rose statue pulses with brilliant, undeniable light, mocking her attempt to deny the magical bond that connects them. Irving pulls her closer, promising that as long as that divine flower shines, he will be her ultimate protector, whether she likes it or not. But a chilling memory flashes through her mind, the echo of his cruel, heartless voice from her past life declaring he never loved her. Shuddering with deep revulsion, she silently vows never to forget the murderous monster hiding beneath his handsome facade. Stealing her resolve, she decides she will play his game, using his dark obsession to her advantage until she can find a way to destroy him. Before she can pull away, Irving suddenly pulls her into a tight, desperate embrace, burying his face in her neck. Gasping in shock, she struggles against his solid chest, but his hold only tightens as he tells her to do whatever she wants, so long as she doesn't leave. He gently lifts her chin, forcing her to meet his intense, searching gaze as the atmosphere in the room grows suffocatingly intimate. Suddenly, a loud, jarring crash echoes from the door, violently shattering the tense silence and making them both freeze. Annoyed by the sudden interruption, Irving reluctantly pulls away, muttering that he will go deal with whoever dared to disturb them. He throws the door open, only to find a tiny, energetic puppy growling fiercely as it tugs on the edge of the curtains. Diana's eyes light up with pure delight as she instantly recognizes the adorable creature, calling out to her beloved Libble. Giggling softly, she cradles the excited puppy in her arms, momentarily forgetting her anger as the little dog happily licks her cheek. Watching her rare, genuine smile, Irving's gaze softens, and he leans down to press a tender kiss against her forehead. With a lingering possessive smirk, he promises to let her rest into parts, leaving her to regain her strength. Clutching the puppy tight, a wave of dread washes over her as she realizes Irving is far more relentless and unpredictable than he ever was in her first life. Sometime later, seeking a moment of peace, Diana sits on the sunlit palace balcony, sharing a quiet tea with her close companion. Her friend Miranda smiles warmly, trying to lift her spirits with gentle conversation, completely unaware of the turmoil hiding behind Diana's calm eyes. Diana sips her tea in silence, her mind heavily weighed down by the impending trials that await her in the royal court. She remembers the strict traditions of the temple where the top candidates must showcase their divine powers before the critical eyes of the nobility. The candidate who proves most powerful is crowned Saintess for the year, earning immense political influence and the crown of roses. Having held the title consecutively, she knows she is expected to win again, with Clarice and Miranda trailing close behind. Miranda drops a sugar cube into her cup, casually mentioning that the upcoming selection should be an easy victory for Diana. She happily laughs, declaring that Diana is practically guaranteed to secure the Saintess title once more. But Diana's heart sinks at the thought, knowing that winning means she will be forced to perform sacred duties alongside Irving yet again. Noticing her sudden gloom, Miranda leans forward with concern, asking if she truly despises being near the prince that much. Miranda's eyes suddenly widen in sheer panic as she gasps, asking if the rumors are true. Has Diana's divine power actually begun to fade from the stress? Staring down at her reflection rippling in the dark tea, Diana clenches her cup, terrified that her secret weaknesses are about to be exposed to the entire court. Miranda leans in close, her eyes flashing with a sudden dark intensity as she points out the obvious solution. If Diana steps down, she will never have to face Irving again. The thought strikes Diana with the force of a physical blow. If she simply walked away from the sacred path, she could escape her grim fate. Without Clarice competing, Miranda would easily inherit the mantle of the Saintess, clearing a path of peace and happiness for everyone involved. Smiling softly at her dear friend, Diana truly believes that Miranda has the pure heart needed to guide the kingdom as its new spiritual beacon. Yet the heavy weight of her future knowledge hangs over her, a crushing solitude that keeps her pinned to her seat. Breaking the somber silence with a sharp snap, Miranda bites into a pastry, her eyes harboring a secret tension she dares not voice. The heavy doors swing open to reveal Prince Irving himself, clutching an ancient tome, his cold gaze scanning the room with absolute authority. Instantly shifting her demeanor, Miranda clasps her hands together with a sweet, dazzling smile, her eyes sparkling with rehearsed adoration. But Irving pays her little mind, coldly demanding she state her business quickly, completely unaware of the dangerous schemes bubbling beneath her pleasant exterior. Undeterred by his icy reception, Miranda steps forward to deliver a cryptic warning, promising to reveal a dark truth about Diana's closest ally. Irving stops dead in his tracks, his eyes narrowing as he demands to know why Diana's confidant would dare to speak against her. Miranda gasps in mock terror, desperately raising her hands to plead her innocence as the prince's dark aura begins to suffocate the room. Turning on his heel, Irving dismisses her plea with a chilling word, leaving Miranda standing alone in the quiet corridor, her resentment boiling over. Hidden in the shadows, Miranda's fingers claw frantically against the wood, her nails digging deep as she realizes Irving's heart is entirely consumed by Diana. A sickening rage corrupts her features. She cannot tolerate being cast aside while Diana basks in the prince's absolute obsession. Elsewhere in the Grand Cathedral, a lone figure is quietly ushered through the towering arched doorway, destined to face a trial that could tear the empire apart. On the marble steps, Irving holds Diana's hand, a blinding holy light erupting between their palms to soothe her aching soul. Trembling under his intense warmth, Diana clutches her chest, her heart hammering as she contemplates a dangerous, secretive proposal. She whispers a desperate plea to visit his chambers under the cover of night, promising she only wants to talk before leaving him in peace. Irving's gaze turns predatory as he leans in close, his hot breath brushing her skin, trapping her in his overwhelming presence. With a low, possessive murmur, he warns her that if she crosses his threshold at midnight, he will never let her escape his grasp until morning. As night falls over the palace, the two find themselves on a secluded balcony, the cool evening air thick with an unspoken, dangerous tension. Irving silently pours her a glass of rich red wine, his eyes locked onto her every movement like a beast watching its prey. Clutching her glass, Diana feels her cheeks burn as his scandalous warning echoes in her mind, leaving her completely defenseless. Raising his glass in a mock salute, Irving smiles coldly, offering a toast to her inevitable victory and her eternal role as his Saintess. The sharp chime of clinking crystal seals the uneasy pact, a beautiful trap disguised as a quiet midnight celebration. They drink in tandem, but Diana can feel her heart hammering wildly against her ribs, terrified of the game she is forced to play. Irving watches her swallow the wine, his analytical mind dissecting her anxiety, looking for any crack in her fragile armor. He softly muses on the crushing weight of the divine power she carries, suggesting that her burdens are far too heavy to bear alone. Surrounded by the intoxicating scent of night-blooming flowers, he promises that his dark, formidable strength is hers to command whenever she falters. Diana's eyes widen in sheer panic as his words strike a terrifyingly familiar chord within her memory. She clutches her chest, realizing that no matter how hard she struggles to master her powers, she is still failing to unlock her true potential. In her past life, her divine magic was fueled by a beautiful, pure connection and undeniable bond she can no longer foster. She knows the tragic truth: the sacred power of love that once flowed so effortlessly through her veins has been permanently severed. The brilliant, iridescent glow of the royal flower is nothing but a phantom of the past, mockingly out of her reach. Because without Irving's genuine, untainted love, her holy magic is fading, leaving them both vulnerable to a gruesome, bloody end. Chilling premonition flashes before her. In the timeline of her past life, Miranda was brutally exiled as the traitor of the Black Rose, a tragedy Diana is desperate to prevent. Shaking off the grim vision, Diana stares at Irving, wondering if she should dare to bridge the vast, icy distance between them. Her heart leaps into her throat as she musters the courage to ask if she can sit closer to him. Her defense is crumbling in the quiet night. With a quiet, breathless nod, she surrenders to the pulse, stepping directly into his personal space. Overwhelmed by her sudden boldness, Diana quickly drains her glass of wine, desperately trying to drown out her mounting embarrassment. Her mind spins in a dizzying haze as she realizes she has never had to navigate Irving's intense, undivided attention like this before. Suddenly, a warm, calloused hand reaches through the darkness, slowly closing the distance to her flushed face. His gentle touch on her cheek sends a jolt of pure electricity through her spine, halting her very breath. Irving cradles her face with unexpected tenderness, his deep red eyes searching hers for any sign of her lingering hatred. Blushing furiously, Diana leans into his hand, barely able to whisper her assent as the intoxicating wine dulls her sharp instincts. Before she can protest, Irving smoothly reaches over to claim her glass, taking a slow, deliberate sip from the very spot her lips had touched. Startled by his brazen playfulness, Diana gasps in indignation, accusing him of stealing her drink. She lunges forward to grab his sleeve, playfully demanding he return the wine, her guard completely shattered by the alcohol. Irving freezes in absolute shock, staring down at her with wide eyes as her genuine, unfiltered laughter melts the cold armor around his guarded heart. Unable to resist the pull of the moment any longer, Irving leans down and captures her lips in a sudden, breathtakingly passionate kiss, scattering a shower of brilliant petals around them. Breaking away with a soft, teasing giggle, Diana whispers that she felt a spark of her divine power surge back into her soul, leaving Irving completely breathless at the sudden realization. Flush with the intoxicating effects of the wine, she rests a finger against her chin, a playful, dangerously seductive smile gracing her lips as she relishes his flustered reaction. The air between them grows thick and heavy with unspoken desire, the overwhelming heat of the night making her lace-trimmed gown feel suffocatingly tight against her skin. Irving clenches his hand over his mouth to hide his racing pulse, desperately reminding himself that she is thoroughly drunk and has been completely uninhibited with him ever since the fateful day of the flower festival. Before he can compose his racing thoughts, Diana completely loses her balance and collapses heavily onto his lap with a soft gasp, her head resting trustingly against his chest. Looking up at him with glazed, hazy eyes, she whispers a scandalous invitation to retire to his bedchambers, igniting a dangerous fire in Irving's crimson gaze. Her voice trails off into a soft, incoherent mumble as she struggles to stay awake, her eyelids growing heavier by the second amidst the scent of blooming roses. Irving tightly intertwines his fingers with hers, his strong grip anchoring her slipping consciousness as they share a silent, intensely private pact in the shadows. Soft, warm light of morning filters through the grand canopy, coaxing Diana awake with a groggy, disoriented murmur as she tries to piece together the shattered fragments of the night. Clutching the luxurious silken sheets to her chest, she sits up abruptly with a creak of the bed, her heart hammering as she realizes she has absolutely no memory of falling asleep. Turning her head, her breath hitches in her throat and her eyes widen in pure horror to find Irving lying bare-chested and asleep right beside her in the massive bed. Desperately racking her brain, she recalls their quiet, tense drinking session on the balcony under the cover of the midnight stars. She vaguely remembers lunging forward to grab a sleeve, playfully demanding that he return her wine with an uncharacteristic boldness that shatters her current composure. And then a fleeting, rosy memory of their lips meeting in a searing, breathless embrace flashes through her mind, turning her blood to ice. Horrified by the scandalous implications, Diana grabs her burning cheeks in a panic, terrified that they crossed a boundary from which she can never return. She squeezes her eyes shut, desperately screaming in her mind as she wonders if she unwittingly surrendered herself to the very man she swore to escape. Stirred by her frantic movements, Irving slowly opens his eyes and groggily asks what is wrong, while Diana stutters a confession that her memory of the night is completely blank. A slow, incredibly smug smirk spreads across Irving's face as he leans back, teasingly whispering that she was bolder last night than she has ever been before. He shifts his weight with a soft creak of the mattress, his calloused hand sliding across the sheets to close the distance between them with predatory ease. He leans in close, whispering with a wicked glint in his eye that she complained of the suffocating heat and eagerly shed her clothes right in front of him. Diana's face burns a deep crimson as she trembles in mortification, completely defenseless against his relentless teasing. She remembers him leaning down, his warm breath brushing her skin as his touch sent electric currents straight through her soul. But Irving laughs softly and reveals the anticlimactic truth. She had simply fallen fast asleep the moment her head hit the pillow, leaving him to gently tuck her in. Pulling a lock of her silver hair to his lips, Irving whispers that if she had stayed awake a moment longer, he might have given her exactly what she wanted. Emboldened by her sudden relief, Diana fiercely protests his shameless teasing, mentally noting that the prince of her past life would never have toyed with her heart like this. As she has an irritation, she catches him staring at her with an incredibly soft, gentle warmth that makes her heart skip a beat, realizing she never knew he could be so sweet. Yet beneath the fleeting sweetness, a cold shiver of reality runs down her spine, reminding her of the cruel fate that still looms over him. A dark, painful memory of her first life flashes before her eyes, where she was mockingly abandoned by her peers after Irving cruelly cast her aside. She can still hear his icy, unforgiving voice declaring that he never loved her, crushing the sacred royal rose to dust as her world crumbled around her. Jolting awake as the carriage wheels clonk against the stone road, Diana clutches her chest, disturbed by the persistent, tragic dreams of her past life. Though she has successfully altered the timeline and exiled Miranda to prevent the betrayal, the lingering trauma refuses to leave her in peace. She gazes at the crystal-encased black rose, praying that she has truly severed the thread of tragedy and secured a future where Irving will not betray her. Yet a dark, invisible weight pulls at her soul, as if the universe itself is warning her never to forget the agonizing pain of her first death. Noticing her sudden paleness, Irving leans forward in the carriage, his crimson eyes filled with genuine concern as he asks if the journey is making her ill. Diana forces a weak smile, admitting she is only slightly fatigued from the long, grueling journey across the Empire's borders. Gently reaching out, Irving places a comforting hand on her head, softly telling her to try and relax as they draw closer to their royal destination. Feeling the soothing warmth of his touch, Diana leans into his hand, momentarily finding solace in his unexpected tenderness. Outside, the towering, ornate gates of Cornelia Palace loom ahead, marking the beginning of their critical annual diplomatic mission. As the official representatives of Jawaka, both the prince and the Saintess are bound by duty to foster their alliance with the neighboring kingdom. Diana recalls that the rulers of Cornelia, King Kamal and Queen Rasha, are celebrated across the continent as a righteous couple devoted to each other with all their hearts. Underneath the blazing golden hues of the setting sun, the majestic domes of the Cornelia Palace stand as a symbol of peace and prosperity. Yet as they enter the grand halls, Diana's divine senses flare up, overwhelmed by the strangely intense, suffocating aura of love radiating through the air. Suddenly, a booming, jovial voice echoes through the entrance hall, snapping Diana out of her tense thoughts as they're welcomed to the kingdom. A tall, deeply tanned man with a beaming, confident grin steps forward, calling out to Prince Irving and Meridiana with familiar ease. Diana stares at him in utter disbelief, her blue eyes widening as she struggles to reconcile this man with her memories of King Kamal. Her gaze locks onto a dark, intricate snake tattoo coiled tightly around his neck, a chilling detail that was never there in the previous year. Bowing politely, Irving smoothly delivers their formal gratitude for the invitation, maintaining his perfect noble composure. With a casual wave of his hand, Kamal laughs off the stuffy formalities, inviting them straight to the grand banquet prepared in their honor. As the king turns to lead them inside, Queen Rasha jolts with a sudden visible tremor, a cold, dark dread settling over Diana as she realizes Cornelia is harboring a sinister secret. King Kamal's eyes narrow into a chilling glare as he demands Rasha stop wasting time and immediately show their guests inside. Trembling under his heavy gaze, Queen Rasha bows her head in submissive fear, whispering her compliance like a hollow shell of her former self. Standing in the palace hallway, Diana is deeply unsettled by Rasha's desperate, fearful gesture as she guides them further into the grand venue. Diana's heart sinks as she realizes the cruel reality of the situation. King Kamal's harsh words and Rash's deeply depressed state confirm that a sinister shift has occurred. Observing the cold, distant space between the royal couple, Diana's divine intuition screams in warning. She cannot sense a single drop of genuine love between them. As they enter the banquet hall, the festive atmosphere is in full swing, with elegant dancers taking the stage under the high-arched ceilings. Seated beside the host, Prince Irving maintains a polite, guarded expression while Kamal watches the performance with an unsettling wide grin. Diana watches the king's dismissive behavior in disgust, recalling how in the previous year Kamal was utterly devoted to Rasha and never once left her side. Leaning in close, Diana quietly asks Queen Rasha if she is truly all right, hoping to break through the queen's fragile facade. Rasha's hands clench the fine fabric of her dress in a tight, white-knuckled grip, her silent agony radiating through her entire body. With a trembling voice, Rasha confesses the agonizing truth. 6 months ago, the king completely changed, surrounding himself with other women and turning brutally violent. Diana stares at her in mounting horror, her mind racing as she realizes the gentle, righteous king she once knew has vanished entirely. The sudden revelation triggers a cold, familiar dread within Diana, reminding her of how easily and cruelly a person's heart can warp and change. Suddenly, a shadowy, ominous whisper of her old name echoes in her mind, causing her to jolt in sheer terror. A terrifying phantom of Irving from her past life, cold, demanding, and reaching out to seize her, flashes vividly before her eyes. Consumed by a sudden, frantic panic, Diana violently flinches away from the phantom hand, her breath catching in her throat as she tries to escape the phantom. In her blind rush to draw back, her hand strikes her goblet, sending it clattering to the table as the liquid spills across the polished wood. Anna gasps in raw shock, her eyes wide with lingering terror as she struggles to separate her agonizing past from the present moment. Beside her, Irving's eyes soften with deep concern as he explains he was only trying to offer her some water, startled by her extreme reaction. The spilled water pools quietly on the table, a stark reflection of the fragile control Diana is desperately fighting to maintain. Clinging to her chest, Diana forces a shaky breath and stammers that she is perfectly fine, begging him not to worry. As the roaring cheers of the crowd fill the grand arena, Diana looks at the caring prince beside her and reminds herself that this Irving is not the monster who betrayed her. Suddenly, King Kamal raises his hand and calls out in excitement, gesturing toward the entrance of the banquet hall. A heavy, magical atmosphere descends upon the room as the crowd turns to witness the grand entrance of Cornelia's newly appointed Saintess. Stepping into the light, a mysterious woman named Kiddo gazes through her veil, her dark eyes flashing with a knowing, confident warmth. As King Kamal proudly introduces her to the assembly, Diana's gaze locks onto the newcomer, sensing a powerful, unusual energy. Diana's eyes widen in realization as she recognizes the foreign title. This woman is the highly revered Saintess of Dreams. Diana reflects on the nature of their world, where different kingdoms are blessed with unique saintesses whose sacred duties shape the realm. Unlike the Saintess of Joanka, who channels the pure, healing power of love, the Saintess of Cornelia relies on an entirely different source. Kiddo closes her eyes, gathering her divine essence to demonstrate the incredible scope of her unique abilities. Her magic is fueled entirely by the power of dreams, a mystical force that bridges the subconscious and the physical world. To demonstrate her miracle, she directs her radiant, holy energy toward a withered plant resting in a simple clay pot. Within moments, the dormant seed sprouts and rapidly flourishes into a massive, lush tree overflowing with vibrant golden fruit. When this extraordinary power is directed toward a human, the recipient is instantly blessed with overflowing physical and spiritual vitality. The onlookers watch in absolute awe, praising Kiddo as the most magnificent Saintess of Dreams the kingdom has ever seen. Kiddo modestly touches her chest, her soft smile remaining hidden behind her sheer veil as she accepts their worship. Bowing before the audience, she humbly attributes her miraculous dreams to the peace and prosperity of the great kingdom of Cornelia. Diana is deeply moved by the display, admiring how such an incredibly powerful figure can remain so humble and dedicated to her people. Yet beside her, King Kamal offers a smug, knowing grin, whispering to Irving that Kiddo is in a completely different league compared to other saintesses. His golden eyes gleam with a strange pride as he boastfully claims that the Saintess of Dreams possesses an unmatched reserve of holy energy. With a lazy, mocking gesture, Kamal points directly toward the intricate ornament resting against Kiddo's collarbone. He explains that the berries of her sacred pendant turn a deep, vivid crimson to reflect the sheer magnitude of her divine power. Kamal rests his chin in his hand, declaring with arrogant satisfaction that Kiddo is the ultimate pride and glory of Cornelia. But as the king loudly compares the Saintess's brilliance to Rasha's dimness, the queen sinks into her seat, completely devastated by the public humiliation. Kamal continues his shameless boasting, predicting that Kiddo will soon become the most influential diplomatic figure in the continent's history. He takes a cruel, direct jab at Rasha, calling Kiddo unbelievably attractive in comparison, prompting a furious Diana to sharply warn the king that he has had too much to drink. Snickering at her outrage, Kamal casually pours himself another glass of wine, mockingly claiming that the festivities have barely even begun. Sensing the explosive tension, Irving calmly intervenes, suggesting that he and the king step outside to get some fresh air and speak privately. Grunting in half-hearted agreement, Kamal stumbles to his feet, relying heavily on Irving's firm supportive grip as they begin to exit the hall. As Irving leads the drunken king away, Diana watches his retreating figure with a heavy heart, praying that his diplomatic intervention won't lead them straight into a deadly trap. Diana struggles to shake off the deep unease settling over her, her gaze lingering on Queen Rasha as the heavy silence of the palace begins to press down on them both. A wave of sudden guilt washes over her as she remembers violently flinching away from Irving's comforting hand earlier, wondering if her defensive panic has pushed him away for good. Breaking the tense silence, Queen Rasha softly apologizes for the uncomfortable atmosphere, her voice laced with a tragic, hollow submissiveness that breaks Diana's heart. Clenching her hands tightly in her lap, the queen whispers that the king is always like this, desperately pleading with Diana not to burden herself with their marital misery. As Rasha speaks, Diana's eyes fall upon the queen's white-knuckled grip on her handkerchief, recognizing the desperate, trembling pressure of her hands. Diana instantly remembers the history of that very handkerchief. It was once a beautiful, sacred gift Rasha had embroidered for King Kamal. The intricate embroidery was meant to represent the legendary bird of Cornelia, a timeless vow symbolizing two souls destined to spend their entire lives together in perfect devotion. Yet, looking at Rasha's raw agony now, Diana is struck by a terrifying thought. Is the gentle, loving king who received that sacred vow gone forever? Overcome by intense empathy, Diana reaches out and gently places her hand over the queen's, letting her divine warmth offer a silent, comforting anchor in this storm of grief. But Rasha only smiles sadly, asking Diana if she and Prince Irving aren't getting along wonderfully, assuming the Saintess of Joanka is blessed with the true love she herself has lost. Diana clutches her holy necklace, forcing a bitter, fragile smile as she wonders if they truly look happy to the outside world when her soul is still so deeply fractured. Rasha's breath hitches in soft shock, instantly recognizing the familiar hidden shadow of heartbreak masking Diana's brave eyes. Unable to bear the crushing weight of her isolation any longer, Rasha collapses into Diana's embrace, weeping silently as Diana holds her close, offering what little solace she can. Holding the trembling queen, Diana's gaze darkens with absolute resolve, her heart breaking for Rasha while a cold, heavy sense of dread settles over the entire palace. Meanwhile, deep within the dimly lit greenhouse, Prince Irving walks alongside the heavily intoxicated King Kamal, the quiet shadows of the garden thick with unspoken tension. Stopping in his tracks, Irving confronts the king with a cold, piercing gaze, warning him that comparing his Saintess to his queen is a grave insult to the distinct burdens they both carry. Kamal sneers, turning back with an arrogant, mocking glare, demanding to know if Irving pulled him away from the banquet just to deliver a self-righteous lecture. With a lazy, dismissive wave of his hand, Kamal remarks on the convenient customs of Joanka, mockingly expressing his envy of a nation that easily makes their saintesses their queens. Reaching out to pluck a dark, ripe fruit from a nearby branch, Kamal sighs heavily, treating the sacred duties of his crown and his marriage as nothing more than a tiresome chore. Irving's expression remains hard as stone as he presses the king further, demanding to know if Kamal truly no longer loves Queen Rasha from the bottom of his heart. Squeezing the fruit as juice drips down his hand, Kamal offers a sickening cold smirk, declaring with terrifying indifference that he simply cannot recall those feelings. Later, as Diana and Irving make their way back through the dimly lit palace corridors, the silence between them is suffocating, heavy with secrets they cannot yet share. Diana keeps her head lowered, her mind racing with anxiety over what transpires behind closed doors in this increasingly hostile foreign court. She steals a quiet glance at Irving's stoic profile, desperately wondering what kind of warnings or harsh truths were exchanged between him and the corrupted king. Suddenly, a sharp movement through the grand glass windows catches Diana's eye, drawing her gaze out into the shadow depths of the darkened gardens. Her breath catches in her throat as she witnesses a passionate, forbidden embrace under the cover of night, King Kamal locked in a scandalous kiss with another woman. Diana's eyes widen in sheer horror as the shadows part, revealing the shocking identity of the woman. It is none other than Kiddo, Cornelia's highly revered Saintess of Dreams. The sickening realization hits Diana like a physical blow, her mind spinning as she struggles to comprehend the sheer magnitude of this devastating betrayal. Frozen in disbelief, she watches the king and his Saintess embrace, the falling purple feathers of dream magic looking like a cruel mockery of the kingdom's sacred vows. The final missing piece of the puzzle falls into place, confirming Diana's worst fears about the rot festering at the core of Cornelia's royal court. She recalls Rasha's agonizing confession about the king's sudden shift 6 months ago, realizing this illicit affair with the new Saintess has been poisoning the crown from within. Then, a chilling secondary realization strikes Diana, sending a shiver of pure, unadulterated dread straight down her spine. Diana gasps softly, a cold sweat breaking out as she wonders if Queen Rasha already knows the agonizing truth about her husband and the Saintess of Dreams. Tearing her eyes away from the window, Diana hurriedly follows Irving down the hall, passing a silent servant holding a small, sleeping creature in the shadows. They finally step into the quiet sanctuary of their guest chambers, the heavy wooden doors shutting out the dark, whispering halls of the palace. Desperate to break the suffocating silence, Diana turns to Irving, calling out his name in a soft, trembling voice as she tries to find her footing. But Irving's response is cold and detached, stating with a heavy sigh that loving someone is never easy, and sometimes things simply don't work out. Diana freezes in absolute shock, his words striking a deeply buried raw nerve from her agonizing past life. Her blood runs cold as she tries to process his words, her mind screaming in a sudden defensive panic that history is about to repeat itself. Turning on him with sudden, fierce anger, she demands to know if he believes difficulty excuses betrayal, her voice cracking under the weight of her past trauma. The terrifying phantom of her previous life's betrayal looms over her, threatening to swallow her whole as she stares at him in escalating dread. Startled by the raw fury in her voice, Irving turns to look at her, his eyes wide with a sudden, painful realization of the deep gap between them. With a soft sigh, Irving points out how terrified she has looked of him all day, even during the banquet, his voice tinged with a quiet, heartbreaking sorrow. Without another word, Irving walks toward the sofa, choosing to sleep separate from her to ease her clear distress and give her the space she desperately craves. Left alone in the quiet room, Diana remembers the intense, burning hatred she once harbored for the Irving who brutally betrayed her in her past life. Crawling into the large, empty bed, she pulls the covers tight, realizing that her hatred has morphed into something far more terrifying. She is simply scared of history repeating itself. Holding the small, comforting creature tightly against her chest, she squeezes her eyes shut, fighting back the tears of her lingering trauma. She fears that if he betrays her trust a second time, she will never be able to piece her shattered soul back together. Meanwhile, back in the grand imperial capital of Jawanka, a memory of a distant conversation echoes in the shadows, where the emperor once questioned Irving's devotion. The emperor had praised Meridiana's excellence, assuming Irving's ultimate goal was to claim her as his queen, only to be met with Irving's cold, resolute defiance that none of it mattered, leaving his true motive shrouded in mystery. In the depths of Irving's memories, his resolute vow echoes with striking clarity. He does not care if Meridiana is a saintess or a commoner, for his heart belongs entirely to the woman she is, unfiltered by divine titles. Back in the heavy silence of the guest quarters, Irving lies awake on the couch, his restless sighs breaking the midnight quiet while Diana rests in the distant bed, the painful wall of unresolved trauma stretching between them. The next morning, a superficial peace blankets the royal breakfast table as the hosts and guests exchange polite, empty pleasantries about the palace's grand accommodations. But the fragile illusion is instantly shattered when King Kamal sneers, delivering an incredibly vulgar, humiliating insult about what transpired between Irving and Diana in the privacy of their bedchambers. A heavy shockwave of horror ripples through the dining hall as Queen Rasha desperately attempts to intervene, softly pleading with her husband to restrain his shockingly crude tongue. Kamal freezes, his eyes narrowing into cold, predatory slits as he turns a leaple, disbelieving glare directly onto his trembling wife for daring to question him. Terrified but determined to protect their guest's dignity, Rasha desperately stammers that while she is accustomed to his cruelty, insulting royal emissaries goes far too many steps too far. Flying into a violent, unhinged rage, Kamal slams his hand onto the table, shrieking a vicious insult before brutally striking his wife, sending food and shattered plates flying into the air. With a sickening crash, Queen Rasha is thrown violently to the floor, her delicate frame collapsing amid the debris as dark red sauce stains her hair and shoulders like fresh blood. Diana leaps to her feet in absolute panic, her chair clattering against the stone floor as she screams the queen's name, her heart hammering against her ribs. Rushing to the battered queen's side, Diana drops to her knees, her voice trembling with terrified concern as she checks Rasha for serious injuries. Meanwhile, a furious Irving steps in, his iron grip clamping onto the out-of-control king's shoulder as he demands Kamal master his disgraceful, unhinged temper. Panting like a rabid beast, Kamal shakes off Irving's hand and points a trembling, venomous finger at his sobbing wife, screaming that their sacred bond is officially over. Queen Rasha looks up, her eyes glassy and hollow, completely broken by the public brutality of the man who once swore to love her for eternity. As the cold, red liquid slowly drips down her face, the raw humiliation settles over her, paralyzing her in a state of utter, voiceless shock. The dam of her quiet endurance finally breaks, tears of pure agony and betrayal spilling over as she stares blankly into the abyss of her shattered life. Gathering the weeping queen into a protective embrace, Diana glares up at the tyrant king, her voice cracking with fierce, righteous outrage at his monstrous cruelty. Confronting the madman directly, Irving's cold voice cuts through the tension, warning the king that the pathetic creature standing before them is not the noble ruler he once respected. Kamal throws his head back in a manic, terrifying laugh, declaring himself the absolute master of Cornelia while dismissing his wife and their guests as useless insects who pose no threat to his crown. But mid-boast, his mocking laughter is suddenly cut short as a sharp, agonizing spasm twists his features into a grimace of pure physical torture. Clutching his throat in desperation, the king gasps for air as a hidden, venomous snake tattoo on his neck begins to burn with an ominous, sickly green luminescence. As Kamal chokes and collapses under the weight of the sudden agony, Irving quickly supports him, demanding to know what mysterious affliction is tearing the king apart from within. Watching the bizarre spectacle from across the room, Diana gasps in sudden realization, her eyes locking onto the glowing, writhing serpent etched into the king's flesh. Guided by a sudden, powerful intuition, Diana slowly steps forward, realizing that this dark magic might be the key to the king's sudden, monstrous transformation. She approaches the thrashing king, her gaze steadying on the cursed mark as the toxic green light pulses violently against her senses. Closing her eyes, Diana clasps her holy necklace, summoning the pure, unyielding divine energy of her Joankin blessing to manifest in her fingertips. Gently pressing her glowing palm against the burning curse, Diana unleashes a brilliant wave of purifying white light, forcing the corrupt, writhing snake mark to dissolve and fade away. Gasping for breath as the intense spell concludes, Diana steps back, eagerly scanning the king's face as the dark tension begins to drain from his features. Kamal clutches his temples in absolute daze, his wild eyes softening into confusion as if waking from a long, suffocating nightmare he cannot comprehend. Turning to his partner in stunned disbelief, Irving gently demands to know what miracle she has just performed to shatter the king's madness. But still panting from the divine exertion, Diana explains her sudden theory. The loving, devoted king didn't simply turn cruel on a whim. His sudden shift, his heartless betrayal, and his sickening obsession were all the calculated results of a powerful demonic curse bound to that snake tattoo. Looking up at his trembling, blood-stained wife with clear, recognizing eyes, Kamal whispers her name in a soft, heartbroken voice he hasn't used in months. The psychological scars run too deep. Rasha flinches away in raw, instinctual terror, shielding herself from the husband who just violently struck her down. Tears of profound horror and guilt stream down Kamal's face as he stares at his own hands, realizing the monstrous deeds he committed while trapped beneath the curse's thrall. Burying his face in his hands, the king weeps bitterly, begging for forgiveness as he struggles to reconcile his true heart with the dark words he just spat. Falling to his knees, Kamal desperately pleads with his terrified queen, promising that he never wanted to hurt her and begging her not to leave him to his self-made ruin. As the heavy atmosphere begins to clear, a soft, ethereal wind blows through the hall, carrying away the remnants of the dark magic like falling white petals. A stunned, breathless silence settles over the room as all four of them process the terrifying truth of the invisible puppet strings that have been controlling Cornelia's crown. Suddenly, the grand doors fly open to reveal Saintess Kiddo, who stands frozen in the threshold, her jaw dropping in sheer horror at the sight of the weeping, repenting king. Tears well in her eyes as purple feathers of dream magic begin to drift around her voice trembling with the crushing weight of a sudden, deep betrayal. Staring at the man she believed she had completely conquered, Kiddo demands to know if his passionate vows of love and his promises to cast Rasha aside were nothing but cruel lies. Clutching her head in frantic denial, the desperate Saintess of Dreams weeps, reminding him of his promises to make her his sole queen and elevate her to the throne. Kamal can only look back at her with awkward, pathetic remorse, unable to offer any defense now that the insidious mind control spell has been lifted from his soul. Diana turns her cold, piercing gaze onto Kiddo, realizing that the Saintess of Dreams was either a willing accomplice or a manipulative master of this dark curse all along. Stepping forward with absolute authority, Irving raises his imperial crest, his voice dropping to a freezing, ruthless tone as he confronts the weeping Saintess. The tension in the room reaches a dangerous boiling point as the true orchestrators of the kingdom's misery are finally dragged out into the harsh light of day. Blocking Kiddo's escape, Irving stands tall and immovable, ready to extract the full truth of the magical conspiracy that has poisoned Cornelia's court. With cold, logical precision, Irving demands to know how she could play the victim when she willingly used forbidden, demonic arts to force a married king to his knees. Broken and humiliated, the powerless Kamal can only kneel in the background, leaving Kiddo completely exposed to the wrath of the Jawankan Empire. Kiddo gasps in absolute shock, her eyes widening as she realizes that the king she thought she controlled completely lacks any memory of his betrayal. Her shock quickly turns to defensive fury as she accuses Kamal of fabricating a pathetic, convenient excuse about a mysterious snake tattoo dictating his actions. Listening from the sidelines, Diana freezes, the word appearance echoing in her mind with a sudden, chilling significance. A sharp realization pierces the tension as Diana pieces together the horrifying truth: the king didn't get that cursed tattoo by his own free will. Kiddo's face pales, a cold sweat bead rolling down her cheek as the weight of Diana's unspoken suspicion begins to press heavily upon her. Snapping under the pressure, the desperate Saintess turns away, trying to brush off the mounting evidence with a dismissive wave. Clenching her hand over her heart, Kiddo attempts to play the victim one last time, gritting her teeth as she swears her love for King Kamal was real. But her tears turn to venomous rage. She stamps her heel into the scattered flowers, screaming that she was a fool to ever trust a weak, broken man. With heavy, furious strides, Kiddo storms out of the palace hall, leaving behind a trail of crushed petals and a heavy, unresolved silence. The moment the door slams shut, the guilt-ridden King Kamal falls to his knees, burying his face on the floor as he begs his wife for mercy. He pours his heart out in a desperate, weeping confession, admitting his unfaithfulness but pleading that she is the only woman he has ever truly loved. Queen Rasha stands tall, her gaze cold and unyielding as she looks down at her kneeling husband, questioning if he honestly expects a simple apology to erase months of cruelty. She demands he look her in the eye, forcing him to truly confront the sheer scale of the devastation he has wrought upon their lives. Turning her back on his pathetic pleas, Rasha walks away, leaving the desperate king grasping at empty air in the wake of her departure. Later, in the quiet sanctuary of the palace gardens, Rasha opens up to Diana, her voice laced with the heavy fatigue of the endless torment she endured. As the two women stroll along the sunlit pathway, Rasha shares the raw burden of the past 6 months, her voice trembling slightly. Letting out a tired sigh, the queen admits that despite a spell being broken, her husband's weakness makes him a true trial to bear. Diana listens with deep empathy, gently reassuring Rasha that she has every right to harbor fury and resentment after such a deep betrayal. But as she speaks, a painful memory flashes through Diana's mind, the agony of watching the man you trust swear at you and favor another woman. Her thoughts drift to Irving and the ghosts of her past life. She fears that even if he begs for forgiveness, some wounds are too deep to heal. Diana tightly clenches her hands over her chest, fighting the bitter truth that a simple apology can never undo the trauma of being shattered. Rasha catches her completely off guard, her face softening into a gentle, bittersweet smile as she reveals she has already forgiven Kamal. Diana's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. How could anyone find the strength to forgive a man who publicly humiliated and struck her down? Rasha nods softly, confirming that despite the immense pain, her heart has chosen a path of grace. A tender memory of the moment the curse broke fills Rasha's mind. She remembers the sheer relief and vulnerability in Kamal's eyes when he looked at her again. Clutching her handkerchief to her chest, the queen confesses that the simple joy of having her true, loving husband back outweighed her anger. Confused by the contradiction, Diana asks why Rasha spoke so coldly and pushed the king away just moments before. A playful, mischievous glint enters Rasha's eyes as she explains that while she forgives him, he still needs to reflect deeply on the pain he caused. They pause beside a tranquil koi pond, watching a delicate pink lotus drift gracefully across the rippling water. Looking down at the peaceful scene, Rasha reflects on the timeline of the madness, realizing that Kamal was never truly himself during those dark months. She remembers the exact turning point, the fateful day the bizarre, glowing snake tattoo appeared on his neck. From that very moment, his warmth vanished, replaced by an unhinged, cruel stranger who sought to tear their kingdom apart. Diana gasps, recalling the strange, malevolent energy she felt radiating from the mark when the king was seized by physical torment. Standing together by the water, the pieces of the puzzle finally lock into place with terrifying clarity. Plucking a delicate petal, Rasha realizes that her husband's heart didn't simply turn cold on its own, it was puppeted by a vile curse. Her voice carries a deep, unwavering conviction as she declares her belief in the man standing before them now, free of demonic influence. Diana is struck by the queen's incredible emotional resilience, marveling at her ability to conquer obstacles that still paralyze her own soul. Yet, a lingering doubt creeps in. Diana looks down, wondering if it is truly safe to extend such vulnerable trust so easily. Sensing her companion's internal struggle, Rasha gently takes Diana's hands, urging her to find that same courage to trust Prince Irving. Diana freezes, her heart skipping a beat as Rasha's perceptive words hit far too close to her guarded secrets. A warm, knowing smile graces Rasha's memory of their arrival, recalling the heavy, unspoken tension that lingered between the imperial guests. She looks at Diana with deep, understanding eyes, knowing some silent struggle has been tearing them apart from within. Rasha smiles softly, encouraging Diana to step out of the shadows of her fear. She advises that true peace can only be found when one chooses to trust and rely on their partner instead of letting insecurity build walls. The advice echoes deeply in Diana's soul, shattering her stubborn defenses and forcing her to confront her own lingering trauma. Letting out a soft, genuine laugh, Diana finally relaxes, realizing the profound wisdom in the queen's gentle guidance. Looking at Rasha with newfound admiration, she quietly marvels at the incredible strength of a woman who chose love over bitter resentment. Resolved to finally face the man who has been waiting in the silence, Diana clasps her hands together, a steady determination taking hold of her heart. Standing before the grand, ornate doors of the guest quarters, she takes a deep, stabilizing breath, ready to bridge the painful divide between them. Pushing the heavy doors open, Diana steps into the room, her voice soft but resolute as she calls out to Irving, ready to finally piece their shattered trust back together. Diana's voice trembles as she steps into Irving's quarters, desperately clinging to his arm as she takes a leap of faith to finally confront the walls between them. She confesses there is something crucial she must speak to him about, her heart pounding with a mixture of terror and hope. Looking up into his startled eyes, she grips his sleeve tighter, refusing to let her fears silence her this time. The unspoken secrets of her past life hang heavily in the air, threatening to crush her resolve before she can even begin. Irving stares back at her, his usual composure cracking to reveal a deep, simmering concern as he waits for her next words. The sudden intensity of her gaze leaves him breathless, sensing that whatever she is about to say will change everything. Attempting to diffuse the suffocating tension, they sit, a warm cup of tea being passed between them like a fragile peace offering. But the warmth of the ceramic does nothing to soothe the freezing anxiety clawing at Diana's chest. Irving raises the teacup to his lips, but his thoughts immediately drift to the broken King Kamal and the baffling mystery that still plagues their minds. He remembers the king's harrowing confession, a chilling warning of a darkness they have yet to fully comprehend. In Irving's memory, Kamal weeps bitterly, admitting that the guilt of his actions makes him want to tear himself to pieces. The king's raw agony is a stark reminder of the devastating power of the mind control curse. Kamal had insisted he had absolutely no memory of getting the snake tattoo, yet from the moment it appeared, he was no longer master of his own body. A chill runs down Irving's spine as he realizes the sheer, terrifyingly insidious nature of this foreign magic. Clutching his head in absolute despair, the king had wept for his ruined relationship with Rasha, completely shattered by the demon's play. If a sovereign lord could be reduced to this, what hope did any of them have against such unseen puppeteers? Sipping her tea, Diana's analytical mind pieces the anomalies together, finding it highly suspicious that Kamal remembers his crimes but not the tattoo's origin. The pieces of the puzzle simply do not fit, pointing to a much larger, more deliberate conspiracy. Diana recalls Rosh's furious denunciation of the king's convenient excuse regarding the snake tattoo's appearance. Suddenly, the phrasing strikes her. One doesn't say a tattoo appeared unless it materialized through dark supernatural means. The image of Saintess Kiddo's malicious, smug smile flashes in Diana's mind, cementing a horrifying new suspicion. Could the Saintess of Dreams be harboring secrets far more sinister than simple manipulation? Irving breaks the silence, recalling how Kamal had been desperately searching for a way to earn Rosh's forgiveness. He had suggested a simple gift, but the weight of a broken bond is not so easily mended by material offerings. Resting his chin on his hand, Irving's gaze softens as he contemplates the fragile nature of love and redemption. He wonders if a heart, once shattered, can ever truly return to its original form. He remembers Rasha as she once was, radiant, gentle, and surrounded by the warmth of a love that seemed unbreakable. The memory serves as a painful contrast to the cold, distant reality they now face. Diana looks at Irving, a rare, tender smile gracing her lips as she harbors hope for the royal couple's future. For the first time, she dares to believe that healing might actually be possible. She assures him that Rasha will surely understand so long as Kamal's repentance is true and deeply felt. Looking at her gentle expression, Irving feels a sudden surge of emotion, his own hidden desires threatening to spill over. In their minds, they envision Kamal and Rasha embracing, their bond forged anew and stronger than ever through the fires of adversity. But as Diana celebrates another's healing, she remains blissfully unaware of the storm brewing in Irving's own heart. With a sudden, deliberate clink, Irving sets his teacup down, his gaze shifting to Diana with a quiet, resolute intensity. He murmurs that speaking of gifts, he has something he must finally give her. Rummaging through his coat, his fingers wrap around a small, beautifully bound box adorned with a delicate pink ribbon. The simple gesture carries a monumental weight, a symbol of a promise he has kept secret for far too long. Extending the gift toward her, Irving admits he has been searching for the perfect moment to present this to her. Diana stares at the box, her breath catching as the ghosts of her past life begin to claw their way back to the surface. A sudden flash of the flower festival overwhelms her thoughts. The fateful day she returned to the past and fiercely confronted him. Had he been holding on to this offering since that very day of their turbulent reunion? Diana's hands flinch violently as she takes the gift, a cold shiver running down her spine at the physical contact. The familiar touch of his hands triggers a deep-seated panic she thought she had successfully buried. Clasping her hand over the blue gem necklace at her throat, Diana looks down, her eyes wide with sudden, breathless terror. The crushing weight of her trauma threatens to suffocate her right then and there. Sensing her sudden distress, Irving leans forward, his voice laced with genuine concern as he asks if she is frightened. His gentle tone only serves to heighten the chaotic storm raging within her soul. Diana looks away, a cold sweat breaking out on her skin as she struggles to separate the man before her from the monster of her memories. The agonizing silence stretches between them, thick with the scent of unhealed wounds. In a quiet, trembling voice, she admits that the man standing before her now does not frighten her in the slightest, but the unspoken warning hangs in the air, a silent specter of the betrayal she still fears. She clutches the gift tightly, her profile bathed in the soft light of the room, looking incredibly fragile yet fiercely guarded. She is a woman standing on the edge of a precipice, unsure if she should jump or run. Suddenly, Irving reaches out, his hand gently overlapping hers atop the box with a reassuring warmth. He softly notes that she has been carrying a heavy worry for a very long time. Diana gasps, her eyes flying open in sheer shock at his incredible perception. He has pierced right through her carefully constructed armor with a single gentle observation. Looking down at her with eyes full of sorrowful regret, Irving apologizes for his failure to truly understand her pain until now. His sincerity is a devastating blow to her defenses, threatening to shatter her resolve to stay distant. But a dark, sinister memory flashes in her mind, the image of Irving from her past life, holding another woman close with a cruel, calculating smile. A terrifying thought paralyzes her. Is he simply trying to win her heart to use and betray her once again? Tears well in her eyes as she stands frozen, the agonizing conflict tearing her soul apart in the quiet room. She is trapped between the haunting nightmares of her past and the undeniable warmth of her present. Gently but firmly, Irving takes her trembling hands into his own, offering a steady, unyielding anchor amidst her emotional tempest. The sheer warmth of his palms begins to melt the icy fortress surrounding her heart. Amidst a drift of ethereal petals, his voice echoes with a profound, sacred promise. If she ever feels worried, she only needs to call him. He swears he is right here, ready to shield her from any storm. Pulling her hands closer to his chest, Irving vows with absolute conviction that wherever she may be, he will come to her. The weight of his vow hangs in the air, a lifetime commitment offered without hesitation. Diana's lips part in a breathless whisper, repeating the words without fail, as if trying to grasp the reality of his promise. It is the very promise she had starved for in her tragic past life. Against a backdrop of blossoming flowers, a single absolute word echoes in response, yes, a simple affirmation that carries the force of an unbreakable vow. Smiling warmly, Irving gently clasps her hands, declaring that his rightful place has always been and will always be by her side. The pure, unadulterated devotion in his eyes finally breaches the last of her stubborn defenses. Tears of profound relief and lingering sorrow finally spill over Diana's cheeks as she clutches his gift to her chest. She realizes that this Irving has put her before absolutely everything else in this world. Letting out a soft sigh, Irving leans closer, a gentle, knowing smile gracing his features as he watches her walls crumble. The tender moment of connection is so intense it feels as though the entire universe has paused just for them. Feeling the gentle touch of his hand beneath her chin, Diana looks up, her heart finally finding its voice. She realizes that more than anything, she desperately wants to trust the Irving standing right in front of her. A single crystalline tear rolls down her cheek, washing away the bitter remnants of her past life's agony. In this quiet surrender, she finally lets go of her paralyzing fear, choosing to step into the light of his love. Meanwhile, far from the warmth of the guest quarters, Kiddo kneels in a dark, ominous temple, surrounded by glowing, twisting vines. Deprived of her power and humiliated, a dangerous, vengeful magic begins to simmer within her defeated form. Outside the chamber doors, two palace maids whisper eagerly, marveling at the incredible divine powers of the Saintess of Dreams. They are completely unaware of the dark reality behind her fallen grace. The gossip turns sharp as one of the maids angrily mutters that the king must have been absolutely mad to cast such a woman aside. Their idle chatter carries a dangerous spark that is about to ignite a fresh wave of malice. The other maid looks confused, asking what she could possibly mean by such a bold statement. The secrets of the court are about to be dragged into the light of common gossip. Inside the room, Kiddo's eyes narrow as she flinches, overhearing the maids recounting how the king swore his love to her, only to pretend it never happened. The humiliation district of being labeled a discarded loser to the queen burns through her veins like liquid fire. Standing up slowly, her purple silk skirts rustling against the cold stone floor, Kiddo's posture stiffens with a cold, murderous resolve. The desperation of a fallen saintess is a terrifying thing, and she is not about to go down quietly. Stepping out of the shadows, she smiles sweetly at the gossiping maids, her voice dripping with toxic charm as she mentions their apparent ambition to join her order. The gentle facade hides a deadly trap designed to exploit their foolish curiosity. Maids freeze in absolute terror, their faces turning pale as they drop to their knees and beg for her mercy. But as Kiddo looks down at them, a sinister, desperate plan begins to take shape in her twisted mind. Safe in her inner chambers, Kiddo's mind whirls as she plots her next move. The demotion and public humiliation burn inside her, but she refuses to accept defeat so easily. Clicking her tongue in disgust, she can barely contain the bubbling rage threatening to spill over. Her hatred for the royal couple and those who crossed her is reaching a volatile boiling point. She stomps across the room, cursing the king's weakness for clinging to his useless queen. In her eyes, he has utterly failed, and she bitterly realizes she completely misjudged his resolve. Reaching out with a violent, trembling grip, she seizes a piece of fruit from the basket. The sheer force of her desperation manifests in her physical aggression. Sinking her teeth into it with savage fury, she bites down as if tearing into her enemies. She spits curses at the wretched saintess of love, her sanity fraying under the weight of her jealousy. Her thoughts spiral into a dark, unforgiving vow of vengeance. No matter who they are, no matter what it takes, she refuses to let anyone block her path to absolute dominance. Squeezing the fruit until it ruptures, juice dripping like blood through her fingers, she declares a silent war. Anyone who dares stand in the way of her grand dream will be utterly crushed. Meanwhile, far from her malice, Diana and her companions reach a breathtaking sanctuary. This is the sacred oasis, a legendary place radiating with pure, ancient holy power. Diana's eyes widen in sheer awe as she takes in the shimmering, pristine waters. The overwhelming aura of divinity in this place offers a glimmer of hope she desperately needs. Looking down at the tranquil waters, she confidently believes that here she will finally have enough power to heal Kamal's shattered mind. But her optimism is cut short by a sudden chill in the air. A sudden frantic warning slices through the peaceful atmosphere. Someone gasps out that a strange, ominous shadow is moving at the top of the nearby palace structure. High above the sanctuary on the topmost balcony of the ancient temple, a lone silhouette stands poised on the edge. The sight sends a cold dread racing through their veins. It is Rasha, her face a mask of tragic despair as she looks down at the dizzying heights below. Distant and unreachable, she seems entirely consumed by a dark, unseen force. Before anyone can react, Rasha takes a fateful step off the ledge. Kamal screams her name in absolute terror, sprinting forward in a desperate, frantic bid to reach her. His hand desperately claws at the empty air, but she is already falling. Shock and horror paralyze Diana and Irving as they witness the impending tragedy unfold in agonizing slow motion. Without a single thought for his own safety, Kamal hurls himself over the edge after her. He plunges headfirst into the open sky, determined to catch his beloved, even if it costs him his life. From the balcony, Diana and Irving cry out in sheer horror as the couple disappears over the precipice. The peaceful oasis has instantly transformed into a stage of devastating life and death stakes. Turning on her heel, Diana sprints down the winding stone stairs, her mind racing in a panic. She frantically wonders what could have driven Rashan to commit such a desperate suicidal act. Sweat pours down her face as she rushes downward, her heart hammering against her ribs. The fear of being too late to save them suffocates her every breath. Suddenly, a terrifying gasp catches in her throat as she reaches the bottom and beholds the aftermath of the fall. The sight that awaits her is far worse than she ever imagined. On the forest floor, Kamal lies heavily injured, blood pouring from his head, but his arms are wrapped tightly around Rasha to shield her from the impact. He weakly gasps out Diana's name with his fading breath. Diana drops to her knees, desperately promising to heal them both immediately, but Kamal weakly raises a trembling hand, urging her to ignore him and look at Rasha's neck first. As Diana moves Rayshawn's collar, her eyes widen in absolute horror. A sinister glowing snake tattoo was pulsing visibly against Rayshawn's skin, radiating a dark, corrupt magic. Kamal coughs up blood, pleading with his remaining strength for Diana to save his wife first. The dark curse of the tattoo is clearly the source of this entire nightmare. Summoning her holy magic, Diana presses her glowing hands against Rasha's neck, channeling every ounce of her energy to purge the corrupt brand. As the light battles the dark curse, a chilling realization strikes Diana. Rasha's sudden, madness-driven jump was undoubtedly the puppet work of this malicious snake tattoo. With a soft gasp, Rasha's eyes flutter open as the dark influence fades. She looks around in utter confusion, completely unaware of how she ended up on the ground. But as her gaze shifts, her eyes stretch wide in sudden, paralyzing horror. The reality of what has transpired crashes down upon her in an instant. She sees Kamal battered and bleeding beneath her, his body broken from absorbing the fatal force of her fall. She throws her arms around him, her heart shattering into a million pieces. Tears stream down her face as she whispers her apologies, begging for his forgiveness. Kamal merely smiles up at her with pure, unconditional love, whispering that his own pain doesn't matter so long as she is safe. Clinging to his chest, Rasha weeps bitterly, but Kamal weakly interrupts her, insisting that there is something far more important he must do before his strength leaves him. With trembling fingers, he pulls out a beautiful, shimmering ornament and presses it into her hands. It is the gift he had desperately sought to give her, a token of his true heart. It reminds her of the legendary birds of Cornelia, creatures that mate for life and choose only one companion to love unconditionally until the very end. A memory of their past warmth flashes before them, a painful reminder of the pure, unbreakable bond they once shared before the shadow of conspiracy tore them apart. Clutching the precious token to her chest, Rasha cries out that she has already forgiven him, her voice cracking with the unbearable weight of her love. Squeezing the emblem tightly, she begs him to hold on, weeping desperately for him to stay by her side forever. She cannot bear the thought of a life without him. Kamal's eyelids grow heavy, his breathing shallow as he looks at her face one last time, his strength rapidly slipping away into the cold dark. Sensing the imminent danger, Diana desperately prepares to manifest her healing circle once more. She cries out to Kamal, vowing to save his life before it's too late. But as she begins the incantation, a terrible truth looms over her. If she cannot save him now, the tragic destiny of these star-crossed lovers will end in a pool of blood. Her heart thuds violently in her chest as she attempts to draw upon her divine spark. A sudden cold panic paralyzes her inner core. A horrifying realization dawns upon Diana. She spent far too much of her sacred reserve erasing the dark magic of Rasha's snake tattoo, leaving her spiritually drained. Her hands tremble as she realizes she doesn't have enough power left to close Kamal's mortal wounds. Beside her, Irving watches with growing dread, sensing her desperate struggle. Stepping up behind her, Irving places a firm, grounding hand on her shoulder. His voice is a steady anchor in her panic, commanding her to believe in her own incredible power. Drawing strength from his unwavering touch, Diana nods, steeling her resolve to push past her physical limits. She silently tells herself that the power of love will guide her, choosing to place her absolute trust in Irving's reassurance as she looks back at the dying king. Closing her eyes, she summons the absolute depths of her soul, desperate to force her divine magic to ignite one more time. Clutching the blue gem necklace at her throat, she tries to channel her energy through the sacred artifact, hoping to amplify her failing light. Panting heavily, her body straining under the immense pressure, she whispers to herself that she must believe, desperately begging her powers to respond to her call. But as she opens her eyes, her heart drops into a bottomless abyss. The air remains still and her hands remain dark. Why are her divine powers refusing to manifest? Diana turns to Irving, her eyes wide with sheer, breathless terror as the horrifying truth settles over them. With Kamal's life hanging by a single thread, they are completely powerless to stop the impending tragedy. Irving seeks local guidance, inquiring about a sanctuary in Cornelia, rumored to amplify the powers of a Saintess. If they can reach it, they might still save the dying king. Desperate for any glimmer of hope, Irving begs to be led to this holy ground. Every second wasted brings them closer to an irreversible tragedy. They plunge into the dense, overgrown pathways of the ancient forest. The thick canopy blocks out the sun, wrapping them in an unsettling, heavy silence. But they are not alone. Deep within the shadows, Kiddo stands waiting, her eyes glowing with a wicked, predatory malice as she clutches a golden vessel emitting a sinister smoke. Peeking from behind the ancient pillars, she watches their frantic approach with a cold, smug satisfaction. The trap is set, and her prey is walking right into her clutches. On the sandy shores of the oasis, the critically wounded King Kamal lies motionless on a stretcher. Diana and Irving kneel beside him, desperately attempting to stabilize his fading life force. Suddenly, Diana's heart violently recoils in her chest. A sharp, terrifying spasm of pain rips through her, causing her to clutch her sacred blue necklace as a wave of dizziness hits her. Gasping for breath, Diana begins to choke violently. Irving lunges forward to catch her, his eyes wide with rising panic as he demands to know what is happening to her.
Clutching her throat, Diana desperately gasps for air. The atmosphere has suddenly turned toxic, thick with a suffocating, unnatural poison that burns her lungs.
Stepping out from the heavy haze, a mocking voice confirms her worst fears. The sacred oasis has already been thoroughly corrupted, transformed into a lethal zone of deadly miasma. Diana looks up, her vision blurring as absolute horror grips her soul. The sudden ambush leaves them completely defenseless in their weakened state.
Smiling sweetly behind her mask, Kiddo mockingly apologizes for interrupting their desperate healing session. Her presence is a chilling death sentence.
Diana's mind reels as she struggles to stay conscious. The toxic vapors pouring from the golden incense burner are too strong, rapidly draining her remaining strength and threatening to plunge her into darkness. Sensing Diana's vulnerability, a cruel hand reaches toward the dying king's throat. The attacker sneeringly warns Diana that her holy healing powers will never touch Kamal again. Kiddo looms directly behind the fading Saintess, whispering venomous words of mock comfort. She declares her twisted claim over the helpless king, relishing the utter despair of her rival. With her fading breath, Diana confronts the mastermind. She demands to know if Kiddo was the orchestrator behind the hideous snake tattoos that cursed Rashawn and Kamal. Struggling against the suffocating poison, Diana asks how she could commit such unspeakable atrocities. Did she truly love the king so intensely that she would destroy everything around him? Kiddo's eyes narrow in sharp, icy disgust at the very mention of the word. Her expression hardens into a mask of pure, unadulterated contempt. She scoffs, revealing that she has spent painful, grueling years meticulously planning this grand conspiracy. Her target was never love, it was the crown itself. Driven by a sudden surge of psychotic rage, Kiddo raises the heavy gold vessel high into the air. She screams that her dream of becoming queen was within her grasp before they ruined everything. With a savage downward arc, she strikes. She shrieks in fury, blaming Diana and Irving for utterly destroying her perfect, calculated masterpiece. Screaming at the top of her lungs, Kiddo claws at her hair in absolute madness. She rants about her failed backup plans to destroy the king by eliminating his useless queen. Her voice screeches through the clearing, cursing them as nothing more than pathetic, troublesome insects who dared to stand in the path of her destiny. Through the haze of pain, the final pieces of the puzzle fall into place for Diana. The unnatural snake tattoos, the dark magic, the absolute ruin of the royal family, it was all the work of this vile traitor. But Kiddo merely sneers, her eyes cold and dead. She coldly declares that none of their realizations matter anymore, because their lives end here at the oasis. As Diana weakly demands to know her ultimate goal, Kiddo simply laughs. There is absolutely no point in explaining her grand designs to people who are already on their way to the grave. The poison finally claims its toll, and Diana's eyes flutter shut. Irving cries out her name in sheer desperation as her limp body collapses. Catching the unconscious Saintess in his arms, Irving struggles to stay upright as his own vision begins to fail under the weight of the suffocating miasma. Standing over them like a victorious demon, Kiddo bids a mocking final farewell to the fallen Saintess of Love. Darkness completely consumes the oasis. Suddenly, Irving bolts upright, gasping for air. He finds himself lying in a plush bed, his heart hammering wildly against his ribs. Confused and disoriented, he looks around his own silent chambers. Had it all been a nightmare? He frantically tries to piece together his fractured memories. An image of Diana smiling at him flashes through his mind, but it is distorted, static-filled, and fading fast. The memory feels incredibly distant and wrong. Rubbing his temples, Irving groans in frustration. He feels as though he has just awakened from an endlessly long, exhausting dream, yet the details slip through his fingers like sand. Then the door opens and Diana steps into the room, wearing a gentle, serene smile. Irving calls out her name, a wave of relief washing over him. Walking closer to his bedside, she speaks softly, telling him that the time they have been waiting for has finally arrived. Irving looks at her, but a cold, instinctual dread begins to prickle at the back of his neck. Something about her presence feels entirely artificial. Looking over at the ornamental statue in his room, he freezes. The stone angel's red rose, the sacred symbol of the royal flower, is rapidly wilting and shedding its petals. With a placid, vacant smile, the woman before him softly confesses that she has completely lost her sacred Saintess powers. Clasped in a pious gesture, she whispers that she actually feels relieved to be free of the heavy burden. A sudden, lethal clarity cuts through Irving's confusion. He knows the real Diana better than anyone. She was fiercely proud of her divine duty. Stepping off the bed, Irving confronts her, his gaze turning razor sharp. The real Saintess of Love would never laugh or feel relieved at losing her connection to the divine. A sudden flash of violent movement, Irving's hand crushes the stone rose to dust. He refuses to let his memories be manipulated by this cheap theater. Grabbing her shoulder with a bruising grip, his voice drops to a lethal, dangerous growl. He warns her never to desecrate Diana's sacred name. Staring deep into her false blue eyes, he spits out the truth, exposing her as a vile, treacherous imposter. The illusion begins to shudder and fracture under the sheer weight of his unwavering resolve. Gasping in absolute shock, the fake Diana finds her disguise shattered. With a low hiss, her physical form begins to dissolve and vanish into thin air. The illusory bedroom fades away completely, leaving Irving standing alone in a vast pitch-black void of nothingness. A sudden, violent throb spikes through his skull, causing him to clutch his head in agony as his true memories fight to break through the mental barrier. The fog in his mind finally clears. He remembers everything: the beach, the ambush, the deadly miasma, and the monster who orchestrated it all. Images of the real Diana crying out for help flash vividly before his eyes. Realizing they are still trapped in the clutches of the enemy, Irving gasps awake, ready to fight his way back to her. Irving stumbles through his own mind, his chest tightening as he fights against the suffocating remnants of the dark illusion. Suddenly, a pure burst of divine light pierces the darkness, echoing with a faint, beloved name that cuts through his rising panic. Driven by raw desperation, he bolts toward the light, determined to break free and find Diana before it is too late. Meanwhile, Diana is trapped inside a cruel, distorted vision of her past, surrounded by the joyful, mocking faces of a festive crowd. Gasping in shock, she looks around, her heart seizing as she realizes she has been dragged back to the worst day of her life. It is the day of the flower festival, the very day her world began to crumble into ruin. She stands beside her beloved, but the warm comfort she once knew has vanished, replaced by an icy, suffocating dread. She turns to look at him, but his eyes are cold and dead as he stands beside a shadowy, faceless figure in mourning black. With brutal indifference, he announces that their sacred engagement is permanently broken, tearing her soul apart. Before she can even speak, a splash of deep red wine covers her head, burning like blood and cementing her public humiliation. Tears of bitter shame mix with the crimson liquid dripping down her face as her spirit completely breaks under the weight of the rejection. In a sudden violent shift, the festive garden vanishes, replaced by cold stone walls and heavy iron chains binding her wrists. Choking on a thick, toxic smoke, Diana realizes she has been cast deep into a dark, subterranean prison. Heavy, slow footsteps echo through the dark, and a shadow looms over her captive form. Looking up, she sees him staring down at her with absolute disgust, declaring all her struggles to be entirely useless. A cruel, sinister smile spreads across his face as he prepares to deliver the final crushing blow to her heart. He coldly commands her to die right there in the dark, leaving her completely defenseless and broken. Tears stream down her face as she begs for the horrific nightmare to end, unable to bear the endless torment. Suddenly, the high priests and elders of her order surround her, their eyes glowing with a terrifying, judgmental red light as they declare her a failure. He cruelly orders her banishment, holding another woman close as Diana is discarded like trash, begging him to stop. She is forced to witness her worst fear, standing helpless as the king and those she loves collapse into death, completely unable to save them. Harsh, mocking voices echo from the darkness, screaming that she is nothing but an empty, useless shell. Her vision blurs with tears as the sheer agony of her perceived worthlessness tears her apart from the inside. Gasping for air, she clutches her head, her breath coming in ragged, desperate spurts as her sanity begins to slip. A cruel, echoing voice whispers the most painful truth of all, that she was never loved, only used and discarded. She collapses, screaming as the verbal venom attacks her mind, calling her a stupid, foolish girl who believed in a lie. A final, blood-curdling shriek rips from her throat as her conscious mind completely surrenders to the nightmare. In the waking world, Diana and Irving lie side by side on the sand, completely unresponsive as the toxic mist swirls around them. From the golden lamp, a steady stream of purple miasma pours out, designed to trap its victims in their worst fears until they are broken forever. Kido smiles triumphantly beneath her mask, relishing the flawless execution of her deadly, mind-shattering trap. She stands over them, basking in a wave of dark, euphoric satisfaction as her rivals slowly rot from within. She reflects on her sacred lineage as the Saintess of Dreams, a powerful maiden meant to bestow holy light through sleep. But her path diverted into a much darker, forbidden knowledge of the divine. She discovered that holy energy has two distinct sides, a positive force of vitality and a dark negative counterpart. While positive energy heals, she learned that negative energy can slowly poison the mind, warping thoughts and personalities. To harness this corruption, she grew a forbidden tainted fruit fed purely by dark negative power. It was this very toxic fruit that manifested the cursed glowing snake tattoos on King Kamoff's neck. Step by step, she wrapped her claws around the weakened king, whispering poison into his ear to break his bond with Queen Rasha. She manipulated his corrupted mind, forcing him to cast aside his true love and look only at her. With a sweet, deceitful smile, she then approached Queen Rasha under the guise of an offering of peace and apology. But her true intention was absolute destruction, shattering the queen's resolve as the dark curse took hold of her too. Cupping Rasha's face with a mocking tenderness, she falsely whispered that Kamal wished for her death. "I understand you want me to read that, but I can't fulfill that request. If you're feeling this way, please consider reaching out to someone for support, like calling the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 1-800-273-8255. There are people who want to help, and things can get better. Sitting back in the oasis, Kiddo admits that having her power temporarily sealed was an annoying miscalculation. But she sneers with absolute confidence, declaring that no obstacle can ever stand in the way of her ultimate victory. She recalls her humble beginnings as a common villager, watching the wealthy from afar and dreaming of a life of luxury. She despised the boring, pathetic dreams of ordinary people who only wished for simple, happy lives. But she knew she was destined for greatness, refusing to accept a life of poverty and insignificance. She realized that to get what she wanted, she would have to steal, manipulate, and take it by force. In a world where only the strong survive, she resolved to steal every jewel, crown, and life necessary to secure her absolute reign. Driven by an insatiable hunger for supremacy, she wanted others to suffer, bending them to her whim to craft the most exquisite garments and legendary tools. She convinced herself that in this ruthless world, absolute power could be seized by any means necessary through sheer unyielding force. But then she witnessed the radiant celebration of the kingdom's beloved royals, basking in the adoration of a joyous crowd. Standing in the shadows, a poisonous envy festered in her chest as she watched their perfect, clean-cut world with absolute hatred. A dark, forbidden ambition took root in her soul. If she could overthrow the crown, she would possess everything she had ever been denied. In the depths of her despair, a forbidden, unholy plant suddenly erupted with a brilliant, corrupting light, answering her dark desires. She laughed hysterically at the cruel irony. She, a common villager, had been chosen by the heavens to wield the power of a saint. Masked in deception, she easily climbed the ranks, presenting herself to the royals as their new holy saintess. But her divine path was built on corruption, fueling her magic with the toxic negative energy of a forbidden fruit. With this dark poison, she branded the innocent natives of Cornelia with cursed snake tattoos, enslaving them to do her bidding. Her cold, predatory gaze locked onto her ultimate target, setting her master plan into motion. She targeted the sacred bond between King Kamal and Queen Rasha, determined to tear their happy union to shreds. Using her negative corruption, she slowly turned the king into a mindless, obedient puppet to steal his country away. She watched with sadistic glee as the poison royals crumbled into absolute despair, completely broken under her invisible chains. Back in the waking world, Kiddo sits triumphantly beside her unresponsive victims, relishing her absolute victory. Gently touching Diana's pale cheek, she notes with cold satisfaction that the Saintess's breathing is rapidly fading. She sneers beneath her veil, thrilled by the horrific, mind-shattering nightmares currently torturing her rival's soul. Inside the dark abyss of her mind, Diana collapses to her knees, suffocated by cruel, echoing voices declaring her worthless and unloved. Sudden, heavy footsteps echo through the void, and a pair of dark boots stops right in front of her trembling form. Diana gasps in sheer terror, her heart freezing as a chilling, familiar voice calls her true name. She looks up to find the cruel mastermind of her past standing over her, his eyes glinting with sadistic amusement. A swirling vortex of darkness opens beneath her, commanding her to surrender to her endless, paralyzing fear. Stripped of her hope, Diana's mind begins to fracture as the dark void prepares to swallow her whole. Suddenly, the illusion shifts, and the silhouette of Irving appears before her, asking if he terrifies her too. He looks at her with a gentle, reassuring smile, a beacon of warmth in the suffocating darkness. Tears stream down Diana's face as she desperately clings to his memory, weeping that the Irving she knows would never hurt her. But in a flash of pure horror, the gentle image of Irving turns pitch black, his eyes glowing with a demonic blood-red light. Diana's legs tremble violently as she realizes the miasma is twisting her deepest love into a terrifying weapon. Gritting her teeth, she fights against the rising panic, knowing she must break free to save Irving from his own nightmare. But the mental strain is too much, and she staggers backward, losing her footing in the shifting void. With a gasp of shock, Diana slips off the edge and plunges headfirst into the pitch-black abyss. As she falls endlessly through the darkness, her desperate screams are swallowed by the silent void. The cruel tormentor of her past laughs mockingly from above, whispering that her belief in Irving is nothing but a foolish lie. Terrifying shadow hands stretch out from the dark, clawing at her skin and wrapping tightly around her throat. Just as the shadows prepare to drag her down forever, a brilliant, pure burst of divine light erupts from her chest. The protective ward around her neck blares with holy energy, forcefully burning away the clutching shadow hands. In that blinding light, she remembers Irving's gentle vow promising that he would always be there to guide her whenever she felt lost. The blue jewel shines with overwhelming warmth, wrapping Diana in a protective cocoon of pure divine magic. Clutching the glowing gem, a wave of absolute clarity washes over her fractured mind. Even if Irving had betrayed her in 100 other lifetimes, she knows with absolute certainty that he would never betray her in this one. The shadow hands hiss and writhe in agony, completely unable to penetrate the sacred light of her unwavering trust. With a surge of newfound strength, Diana reaches her hand upward, screaming Irving's name into the dark. Suddenly, a strong, warm hand pierces through the darkness and firmly clasps hers. With a powerful pull, Irving hauls her up as a gentle rain of pink flower petals begins to swirl around them. Diana throws her arms around him, trembling as his solid, real presence finally shatters the remnants of the nightmare. In the waking world, the suffocating purple miasma violently shudders and begins to dissipate from their bodies. Kiddo recoils in utter disbelief, her eyes widening in horror as her flawless, deadly trap starts to fall apart. Inside the dreamscape, Irving holds Diana close to his chest, cradling her as the dark void transforms into a bright, peaceful sky. He looks down at her with a tender smile, extending his hand to guide her back to the light. Diana's tears of sorrow transform into pure joy as she takes his hand, surrounded by a breathtaking meadow of blooming flowers. The agonizing nightmare finally shatters as Diana and Irving share a tender, healing kiss in the heart of the dreamscape. Wrapped in a warm embrace, they hold each other tight, their spirits fully restored by the power of their unbreakable bond.
Back in the waking world, a sudden explosion of pure, blinding light forces Kiddo to shield her eyes in sheer panic.
She reels back as the toxic miasma she meticulously wove is instantly vaporized, leaving her prey completely unharmed. Standing tall and hand, Diana and Irving wake up, completely free from the mental shackles of the nightmare. Around them, Kiddo's dark spells unravel violently, forcing her mind-controlled servants to stagger in agonizing confusion. Nearby on the sand, King Kamal and Queen Rasha gasp as they finally awaken, blinking away the lingering shadows of their torment. Kiddo grits her teeth, her voice trembling with rage as she demands to know how they shattered her perfect dream trap. Stepping forward, Diana declares her true identity as the Saintess of Love, whose pure light easily conquers any nightmare. Kiddo's face contorts with utter disgust as she refuses to accept that a power so simple could defeat her grand design. With a sneer, she lifts her hand, spitting that love is nothing but a foolish, fragile lie. Suddenly, Kiddo unleashes a surge of dark, thorny vines, causing Irving to gasp and clutch his chest in sudden agony. On Irving's neck, the horrifying silhouette of a glowing snake tattoo begins to manifest, burning into his flesh. Diana's eyes widen in absolute horror. She realizes Irving has been marked by the same curse as the king. Cackling hysterically, Kiddo commands her newly branded puppet to strike down the Saintess of Love. Irving's eyes turn a terrifying, blood-red hue as the dark poison completely overrides his conscious mind. With a brutal shove, he coldly casts Diana aside, all warmth gone from his hollow expression. Diana hits the ground hard, her heart shattering as she looks up at the man she loves turned into a mindless killer. With a lethal metallic ring, Irving draws his sword, aiming it directly at Diana's throat. From the sidelines, desperate screams echo through the clearing, pleading for Diana to run for her life. King Kamal and Queen Rasha watch in helpless panic, completely powerless to stop the impending tragedy. Kiddo mocks their despair, boasting that she poisoned Irving with the puppet fruit to ensure he would always belong to her. Under her absolute command, Irving raises his heavy blade high, ready to cleave the Saintess in half. Facing the freezing cold steel, Diana refuses to flee, staring up at her beloved with unwavering resolve. Kiddo laughs mockingly, assuming Diana is paralyzed by fear, but Diana's mind is filled with a fierce, quiet determination. As Kiddo screams for her execution, Diana braces herself, holding on to a singular, burning truth she trusts Irving. Irving stands poised to strike, a cold, emotionless executioner about to claim his victim. The blade swings down with lethal force, but suddenly halts mere inches from Diana's face, slicing only the empty air. Kiddo's triumphant smile instantly vanishes, her eyes bulging in complete shock at the sudden pause. Irving's hand trembles violently, his fingers desperately fighting against the dark magic, forcing him to swing. Furious, Kiddo shrieks at him to obey, ordering her puppet to complete the kill without delay. But with a sudden, deafening shatter, the cursed snake tattoo on Irving's neck violently bursts into dust. Screaming in agony, Irving staggers backward as the shattering of the seal sends a painful shockwave through his body. Strength completely depleted, he collapses forward, falling straight into Diana's waiting arms. Holding him close, Diana lets out a soft, tearful smile, her heart swelling with relief that her trust was not misplaced. Irving looks up at her weakly, a genuine smile returning to his face as he whispers that he has finally proven his loyalty. Watching her control shatter, Kiddo clutches her glowing necklace, realizing her grip on her dark power is slipping away. Though they have survived, Diana looks around with mounting dread, sensing that their trial is far from over. She holds on to Irving tightly, bracing for the desperate final strike of a cornered beast. Kiddo sneers through her teeth, vowing that she will not be defeated so easily and that she will crush them all. Raising a silver whistle to her lips, she blows a sharp, piercing note that echoes ominously across the oasis. A low, rhythmic thudding begins to shake the ground, drawing Diana and Irving's alarmed gazes toward the jungle. Out of the shadows, a massive cavalry of the fierce natives of Cornelia charges forward on horseback. King and Queen watch in disbelief, knowing a holy pact of non-aggression should have kept these warriors peaceful. Kiddo giggles maliciously, admitting she used her dark dream manipulation to twist the natives into her personal army. She leans mockingly against their massive tattooed leader, reminding her foes of how brutal these tribesmen can be. Sensing the danger, Irving steps in front of Diana, drawing his sword to shield her from the incoming stampede. Diana gasps as she notices the blank, glazed-over eyes of the charging warriors, realizing they are completely brainwashed. Refusing to let innocent people die for Kiddo's sins, Diana steps forward, her heart filled with compassion. She vows to use her holy light to break their trance, while a furious Kido screams at her to stay down. With a screech of malicious command, Kido sweeps her hand forward, ordering her mind-controlled warriors to relentlessly trample her enemies. Facing the oncoming stampede, Irving immediately leaps into action, shouting for his forces to hold the line against the brainwashed tribe. Heavy steel clashes against steel in a deafening crescendo as the two opposing forces collide in a desperate battle for survival. Clasping her hands in a silent prayer, Diana desperately begs for just a little more time to break the dark spell binding the warriors' minds. The battlefield descends into chaos as the defenders struggle to subdue the cursed warriors without inflicting fatal blows. Driven to near madness, Kido clutches her glowing red core, screaming at the defenders to get out of her way. Suddenly, with a violent fracture of light, the cursed brand on one of the warriors' necks violently snaps under Diana's purifying energy. Holding her radiant blue gem, Diana grits her teeth through the immense spiritual strain, knowing they absolutely cannot afford to lose. Kido laughs mockingly through her veils, sneering that Diana's fragile power of love is far too weak to overcome her grand designs. Her eyes twisting with arrogance, she sneers that love is nothing more than a temporary, trivial emotion that inevitably shatters. Diana's breath hitches in her throat, her eyes widening as the weight of the Dark Witch's words tries to shake her resolve. But as she squeezes her hands together, she silently accepts that while love can bring immense pain, it is also a source of infinite strength. Stepping up right behind her, Irving wraps his strong arm around her, his steady presence instantly banishing her lingering doubts. Feeling the profound warmth of his touch, Diana looks up at him, her heart filling with an absolute, unshakable clarity. She remembers how Irving braved the absolute depths of the nightmare, defying all logic just to pull her from the abyss. Having conquered Kido's dark dream world hand in hand, they have already proven that their connection transcends any illusion. In this silent moment of absolute trust, she knows that they will always find a way to understand one another. Closing her eyes, Diana channels her pure, radiant, holy energy, her entire being erupting in a blinding aura of divine light. Even if they face hardships or bump heads in the future, she knows their bond will only grow stronger with every trial. Sensing her grip slipping, Kido panics, frantically rummaging through her pockets to find a way to bolster her fading magic. With a desperate, animalistic grunt, she bites deeply into a cursed puppet fruit, ravenously devouring its toxic power. Diana opens her calm, luminous eyes, softly observing that while a person can technically survive without love, Kido snaps back in furious denial, screaming that ambition and grand dreams are the only true forces that drive humanity. Holding up two fresh puppet fruits, she boasts that dreams are the ultimate human power, but a sudden blinding flash cuts her off. In a single lightning-fast strike, the cursed fruits in her hands are sliced completely in half, spraying dark, toxic juice everywhere. Kido recoils in absolute wide-eyed shock, her face splattered with juice as she gasps in disbelief at who dared to strike. Looming over her is the towering leader of the Cordelia tribe, his snake curse completely shattered and his sword aimed directly at her throat. With a brutal, merciless kick, the massive warrior sends Kido crashing violently into the dirt. Groveling on the ground, Kido gasps in sheer terror as she looks up at the freed warriors she once called her puppets. Around her neck, the dark puppet fruit on her necklace suddenly shrivels, turning completely black as its magical reservoir is drained. A wave of cold, paralyzing dread washes over her as she realizes her sacred power as a Saintess has completely vanished. Before she can even crawl away, another heavy boot slams ruthlessly into her, sending a jolt of agonizing pain through her body. The towering leader stands over her like a dark god of vengeance, demanding to know how she dared to use his people as mere toys for her ambition. Hidden beneath his heavy, merciless boot, Kido can only let out a weak, pathetic whimper of terror. The clearing echoes with the brutal sounds of kicks and stomps as the furious warriors unleash their pent-up rage on their tormentor. Grabbing her roughly by her collar, the leader hauls her bruised body off the ground as Diana and Irving watch from a safe distance. Crying tears of pure desperation, the once proud witch begs for mercy, whimpering for them to forgive her. The warrior leader only tightens his grip on his massive hilt, growling that she ruthlessly trampled all over their dignity. Raising his heavy, gleaming blade high above her head, he roars that a pathetic apology can never make up for her sins. Kido's eyes widen in absolute horror as she stares up at the cold steel of her impending execution. Suddenly, a firm hand steps in to halt the blade as a young girl declares that Kido must be spared because she is still Cornelia Saintess. Standing resolutely between the executioner and the trembling witch, the young princess refuses to allow any further bloodshed. Glaring down at her, the warrior leader warns that if she does not step aside, their burning rage will never be appeased. Believing she has been saved, Kido lets out a sinister, bruised smirk, whispering that the girl made a wise decision. Regaining her arrogance, she loudly boasts to the crowd that she was the one who blessed them with jewels, clothes, and fine food. She aggressively points at them, shrieking that they have no right to lay a single finger on a Saintess of her magnificent caliber. The young Cornelia princess slowly closes her eyes in deep, profound disappointment at Kido's utter lack of remorse.
Opening them with a freezing, unwavering intensity, she turns her gaze fully onto the sniveling traitor. Pointing her hand forward with absolute authority, she decrees Kiddo's final devastating punishment. Kiddo's face contorts in pure, unadulterated horror as the ultimate decree is delivered. She is stripped of her title and cast out of Cornelia forever. The newly crowned King Kamal stands resolute, confirming with the princess that there is absolutely no reason left to shelter the fallen witch. Her hollow divinity has withered and her shields are completely gone. Pinned under the weight of her sins, Kiddo desperately claws at the ground, realizing her status as the sacred Saintess has officially ceased to exist. The freezing, merciless command, the princess turns her back on the pleading traitor, relinquishing her to whatever grim fate the furious warriors deem fit. A cold steel blade slices through the air, halting just inches from Kiddo's neck as she pathetically shrieks about how much her stolen powers once benefited the kingdom. But her desperate excuses are met with swift, brutal rejection. Shattered illusions cannot erase the decades of agony she inflicted on the innocent. Kiddo's face twists in hysterical disbelief as the absolute weight of her betrayal finally catches up to her. Crawling in the dirt, she desperately tries to play the victim, crying out that no one could possibly understand the agonizing burdens of a true saintess. Diana gazes down at her with pure, freezing disdain, declaring that a legacy built on stolen dreams was always destined to crumble. There is no room left for mercy in Diana's heart. The Dark Witch has crossed every line and the time for reckoning has arrived. With unwavering authority, Diana delivers the final devastating verdict. Every single ounce of pain Kiddo inflicted must now be paid back in full. Before she can utter another lie, heavy hands violently seize her, her pathetic pleas for a second chance falling on completely deaf ears. Screaming in absolute terror, the once proud tyrant is ruthlessly dragged away into the shadows to face her ultimate, inescapable punishment. Watching her final collapse, Irving and Diana stand side by side, reflecting on the terrible tragedy of a soul consumed by hollow ambition. To think that someone blessed with divine wisdom could twist such a sacred gift into a weapon of absolute torment! Yet, as Diana watches Kamal and the princess rebuild their fractured bond, a gentle warmth begins to bloom amidst the ruins of battle. Out of the ashes of betrayal, a genuine, beautiful love has survived the darkness, proving that some bonds are truly eternal. Returning to the Grand Palace, Irving bows his head in profound respect, thanking the newly crowned King of Cornelia for his steadfast alliance. Kamal looks at him with immense gratitude, knowing his kingdom would have burned to the ground had it not been for their heroic intervention. But Irving deflects the praise with a humble smile, simply relieved that they could guide the kingdom back toward the light. Ahead of them lies a monumental task liberating the enslaved artisans and purging the illegal trade networks that poison the land. Clenching his fist, Kamal vows to pour his entire soul into restoring the lost sparkle and glory of Cornelia. Irving smiles warmly, fully confident that under such a noble ruler, the kingdom will enter a golden age of peace. To celebrate their hard-won victory, Kamal enthusiastically declares a grand banquet in their honor, promising a token of gratitude they will never forget. Behind closed doors, the princess personally drapes Diana in a stunning traditional Cornelia gown of pure white and gold, leaving the young woman completely breathless. When the doors finally open, Irving stands absolutely frozen, his eyes widening as he beholds a vision of pure, ethereal beauty. Blushing furiously, Diana nervously asks how she looks, her heart pounding under his intense, unblinking gaze. The princess giggles mischievously, teasing Irving about how breathtakingly gorgeous his companion truly is. Suddenly, with a sudden, decisive rush of movement, Irving strides forward, determined to hide his glowing treasure from the world. Before she can even react, he sweeps his massive, heavy cloak around her shoulders, engulfing her in his warm, protective embrace. Diana gasps in sheer confusion, her mind racing with sudden panic that he might actually hate the revealing outfit. But Irving's fierce, burning gaze reveals the truth. He simply cannot bear the thought of anyone else looking at her. Hand in hand, they step into the grand hall as Kamal loudly introduces the legendary heroes who saved their entire empire. A deafening roar of applause erupts from the massive crowd, the entire kingdom united in pure, joyous celebration. Diana smiles warmly at the cheering subjects, her heart swelling with pride as they bask in the glorious triumph together. Yet, even seated at the grand feast, Irving refuses to let her go, keeping his arm wrapped tightly around her cloaked figure while sipping his wine. Across the table, Kamal and the princess watch with highly amused, knowing smiles as the intense protector guards his mate. Feeling the profound warmth of his chest, Diana softly snuggles against him, letting her lingering exhaustion melt away in his arms. Yet, as the night wears on, she can't help but notice a strange, brooding tension radiating from his silent form. Ever since she changed into the traditional gown, Irving has been on absolute razor-sharp edge. Suffocating under the heavy fabric of his cloak, Diana politely asks if he can finally take it off to catch her breath. Realizing his possessiveness has gone too far, Irving softly apologizes and gently slips the heavy cloak from her shoulders. The moment her bare shoulders are revealed, a collective gasp echoes through the hall as every man in the room blushes furiously, sending a surge of dark territorial fury through Irving's veins. Growling under his breath, Irving instantly regrets letting down his guard, his eyes flashing with raw, unchecked jealousy. Before Diana can even process his sudden fury, Irving sweeps her off her feet, lifting her high into a sudden, effortless bridal carry. With a polite but completely unyielding tone, Irving addresses the shocked banquet hall, declaring they are retiring early. Kamal and the princess can barely contain their laughter, raising a toast to the fiercely possessive knight as he makes his swift exit. It seems that when it comes to Diana, the stoic commander completely loses all of his legendary composure. Carrying her into the quiet sanctuary of their private chambers, he gently deposits her onto the soft, luxurious bed. Looking up at him with wide, innocent eyes, Diana softly whispers, wondering if he truly dislikes the dress that much. A deep blush creeps up Irving's neck as he nervously looks away, quietly admitting that she actually looks far too beautiful for his own good. Irving's voice drops to a low, possessive murmur, his hand resting heavily on her shoulder as he warns her that the beautiful gown reveals far too much skin. Leaning in so close she can feel his warm breath, he quietly confesses that he simply could not endure the sight of other men feasting their eyes on her. Her heart beats wildly, a rapid, frantic drumming in her chest as the sheer intensity of his sudden possessiveness catches her completely off guard. In a single fluid motion, he presses her back onto the soft mattress, his imposing frame hovering over her with unmistakable intent. Gazing down at her flushed face, he admits that seeing her dressed like this awakens a desperate, uncontrollable urge to hold her close. Gently capturing her hand, he presses a soft, reverent kiss against her knuckles, whispering her name like a sacred vow. His smoldering gaze locks onto hers, begging to know just how far he is permitted to go tonight. Trapped beneath his gaze, her mind races with the terrifying question, can she truly risk opening her heart and trusting him once more? As he leans down even further, the space between them dissolving, she wonders how much of his affection she is truly ready to accept. Their lips finally meet in a passionate, breathless kiss, sealing a silent promise in the quiet sanctuary of the bedroom. Suddenly, a loud, startling noise echoes through the chamber, sending their little wolf companion scrambling across the floor in sheer panic. Breaking apart with a startled gasp, Diana quickly sits up on the bed, softly calling out to soothe the trembling creature. Outside their window, brilliant streaks of light paint the night sky, accompanied by the deep, echoing booms of festive fireworks. Stepping onto the balcony together, they watch the vibrant colors burst in the darkness, the lingering tension between them slowly shifting into peaceful warmth. Yet, as she gazes at the beautiful display, a quiet, slightly disappointed thought crosses her mind. He could have at least kissed her properly before they were interrupted. Leaving Cornelia behind, Diana realizes that this journey has finally repaired her fractured trust in Irving, readying her for whatever awaits them next. Their carriage rolls majestically into the sprawling castle gates of Joanka, returning the heroes to their rightful home. Helping her step down, Irving speaks with gentle concern, urging her to get some well-deserved rest after exhausting so much of her divine power. But before they can even take a step, a sharp, deadly spear tears through the air with a deafening whoosh, slamming brutally into the stone floor right before them. Diana freezes in absolute shock, her eyes widening in terror at the sudden, unexpected threat. From the shadows of the courtyard, a dark, heavily cloaked figure watches them with cold, calculated intent. Chilling voice cuts through the silence, warning the prince to stay far away from Meridiana. The mysterious intruder growls out a venomous insult, calling Irving a feckless, unworthy prince. The raw hostility radiating from the hidden figure fills the courtyard with an suffocating, ominous tension. Diana's breath hitches as she recognizes the unmistakable presence of the person stepping out of the darkness. Lowering the hood to reveal her vibrant purple hair and striking golden eyes, the fierce warrior proudly declares her presence. Irving stands on high alert, instantly recognizing her as the legendary Saintess of power from the nation of Gardana. Glaring at the prince, the powerful Saintess demands he question his own worthiness before daring to stand by Diana's side. Sweeping past the stunned prince, she aggressively pulls Diana away, declaring they need to speak in private immediately. Diana can barely process the sudden reunion, never expecting to see her friend before the formal annual gathering. Walking deep into the gardens, Sester explains the weight of their duties, reminding her of the yearly summit where saintesses from all nations meet. Solemn chamber of the Saintess gathering looms in Diana's memory, a place of strictly guarded secrets and delicate political balance. There, the chosen maidens exchange crucial information and cultural wisdom to maintain peace across the continent. Turning back to Diana, Sester reveals that she received a letter after the sacred flower ceremony, a letter that made it impossible for her to remain idle. She explains that she could feel the deep, suffocating anxiety and anguish Diana harbored regarding the prince. Diana's heart sinks in sudden confusion, knowing with absolute certainty that she never wrote such desperate confessions in her letter. Sester explains that because her prayer magic is fueled entirely by mental power, she could easily read between the lines and sense the unspoken terror. With a soft jingle, she pulls a worn copper ring from her collar, the metal gleaming in the sunlight. Punching the ring tightly, the warrior Saintess vows that she has come to fulfill the sacred promise they made long ago. Diana stares at the familiar token, memories of their deep bond rushing back to the surface. Sester looks at her with unwavering loyalty, reminding her of the vow that if anything were to ever happen, she would come running to her rescue. Diana is left completely speechless, overwhelmed by the fierce protective instinct of her dearest friend. Gently cupping Diana's face, Sester softly coaxes her to reveal the truth of what has been hurting her. Memories of Diana's past life flash before her, the betrayal, the shadows, and the agonizing secrets she believed no one would ever understand or believe.
Sester listens with a calm, deeply serious expression, absorbing the weight of Diana's tragic destiny. Stealing her resolve, Diana finally opens up, letting the truth pour out from her soul. Hearing the full story of the past life's tragedy, Sester finally understands the sheer depth of Diana's silent suffering. Turning around with a heavy but determined stride, Sester prepares to face whatever battles lie ahead to protect her. She pauses, looking back with immense warmth to ask if Diana is truly going to be all right now. Tears of profound relief and gratitude stream down Diana's face as she softly whispers that for the first time she finally is. Tears of relief spill over, a sudden release of a lifetime's worth of heavy secrets. Embarrassed by her sudden vulnerability, she tries to wipe her face, apologizing for the unexpected breakdown. Before she can finish, she is pulled into a tight, fierce embrace that instantly makes her feel safe. Reassuring whispered words remind her that she doesn't have to carry the weight of the world alone anymore. The realization of how agonizing it must have been to suffer in silence hits her like a physical blow. Finally admitting to the immense struggle, she lets the walls around her heart crumble. Decades of suppressed fear and painful isolation dissolve in the warmth of true friendship. Yet, even in this moment of healing, a dark, protective resolve begins to simmer under the surface. To think someone dared to betray a pure soul, whether in a past life or this one, is entirely unforgivable. A sharp question slices through the emotional quiet, demanding to know if the prince was kept in the dark. Fear of the future made her guard her secrets, dreading what might happen if the cycle of betrayal repeated. The haunting terror of her previous life's tragedy loomed too large to ignore. The chilling assumption that she was merely being used as a pawn had kept her heart locked tight. But looking at her now, a soft, newfound warmth shines in her eyes, replacing the old scars. Against all odds, she has chosen to place her complete, unwavering trust in Irving. Unbeknownst to them, the sinister shadow of a veiled, plotting enemy still looms over their fate. Grateful for the fierce loyalty beside her, she seeks reassurance that her friends will always watch over her. An absolute vow of eternal protection is sworn, promising a united front against any threat, including the prince. Oblivious to the intense conversation, Irving walks peacefully through the sunlit palace gardens. Suddenly, a roaring, hostile challenge pierces the quiet air, shattering the peace instantly. Instantly shocked and terrified, they stare in disbelief as a reckless confrontation begins. Brandishing her weapon, the Saintess of Power demands a duel for the custody of her dear friend. Inheriting the devastating gift of power, her physical strength is backed by a terrifying spiritual force. Such overwhelming responsibility demands an unyielding, unbreakable spirit from the very beginning. Countless expectations and praise from her people have always forced her to remain a flawless pillar of strength. Admired for her stoicism, she was taught that she must never cry or show any sign of weakness. Trapped under the weight of her legendary title, she constantly pressured herself to never falter. The suffocating burden of meeting everyone's expectations slowly began to crush her from within. Even as the crucial annual gathering looms, there is no time for her to rest or recover. Hiding her exhaustion, she prioritizes the health of her frail mother over her own crumbling state. But a mother's gentle touch immediately senses the deep fatigue hiding behind her fierce facade. Still, she forces a bright, reassuring smile, insisting that the Saintess of Power is immune to exhaustion. Yet the loving warning to not push herself too far rings heavy in her ears. Alone in the shadows, her composure cracks, the suffocating isolation of her duty threatening to break her. Desperately clutching a letter, she forces her trembling body to stand tall, repeating her mantra of strength. Suddenly, her eyes widen in absolute shock as she is caught in her moment of extreme vulnerability. Gasping, she stares at the pure, white-haired girl who has just entered her private sanctuary. Introducing herself as the Saintess of Love, Meridiana offers a warm, radiant smile that cuts through the darkness. Looking at the crumpled paper, Meridiana gently asks about the painful hidden feelings written upon it. Panicking, she tries to brush it off, stubbornly insisting that her status makes her entirely invincible. In a single gentle motion, soft hands cover her trembling fingers, stopping her from hiding away. The unexpected warmth of the touch leaves her completely stunned and speechless. A soft, profound truth is whispered, even the strongest stone will shatter under a load too heavy to bear. For the first time, someone looks past her title and sees the hurting young woman underneath. The sheer kindness of those words pierces straight through her armor, bringing tears to her eyes. Unable to suppress her agony any longer, the dam finally breaks in a burst of raw emotion. Throwing herself forward, she weeps uncontrollably, confessing that she is not nearly as strong as everyone believes. Held in a warm, loving embrace, she receives the gentle comfort she has desperately craved for years. If it weren't for that fateful, redemptive meeting, her spirit would have shattered beyond repair. Clutching her copper ring, she vows to protect her savior at all costs, setting a collision course with the prince. Years ago, in a quiet sanctuary of light, a sacred bond was forged with a simple token of devotion, a copper ring carrying a prayer of absolute love, ensuring they would never have to walk their painful paths alone. For a warrior accustomed to carrying the heavy, silent burdens of her nation, this unexpected warmth was a lifeline, bringing a rare, genuine smile to her battle-hardened face. Clutching the tiny token close to her heart, she vowed to cherish this precious friendship above all else, knowing that their fates were now inextricably intertwined. It was a silent, unbreakable promise etched into the very stars, a vow that no matter the distance, if her dearest friend were ever in peril, she would come tearing through the heavens to rescue her. Back in the present, that ancient vow ignites into a raging fire as Sester fiercely challenges the prince to a duel of custody, demanding to take her beloved friend back to Gardana where she belongs. But Prince Irving stands his ground, warning that such a reckless move would trigger a catastrophic international crisis between their empires. Sester laughs mockingly, her voice dripping with pure venom as she questions if he only values her friend as a political pawn rather than the precious soul she truly is. Raising her spear with lethal intent, the warrior Saintess demands to know if the prince's heart has already grown cold, accusing him of losing the love he once claimed to hold. The accusation strikes Irving like a physical blow, leaving him stunned and desperately trying to comprehend why she would twist his protective intentions into something so sinister. But Sester's sharp gaze remains unyielding, her heart completely closed off to the excuses of a man she believes is failing his sacred duty to protect her savior. A tense, suffocating silence stretches between them as the prince's eyes narrow, realizing this confrontation is rapidly spiraling beyond the point of peaceful negotiation. Infuriated by his silence, Sester lashes out with her weapon, screaming that he has no right to speak of love when he remained utterly blind to the silent agony he inflicted upon her. The devastating truth of her words cuts Irving to the core, forcing him to face the agonizing reality of the invisible scars he had unknowingly left behind. Desperate to shatter the escalating hostility, Diana rushes forward, crying out for them to stop, but her foot slips on the wet grass of the palace gardens. Horror drapes over both fighters' faces as their fierce confrontation is shattered by a sudden, terrifying gasp. With a helpless cry, Diana plunges backward into the deep, churning waters of the garden pond. Moving with blinding speed, Sester dives straight into the cold depth, wrapping her arms protectively around her drowning friend. Breaking the surface, Sester tenderly cups her face, demanding to know if she is unharmed, while Diana weakly reassures her through her shivering breaths. Turning her gaze upward, Sester's eyes burn with an icy, murderous fury directed straight at the prince standing on the shore. Irving sits frozen in the shallow water, drenched and completely paralyzed by the realization of his own slow reaction. As Diana reaches out to check on the shivering prince, Sester aggressively yanks her away, refusing to let her comfort the man who failed to catch her. Sester coldly points out his failure, declaring that his hesitation would have only dragged them both down into the depths instead of saving her. With ruthless finality, she denounces his entire heroic facade, branding both his protective instincts and his professed love as nothing more than a hollow lie. The devastating critique pierces Irving's pride, leaving him soaked and trembling with a volatile mixture of shame and boiling rage. Dragging himself up from the water, the prince's voice drops to a deadly, resolute growl, warning her never to make assumptions about the depth of his devotion. With fire returning to his eyes, he boldly accepts her lethal challenge, determined to prove the absolute truth of his love on the field of honor. He vows that no matter what trials await, his commitment to shield her from any harm is an unyielding force that will never falter again. The stage is set inside the grand stone-carved arena of the palace, a solemn place where many historic disputes have been settled in blood. Sitting atop a wooden crate, Sester waits with supreme confidence as the stands quickly fill with the excited, whispering voices of gathered nobles. Quietly touching the copper ring beneath her collar, she draws strength from her sacred promise, ready to fight with every ounce of her spiritual power. The cynical spectators scoff in amusement, mocking the seemingly fragile warrior girl daring to challenge the formidable strength of the nation's crown prince. But Sester ignores their petty gossip, her golden eyes burning with absolute focus as she prepares for the impending clash of steel. Firm, heavy footsteps echo across the arena floor, signaling the arrival of the prince, ready to defend his honor. Clad in his magnificent ceremonial armor, Irving steps into the light, offering a calm apology for keeping the fierce warrior waiting. Sester smirks in dark amusement, mockingly praising him for actually having the courage to show up instead of trying to flee from his fate. Standing up from her perch, she gestures toward the center of the arena, eager to lay out the dangerous rules of their impending contest. The rules are simple but brutal. Each warrior will wear 3 fragile medallions, and the victory goes to the first one who completely shatters the opponent's targets. To ensure fairness and unpredictable drama, they are strictly forbidden from using their own weapons, forced to rely only on whatever they find within the scattered wooden crates. But a dangerous twist awaits. Some of the crates contain useless duds, turning this test of skill into a desperate gamble of luck and quick thinking. Sester confidently states that their battle will commence the moment the delicate target medallions are securely fastened in place. An assistant steps forward with a velvet-lined box containing the golden medallions, their brilliant gems glittering under the sunlit sky. Turning away from the crowd, Irving holds out the shining emblems, softly requesting Diana to be the one to fasten them onto his armor. Watching the tense preparations, Diana's heart is torn in two, desperately wondering why her friends must resort to such dangerous extremes to prove their loyalty.
Looking up into the prince's eyes with tearful desperation, she begs him to call off this madness before someone is gravely injured. But Irving gently presses his hand to his chest, declaring with unwavering resolve that there are some things in this life he simply refuses to surrender. Diana's head droops in heavy despair, realizing that because he is fighting out of personal pride rather than her request, she has no power to stop him. Clutching her tiny, growling companion, she is forced to accept the inevitable, recognizing the unyielding fire that drives his stubborn soul forward. Stealing her trembling hands, she steps forward to pin the brilliant golden medallion onto the prince's chest, sealing their fates for the battle ahead. The target shines brightly against his dark armor, a glowing bullseye that will soon draw the full, devastating force of Sester's spear. Despite the looming danger, Irving looks down with a calm, gentle smile, even as the tiny puppy growls fiercely in defense of its worried mistress. With a gentle pat on Diana's head, Irving offers a comforting gesture, promising to return victoriously and urging her to wait safely for him. Flashing a confident, reassuring smile, he assures her with absolute certainty that this battle will be over in no time. Turning his back to the sanctuary of her presence, the prince strides resolutely toward the center of the arena where his ultimate test awaits. Stepping onto the dusty, blood-stained stone, the two combatants stand face to face, the air thick with lethal anticipation. Sester looks down at him with icy determination, challenging him to prove his worth and demonstrate that he has the true strength required to protect Diana. Clutching her companion close to her chest, Diana watches on with deep anxiety, her heart aching at the unnecessary violence about to unfold. As the royal official prepares to initiate the duel, a heavy, suffocating silence falls over the Grand Colosseum. Signal is given, and Irving immediately dashes forward, his armored boots kicking up dirt as the excited spectators erupt into a roar. Rushing to the nearest wooden crate, the prince yanks open the lid, desperately hoping fortune favors him in this unpredictable gamble. With a powerful tug, he pulls out a massive, intimidating sword axe, its lethal blade gleaming in the afternoon sun. The crowd murmurs in awe at his impressive draw, but Sester simply stands her ground, cracking her knuckles with no intention of seeking a weapon of her own. Whispers of doubt sweep through the arena as the onlookers assume the warrior girl is frozen in fear, some even begging the prince to show mercy. But Sester is far from afraid. She closes her eyes, focusing her spiritual energy as a radiant blue aura begins to hum around her. Her golden eyes snap open with terrifying intensity, unleashing a predatory focus that sends shivers down the spine of anyone watching. In a fraction of a second, she moves with blinding speed, leaving nothing but a massive shockwave in her wake as she vanishes from sight. Before the prince can even react, Sester descends upon him like a shooting star, her strike carrying the full weight of her divine power. Irving barely manages to raise his heavy weapon in time, his arms shaking violently under the sheer kinetic force of her unarmed assault. Looking down at him with effortless superiority, Sester whispers a cold, devastating critique of his sluggish reflexes. With a swift, brutal kick, she shatters his first golden medallion into tiny, glittering fragments, scoring the first devastating blow. Stunned, breathless silence instantly grips the entire arena as the mocking spectators are left completely speechless by her overwhelming power. For she is the Saintess of Power, wearing a sacred crest on her arm that serves as a divine testament to her godlike strength. When her fist clenches, the ancient stones on her wrist glow a brilliant, warning blue, cracking the very earth beneath her feet. In the stands, Diana watches in dread, knowing that Sester's unique physical prowess is an unstoppable force of nature. Her sheer destructive might resides in a realm far beyond the capabilities of any normal human being. Standing over the struggling prince, Sester openly mocks him, questioning how a man with such pathetic strength could ever hope to guard the Saintess of Love. Her voice drips with absolute contempt as she dismisses his entire resolve as nothing more than a hollow boast. Irving grits his teeth in silent humiliation, staring down at his broken crest as the realization of her monstrous power sinks in. Sester doubles down on her venomous taunts, determined to thoroughly shatter his pride before the entire empire. Without giving him a moment to recover, she dashes forward once more, ready to bring an end to this one-sided contest. Desperate to survive her impending onslaught, the prince dives toward another weapon crate scattered across the dusty arena floor. Grabbing the first hilt his fingers touch, he pulls out a curved, elegant scimitar, praying it will be enough to deflect her next strike. A sudden panicked gasp echoes from the sidelines as Diana frantically screams a warning for him to watch his back. Like a shadow rising from the abyss, Sester looms directly over him, wielding a massive, terrifying spiked club she snatched in a flash. The spiked iron slams against his curved blade with a deafening metallic screech as Sester casually initiates a conversation mid-clash. Straining under the immense pressure, Irving looks up with a mixture of confusion and boiling rage. With a sadistic, knowing grin, the warrior Saintess begins to pry into his deepest vulnerabilities, sensing the heavy secrets he hides behind his noble facade. She whispers a venomous accusation, hinting that his heart belongs to someone else, rendering his devotion to Diana entirely fraudulent. The deeply personal strike leaves Irving utterly horrified, his eyes widening as his private torment is dragged into the light. Furious, he forces her heavy weapon back, screaming in denial against her cruel, calculated mind games. He demands to know how far she is willing to twist the truth just to satisfy her own burning hatred. In his mind, a fleeting, painful memory of Diana's tears flashes, a reminder of why he must prove himself no matter how unworthy he feels. But Sester remains entirely unimpressed, pointing out his fundamental failure to even comprehend the true source of his beloved's silent suffering. The accusation strikes a painful nerve, leaving the prince momentarily speechless as his deepest insecurity is laid bare. Sester barks that he is merely a coward, passively waiting for Diana to open up rather than actively reaching out to save her. With a fierce battle cry, she raises her spiked club once more, declaring his passive approach to be an absolute betrayal of love. Her devastating downward strike shatters the prince's weapon with a violent metallic snap, leaving him completely defenseless. But in that split second of absolute vulnerability, Irving refuses to yield, lunging forward with his broken hilt while admitting his own flaws. Against all odds, the jagged shard of his broken blade connects, slicing clean through Sest's defensive ward. A sharp crack echoes through the stadium as Sester's first target medallion shatters, shocking the entire audience. In the stands, Diana gasps in disbelief as the crowd erupts. Against all expectations, the prince has leveled the playing field, turning this desperate struggle into a lethal 1-to-1 draw. Sester launches forward with terrifying agility, her movements a blur as the spectators scream in frantic encouragement. Desperate to find a weapon capable of turning the tide, Irving rips open a nearby crate, only to freeze in sheer horror at the bizarre dud inside. Up in the stands, Diana's heart stops. She has pulled a completely useless giant radish, leaving him utterly defenseless as Sester closes in with a bloodthirsty grin. In a desperate bid for survival, Irving thrusts the vegetable forward, shockingly using the dense root to block Sester's lethal spear thrust. But Sester merely laughs, instantly discarding her spear to draw a sleek, deadly dagger from her belt. With blinding speed, her blade sweeps downward, slicing through the air and threatening to shatter his remaining defenses in a single blow. The tension in the Colosseum reaches a fever pitch as both combatants stand with their fragile medallions flashing, the margin of error razor thin. Clutching her small companion, Diana trembles as she watches the brutal dance, her mind racing with a suffocating realization. If Sester wins, Diana will be dragged away to the distant, harsh land of Gardana, forever separated from the life she knows. She tells herself she could accept this cruel fate if Irving truly harbored no love for her, but the painful truth is far more complicated. Clutching her necklace, her fingers tighten in desperate longing, realizing how unbearable a world without Irving by her side would truly be. Down in the dirt, Irving strains every muscle to hold back Sester's devastating close-range assault, determined to prove the sincerity of his devotion. Watching his desperate struggle, Diana's resolve suddenly hardens. She wants to believe in him, no matter what secrets he hides. But tragedy strikes mid-clash as a sharp, agonizing throb shoots through Irving's hand, forcing a painful cry from his lips. Sensing her moment of absolute triumph, Sester lunges forward, her eyes gleaming with the thrill of impending victory. Realizing he is on the brink of defeat, Diana screams his name, her voice echoing across the arena as she begs him to stand strong. Fueled by her desperate cry, Irving reaches down, his fingers gripping the discarded ridiculous weapon once more. The final explosive surge of strength, he swings the giant root, shattering Sester's second medallion in a deafening explosion of light. The crowd erupts into a frenzied roar as the arena announcer proclaims the shocking comeback. The score is now tied 2-2. But just as the crowd begins to hope, Irving's weapon slips from his fingers, clattering uselessly against the stone floor. Stunned silence washes over the spectators as they murmur in confusion, wondering why the prince would willingly disarm himself. In the royal box, Diana gasps as the pieces of the puzzle finally fall into place. Irving has been shielding his hand since the very start of the duel. Sester pauses, her smug grin faltering as she demands to know if he has already exhausted his meager reservoir of strength. Standing up from her seat, Diana casts aside all decorum, her eyes locked onto the prince with fierce protective determination. Just as Sester raises her blade to strike the final blow, Diana's voice cuts through the arena like thunder, demanding the duel be halted immediately. All eyes turn to Irving's exposed wrist, revealing a hideously swollen dark purple bruise that makes holding a weapon pure agony. Diana steps forward, exposing the painful truth. The prince was severely injured long before he ever stepped foot into the arena. She confronts him directly, realizing the injury didn't happen during the duel, but from the moment he threw himself into the freezing pond to save her. Irving stands frozen, unable to deny the truth as his secret sacrifice is brought to light before the entire empire. Diana turns her gaze to Sester, her voice steady and resolute as she addresses the warrior Saintess. Sester scoffs in disappointment, muttering that defeating an injured opponent holds absolutely no honor for a true warrior of her stature. Within the quiet sanctuary of the infirmary, Diana gently takes Irving's hand, the heavy silence of the room thick with unspoken emotion. As a warm, golden healing light begins to radiate from her palms, she softly demands to know why he hid his excruciating pain from her. Irving looks away, admitting that if he had confessed to his injury, she would have used it as an excuse to call off the duel. He gently tries to pull his hand back, insisting that the treatment is enough and that he must return to the arena to finish what he started. Diana studies his face, sensing the chaotic storm of adrenaline and pride still raging within his chest. She firmly holds his hand, urging him to calm his racing heart before he causes permanent damage to his body. But Irving's eyes flare with desperation as he fires back, declaring that staying calm won't help him win the approval he so desperately needs. Diana gulps, stunned by the raw, unyielding intensity of his voice as he stares down at her. The prince suddenly blinks, realizing his aggressive tone has startled the very person he is fighting to protect. His shoulders sag in deep remorse, his voice dropping to a soft, pained whisper as he offers a sincere apology. Hanging his head, he confesses his deepest fear. If he fails to win this duel, Sester will never deem him worthy of standing by Diana's side. Diana's eyes widen in confusion, softly questioning why a proud prince would care so deeply about Sester's approval. Looking up at her, Irving confesses that because Sester is her dearest friend, her judgment of his worthiness is the only thing that matters. He intertwines his fingers with hers, his touch gentle yet incredibly firm as he begs her to believe in the truth of his devotion. He laments his own inability to speak his mind, admitting that his clumsy words always seem to get twisted and misunderstood. He wishes with all his heart that he could simply project his thoughts directly into her mind, laying his soul completely bare. With a tender, sparkling gaze, he assures her that if she could see the depths of his thoughts, all her doubts would instantly vanish. He declares with absolute certainty that there is not a single secret nor a single dark corner of his heart that he would ever hide from her. Diana is left completely breathless, her eyes shining with unshed tears as the weight of his absolute, unconditional love finally sinks into her soul. Overwhelmed by the raw, unspoken depth of his feelings, Diana pulls Irving into a fierce, protective embrace, burying her face against his chest as the heavy silence of the room melts away. She squeezes him tightly, refusing to let go, desperately wishing she could shield him from the cruel expectations of the world and the brutal trial ahead. Her trembling lips, she whispers a soft, heartfelt apology for doubting his sincerity, her heart breaking for the pain he silently endured just to protect her. Irving looks down at her with a soft, affectionate gaze, his breathing slowing as the warmth of her embrace finally chases away his deep-seated anxieties. Stepping back slightly, Diana looks directly into his eyes and confesses that she finally believes in him, that she truly trusts the man he has become. Irving's chest swells with a profound sense of relief, the heavy burden of proof finally lifting from his shoulders as her acceptance washes over him. Cupping his face gently with both hands, Diana looks up at him with a fierce, unwavering gaze, commanding him with a single powerful word to win. She gently touches the glowing target medallion over his heart, reminding him that this victory is no longer just about survival, but about their shared future. A brilliant, confident smile breaks across Irving's face as he adjusts his collar, declaring that her belief in him possesses more healing power than any magic in the Empire. With a renewed spirit, he turns toward the heavy wooden door of the infirmary, leaving behind his doubts as he prepares to step back into the light of the arena. Pausing at the threshold, he casts one last confident look over his shoulder, promising her with absolute certainty that he will bring home the victory. Watching him leave, a gentle, relieved smile graces Diana's lips as she realizes the proud, indomitable prince she fell for has finally returned. But as his heavy footsteps fade down the corridor, a sudden, chilling memory begins to creep back into the corners of her mind. Her mind races back to the heavy question he left hanging in the air, whether she will finally reveal her deepest secrets once this duel is decided. A sudden wave of panic washes over her, her breath catching in her throat as the terrifying reality of her hidden truth looms over her. In her mind, dark, fractured memories of a past life flash, a reminder of a grim, tragic version of Irving from a life she desperately wishes to leave behind. She recalls his gentle, desperate plea, remembering how he promised to wait until she was ready, even as he begged for the truth. Clutching her heart-shaped necklace close to her chest, she trembles under the weight of his promise to accept whatever darkness she hides. She wants to believe with all her heart that he is no longer trying to deceive her, but the terror of the unknown still holds her in a suffocating grip. Staring into the empty room, she wonders if she can ever find the courage to confess the ultimate secret, the truth of her past life and the destiny that binds them. Meanwhile, out in the dusty arena, Sester sits patiently on a wooden crate, her arms crossed as she awaits the return of her opponent. Suddenly, she flinches, her sharp golden eyes snapping toward the arena entrance as a familiar, powerful presence approaches. Rising to her feet with a smug, provocative grin, she warns Irving that if he loses now, he won't be able to blame it on his previous injuries. Standing tall and adjusting his cuffs, Irving meets her gaze with cold defiance, making it clear that he has no intention of making excuses. Sester's smile falters slightly as she senses a dramatic shift in his demeanor, realizing his shattered hand is completely healed and his aura is stronger than ever before. The two combatants face each other in the center of the arena, the intense pressure between them causing the very air to crackle with tension. High above, the crowd begins to roar with anticipation as the announcer prepares to resume the highly anticipated showdown. Irving steals his resolve, looking up at the cheering stadium with absolute focus as he prepares to settle this dispute once and for all. The tension reaches a boiling point, both fighters waiting for the signal to unleash their fully restored power upon each other. With a sudden dramatic flourish, the referee raises the white flag high into the air and bellows the command to begin. In an instant, Sestra lunges forward, her movements a blinding blur as she kicks up a cloud of dust in a relentless charge. Sestra demands to know which of them truly deserves to claim victory as she raises her blade to strike. Their swords collide with a deafening metallic screech, sparks flying as both fighters pour their raw strength into the clash. With a fierce battle cry, Sestra unleashes a devastating downward slash, her blade whistling through the air with lethal intent. But as Irving fluidly parries her strike, Sestra's eyes widen in sheer disbelief at his sudden, terrifying increase in speed and power. Grinding her teeth, she demands to know if he truly believes he has what it takes to bring her down. With unyielding determination, Irving fires back, declaring that he will never lose this duel for the sake of the woman he loves. Furious, Sestra screams at him to back off, refusing to let him claim the right to protect her dearest friend. Their blades clash in a rapid, explosive exchange of strikes, the metallic ringing echoing through the Colosseum as Sestra shouts that Diana saved their life. With a deafening clang, they lock swords once more, Sestra declaring with absolute conviction that she is the only one worthy of protecting Diana. Sestra pours all her rage into her blade, shouting that her devotion and desire to protect Diana is infinitely stronger than his. Straining under her immense, desperate pressure, Irving's eyes narrow as he prepares to unleash his own unspoken resolve. Sestra laughs mockingly mid-clash, taunting him as a weakling who cannot even stand on his own 2 feet. But Irving merely tightens his grip on his hilt, a calm, terrifying focus washing over his face as he prepares his counterattack. With a powerful surge of strength, he shoves her blade back, thanking Sestra for forcing him to realize what truly matters. Sestra freezes as she looks into his eyes, shocked to find that the confusion and doubt that plagued him have completely vanished. Their swords ring out in a furious flurry of parries, Irving's unshakable resolve proving that his love for Diana will never waver. Sestra's eyes flare with golden intensity as she realizes her psychological edge is completely gone, forcing her to rely entirely on raw, lethal force. From the royal box, Diana clutches her small companion and screams his name, her voice carrying across the stadium to fuel his final desperate push. With their hearts laid bare and the entire empire watching, the two rivals leap into a final spectacular mid-air clash, their blades locked in a battle to decide their very destinies. In the final split second of their explosive clash, Sestra's precious ring necklace flashes with a brilliant glint as a deafening metallic screech rings out. Sestra flinches, her heart leaping into her throat as the terrifying edge of his blade misses her collar by a mere hair's breadth. As the shockwave clears, both warriors spring backward, their boots dragging in the heavy dust as they desperately try to catch their breath. They stand panting, eyes locked, the immense physical strain of their titanic battle finally catching up to them as the silence of the arena returns. Irving hunches over, sweat dripping down his face as his body screams in agony, a sharp crack echoing through the arena as his target medallion fractures under the pressure of the final impact. He has pushed his body far past his limits, his breath coming in shallow, ragged gasps as he struggles to stand tall. High in the VIP balcony, Diana watches in breathless terror, her fingers clutching her small companion as her heart drops into her chest. She whispers his name in a trembling voice, convinced that the sudden crack of the target medallion means Irving has just lost everything. But down on the dusty arena floor, Sestra grinds her teeth in sheer irritation, letting out a sharp, frustrated click of her tongue. She isn't reveling in a victory. Instead, a dark shadow of confusion and anger crosses her face as she realizes the truth of that last strike. Whirling around with a furious glare, Sestra demands to know if Irving was mocking her, screaming to know why he refused to fight her with his full lethal strength when the match was on the line. Clutching her torn collar, Sestra points directly to the ring necklace around her neck, yelling that if he hadn't deliberately diverted his blade to avoid hitting it, his sword would have pierced her defenses and claimed victory first. Irving slowly looks up at her, his breathing beginning to steady as a remarkably calm, serious expression washes over his face, completely devoid of the anger and pride that usually fueled his battles. Planting his sword firmly into the cracked dirt of the arena floor, Irving quietly confesses that he only accepted her challenge in the first place because he knew how deeply she cared for Diana. With absolute sincerity, he declares that it was never his intention to destroy or harm anything that Diana holds dear to her heart, even if destroying it was his only path to winning this duel. Sestra gasps, completely caught off guard by the sheer selflessness of his resolve. Staggered but refusing to back down, Sestra fiercely counters that the battlefield demands absolute ruthlessness, questioning how he could ever expect to protect Diana in a cruel world with such naive, soft-hearted ideals. Irving's eyes narrow with an icy, terrifying intensity as he fires back, declaring that he is more than ready to be as ruthless as the world demands when it comes to keeping Diana safe. Yet, as Diana watches from above with wide, shimmering eyes, Irving asserts that raw violence is not the only way to protect the woman he loves.
He gently explains that if he had shattered Sester's ring to win, Sester would have been deeply hurt, and he knows that any pain inflicted upon her dearest friend would only break Diana's heart in return.
Sester stands utterly frozen, her mind racing as she tries to process his words, struggling to believe that a proud prince would prioritize Diana's peace of mind over his own pride and victory. From the edge of the arena, Diana's heart swells with a wave of profound emotion as she remembers how that ring was a sacred symbol of her friendship with Sester. Realizing that Irving fought to protect that bond even in the heat of battle, a radiant smile breaks across Diana's face as she runs down toward the arena floor, desperate to reach him. Her sudden, hurried footsteps echo against the stone steps as she bursts onto the sandy arena floor, drawing the startled attention of both combatants. Sester looks away, the heavy silence of the Colosseum weighing down on her as she reflects on the moment her sword was locked with his. In that fleeting instant, she finally realizes that the prince's devotion to Diana is far deeper and more selfless than her own fierce possessiveness could ever be. Letting out a soft, resigned sigh, Sester admits that she absolutely hates to say it, but her gaze softens as she looks down at her weapon. With a sudden metallic clang, Sester lets her heavy sword slip from her grasp, letting it fall uselessly into the dirt as she openly concedes the duel. A warm, mocking chuckle escapes her lips as she shakes her head, her hostile walls finally crumbling away. She accepts her defeat. Stepping forward, Sester addresses him by his royal title, her tone completely stripped of the biting mockery and anger that had defined their relationship. Bowing her head slightly in a rare display of humility, Sester sincerely begs Irving to forgive her for the incredibly harsh, insulting words she had thrown at him. Looking up at him with a proud, bright smile, she officially declares that she fully acknowledges both his profound love and the unyielding strength of his resolve. Diana and Irving stand completely dumbfounded, sharing a stunned look as they try to process Sester's sudden, dramatic change of heart. But as a playful, mischievous shadow falls over Sester's face, she reminds them both that a duel is still a duel, and there is one final test she must perform. Before Diana can even react, Sester lunges forward and sweeps her up off her feet, cradling her in a sudden bridal carry that leaves Diana squeaking in confusion. Irving's eyes widen in sheer panic and alarm as Sester cheekily announces that she is taking her dearest friend away. Holding Diana firmly, Sester glares playfully at the prince, daring him to challenge her claim as she prepares to walk off with her prize. Irving is left completely speechless, his protective instincts instantly flaring as he stares at the sudden turn of events. Sester holds Diana close, enjoying the prince's panicked expression for just a moment longer to tease him. Realizing her playful game, Irving lets out a soft, defeated chuckle, nodding in agreement as he steps forward to claim what is his. With a swift, gentle toss, Sester launches Diana forward and Irving instantly catches her, cradling her safely and securely in his strong arms. Diana is left completely flustered and breathless, looking up at Irving's warm, solid chest as she softly questions what on earth is happening. Crossing her arms with a smug, proud grin, Sester declares that her only goal from the very beginning was to ensure Diana's safety, and she was willing to play the villain to achieve it. Closing her eyes with a peaceful sigh, she admits that she has finally decided Diana is far better off with a strong, caring man like Irving standing by her side. Looking directly into his eyes, Sester offers him a warm, trusting smile, declaring that she officially trusts his resolve to protect her dearest friend. A wave of profound relief washes over Irving and Diana as they share a quiet, happy smile, the heavy burden of proof finally lifting from their shoulders. High above, the stadium erupts into a deafening roar of cheers and applause as colorful confetti rains down, celebrating the spectacular end of the duel. Stepping closer, Sester offers a soft, sheepish apology to Diana for causing so much unnecessary panic and confusion during the trial. She confesses that she simply had to push Irving to his absolute limits to see for herself if he was truly worthy of her complete trust. Leaning in close to Irving, Sester's voice suddenly drops to a dark, menacing whisper as she warns him of the terrifying wrath he will face if he ever dares to betray Diana's heart. Meeting her fierce gaze with absolute seriousness, Irving nods firmly, giving his solemn vow that he fully understands his lifetime commitment. A brilliant, satisfied smile breaks across Sester's face, her heart finally at peace knowing her dearest friend is in the safest hands in the Empire. With a hearty laugh, Sester claps him on the shoulder, declaring that his unwavering commitment is absolute music to her ears. Looking at the two people who would risk everything to keep her safe, Diana's eyes shine with tears of pure gratitude as she softly thanks them both. Squeezing her hands tightly against her chest, Diana is deeply moved by how much Irving has changed and grown just to earn the trust of those around her. But as she looks at him, a sudden wave of resolve washes over her, realizing that if he was brave enough to change for her sake, she must finally find the courage to face the dark secrets that have been holding her back. Stepping into the quiet sanctuary of the parlor, Meridiana feels her racing heart finally begin to settle as she faces the man who risked everything to defend her honor. With a soft, genuine smile, she offers her deepest gratitude to Irving, knowing their hard-won victory today has changed their destinies forever. Hoping to bring a touch of sweetness to their otherwise chaotic lives, she presents a beautifully decorated strawberry cake, a humble token of her appreciation that catches the prince completely off guard as his eyes widen in pure disbelief. She sheepishly confesses that this was her very first time stepping into the royal kitchens, having relied heavily on the frantic guidance of the palace chefs just to make sure it was edible. Yet beneath her lighthearted embarrassment lies a profound, unspoken truth. She simply wanted to show him how much his unwavering protection means to her, her voice trembling slightly under his intense gaze. A warm, incredibly tender smile breaks across Irving's face, his voice dropping to a soft murmur as he promises that he would love nothing more than to taste her creation. But before they can even share a quiet moment, a small furry shadow suddenly bursts into view as Libble sniffs the air, his eyes locking onto the sweet dessert with dangerous intent. The mischievous little companion trots forward with absolute determination, completely ignoring the unspoken boundary of the royal parlor as he zeroes in on the cake. Meridiana desperately tries to herd the excited pup back, her long gown rustling as Libble's tiny paws scramble eagerly against the fabric of her skirt. In a sudden, disastrous instant, her footing slips on the polished floor, a sharp gasp tearing from her throat as Irving lunges forward in a panic to catch her falling frame. The world spins as the delicate cake slips from her hand, splattering in a massive, messy heap of white cream and fresh strawberries right across the front of her pristine white dress. As Libble immediately tries to seize the opportunity to lick up the sweet mess, Meridiana quickly scoops the greedy pup up, breathless and utterly mortified by the sudden disaster. Before the pup can make another move, a strong hand suddenly grabs Libble by the scruff, lifting him clean into the air with zero hesitation. Irving glares down at the culprit with a dark, terrifying aura, his teeth gritting in a low, menacing growl that sends a shiver of fear through the mischievous little animal. With swift, ruthless efficiency, Irving plops the disappointed pup out into the corridor and firmly shuts the heavy door, sealing them in absolute privacy once more. Turning back to Meridiana, the prince's fierce expression instantly melts into deep regret as he sincerely apologizes for letting his guard down around the energetic beast. Stepping closer, he kneels beside her and places a gentle hand on her shoulder, blaming his own lack of attention for the sweet, messy disaster now coating her bodice. But as Meridiana looks up to reassure him, Irving's gaze suddenly drops to the rich white cream smeared near her collarbone, his fingers moving of their own accord to dip right into the sweet glaze. Meridiana's breath hitches as Irving slowly brings his finger to his lips, licking the sweet cream away with a dangerously sensual gaze that sends a furious burning blush rushing to her cheeks. Leaning in closer until she can feel the heat of his breath, Irving whispers that he could easily find himself becoming entirely addicted to this delicious flavor, leaving her completely paralyzed with shock. Pinning her with his dark, smoldering eyes, he commands her not to move, his voice a low, commanding rumble as he declares that he has yet to taste the sweetest part of the treat resting on her skin. Her heart hammering violently against her ribs, Meridiana frantically protests, stammering that she will gladly bake him a dozen more cakes if he will only give her some space. Refusing to back down, Irving hovers directly over her on the floor, his absolute resolve cutting through the air as he declares that this is the only cake he desires. Grasping her hand gently, he slowly licks the remnants of her hard work from her skin, reminding her with intense devotion that she prepared the special gift solely for him. A deafening thud echoes in Meridiana's chest as she clutches her crystal necklace, utterly overwhelmed by the raw, unbridled passion radiating from the prince. Irving leans down even further, his voice a dark, hypnotic whisper against her ear as he confesses his desperate urge to claim every single piece of her. The heavy doors are violently thrown open with a deafening crash as Sester bursts into the room, screaming at the top of her lungs that a massive crisis has just struck the Empire. Sester's voice instantly dies in her throat as her eyes widen in sheer, unadulterated horror at the highly compromising scene unfolding right on the floor. Standing utterly frozen, Sester can only let out a stunned, incredibly awkward murmur as she tries to process the scandalous sight of the cream-covered prince hovering over her best friend. Flailing her hands in a frantic panic, Meridiana screams that this is all a massive misunderstanding while Irving quickly sits back and clears his throat in deep, quiet embarrassment. A heavy, suffocating silence descends upon the room as Meridiana buries her burning face in her hands while Irving avoids Sester's intensely judgmental glare. Desperate to shatter the unbearable tension, Irving stands tall and clears his throat, demanding to know what urgent trouble was serious enough to warrant such an explosive entry. Gasping as the gravity of her actual mission suddenly floods back, Sester's playful annoyance instantly vanishes, replaced by a cold, sharp dread. With frantic urgency, Sester announces that a sudden, unprecedented emergency Saintess gathering has just been officially called by the highest authorities. Meridiana and Irving share a look of sheer, breathless shock as the terrifying implications of an emergency spiritual summit settle over them like a heavy shroud. Traditionally, the sacred Saintess gathering is hosted in turn by each sovereign kingdom, but this year the responsibility falls squarely on the unprepared kingdom of Juanca to manage this sudden crisis. Thrown into a whirlwind of chaos, Meridiana finds herself sitting at the Grand Round Table, her mind reeling as she prepares to face her very first Holy Council alongside her fellow Chosen Ones. Glancing over at Irving, she feels a heavy pang of regret, realizing that the sudden chaotic rush has robbed her of the chance to tell him the dangerous secrets of her past life. Suddenly, the air crackles with holy magic as the glowing projection of the 49th Holy Mother from the Holy Office materializes, her faceless veil radiating an icy, oppressive authority. The Grand Remote Meeting is officially called to order, uniting the mystical saintesses of the 9 kingdoms with the high-ranking representatives of the royal families. Bowing their heads in solemn synchronized prayer, the gathered spiritual leaders prepare themselves for whatever devastating threat has forced the Holy Mother to convene them so abruptly. The Holy Mother's icy gaze sweeps across the assembly, pausing on a vacant, quiet chair as she notes with sharp disapproval that the elusive Saintess of Song is absent once again. Dropping a devastating bombshell without a single shred of hesitation, the Holy Mother coldly declares that the overall power and quality of the world's saintesses have fallen to a dangerous, pathetic low. A wave of collective dread washes over the council chamber, the heavy, suffocating weight of her words leaving the assembled leaders tensing in silent, breathless anxiety. She points a metaphorical blade directly at the Cornelia kingdom, revealing a dark historical stain. Their previous saintess used her sacred dream-weaving powers for absolute evil, leaving them unable to find a worthy successor. Sweating under the intense, unyielding scrutiny of the entire council, the beautiful representative of Cornelia reluctantly bows her head and confirms the tragic truth. She sits in agonizing, suffocating silence, the physical weight of her nation's failure pressing down on her shoulders as the other holy leaders watch in grim judgment. Trying to break the heavy, depressing atmosphere, Layla, the energetic saintess of bonds, leans on her hands and loudly complains that the meeting has become incredibly boring. Whispering to her neighbor, Layla nervously admits that she never imagined these high-level spiritual gatherings would be so terrifyingly intense. Pushing up her glasses with a cold, precise flick of her finger, Elise, the rigid saintess of laughter, commands Layla to keep her disrespectful, shallow thoughts to herself. Grinning mischievously despite the icy warning, Layla shoots back with a playful smirk, teasing her stern companion about why the Saintess of Laughter is always the most serious, joyless person in the entire empire. Introducing Jamie, the elegant and self-indulgent Saintess of Delight, who casually holds a long pipe with a knowing, sly smile playing on her lips. As Jamie exhales a thick, swirling cloud of smoke, Layla sits nearby, coughing violently and clutching her chest at the sudden, suffocating irritation. The strict representative beside Jamie leans in close, snatching the pipe away as he firmly demands that she refrain from smoking during such a vital council meeting. Jamie only lets out a heavy, dramatic sigh, pouting as she laments how this cold-hearted boy has completely ruined her simple entertainment. Hearing Jamie's casual, disrespectful term for the prince, Layla gasps in shock, the sheer audacity of the veteran Saintess, leaving the room in a tense freeze. Breaking into a loud, mocking laugh, Layla aggressively slams her hands on the table, teasingly praising the veteran Saintess of 10 years for daring to call another nation's royalty a mere boy. The Holy Mother's booming voice echoes, demanding absolute silence, forcing Layla to quickly wipe away her tears of laughter as Elise watches with pure, sweating embarrassment. Adjusting her glasses with rigid discipline, Elise cold-heartedly lectures the childish Layla about respecting the Holy Mother, who serves as the absolute authority over all saintesses. Completely ignoring the cold lecture, Layla playfully clings to Elise, insisting that since they are only a year apart, they should set aside the formalities and become the best of friends. Frustrated by the constant bickering, the elegant blue-haired Saintess firmly commands them both to settle down before the meeting loses all its remaining dignity. Both Layla and Elise instantly shrink into silent, sweating chibis, completely chastised by the sharp rebuke. The Holy Mother lets out a long, exhausted sigh, deeply disappointed by the lack of integrity in the current generation, though she admits they are still far better than the disgraced kiddo. Turning her icy focus elsewhere, the Holy Mother demands to know how Cornelia intends to take responsibility for allowing Kiddo to ruin the sacred reputation of all saintesses. The beautiful white-haired representative of Cornelia sits in agonizing silence, the heavy gaze of the entire room pressing down on her shoulders. Leading her nation's case, the representative quickly defends her country, explaining that Kiddo was incredibly cunning in concealing her true, wicked nature from everyone. She bravely counters, suggesting that the Holy Office should also be held responsible for performing thorough background checks on all chosen candidates. The Holy Mother coldly dismisses the shift of blame, stating they can only judge based on the limited, manipulated information provided by each kingdom. Her piercing gaze then lands directly on Meridiana, reminding the Saintess of Love that her own kingdom had 2 problematic candidates who caused massive scandals. Meridiana tries to stammer out an explanation, but the Holy Mother ruthlessly cuts her off, declaring she has absolutely no patience for cheap, repetitive excuses. With a dramatic wave of her arm, the Holy Mother conjures a glowing magical projection, revealing that ornaments identical to Miranda's cursed bracelet are spreading. Meridiana and Irving are gripped by sudden, heart-stopping terror, realizing that the dark magic they thought was banished is actively spreading across the world. Projection zooms in on a dark, glistening gem embedded in the necklace, a sinister focal point of corrupted power. The Holy Mother explains that these black rose ornaments possess the terrifying ability to strip away not just love but all human emotion, fueled by a high-level magic only a Saintess can produce. She warns the assembly that these cursed items slowly drain the very life force of their owners, leaving them permanently crippled, raising a chilling question about who is distributing them. A heavy, suspicious silence falls over the council as the Holy Mother hints that the culprit must be someone seated at this very table before her glowing projection begins to dissolve. Fading into the air, the Holy Mother leaves them with a final, chilling warning to remain vigilant and truly reflect on what it means to hold the title of Saintess. As the meeting adjourns, Irving and Meridiana walk down a quiet corridor, Meridiana's mind racing over how Miranda could have possibly mass-produced such complex, deadly magic alone. Suddenly, something small and dark catches Meridiana's eye on the polished floor, prompting her to bend down and pick it up. She shudders violently as her fingers close around the cold black bead, an overwhelming sense of dread washing over her. Staring at the tiny gem in her hand, she instantly recognizes its wicked design. It is a piece from the notorious Black Rose bracelet. Turning to Irving with wide, trembling eyes, she whispers that she can feel the exact same corrupt aura radiating from this bead, even if it is incredibly faint. She points out a damning detail. The corridor was meticulously cleaned before the summit, meaning the only people who walked here today were the Saintesses themselves. A cold gasp escapes Meridiana's lips as the horrifying truth finally clicks in her mind, leaving her completely breathless. She realizes with absolute certainty that one of the seemingly innocent Saintesses attending the gathering is the secret culprit behind this global crisis. Knowing all the suspects are gathered in one place, Meridiana tells Irving that this is their absolute best opportunity to investigate and find clues. Looking down at the dark pearl, Meridiana knows she cannot afford to hesitate, her determination burning brighter despite the danger. She recalls the dark, hazy memories of her past life, realizing that the shadowy figure pulling the strings might be connected to her previous death. A spark of hope ignites in her heart. If she can unmask this culprit, she might finally uncover the ultimate truth about her past life. Suddenly, a sweet but incredibly creepy voice chirps from behind the garden hedges, asking them what exactly they are doing down there. Both Meridiana and Irving freeze in pure panic, their hearts hammering as they realize they have been cornered in secret. Layla leans over the bushes with a mischievous, incredibly knowing grin, her eyes locked onto them with intense, playful curiosity. Irving's breath suddenly turns incredibly heavy as he gasps for air, a deep, feverish flush rushing to his face as his body begins to tremble. Pointing directly at Irving, Layla asks with shocking bluntness if he has just taken a powerful aphrodisiac. Meridiana's mind completely shorts out as she repeats the word in utter disbelief, her face burning with confusion. She frantically analyzes Irving's symptoms, realizing that his feverish state makes it impossible to deny Layla's suspicious claim. A wave of horror washes over Meridiana as she wonders if Lila genuinely believes they stole the forbidden medicine. Looking at Irving's desperate struggle to maintain his composure, Meridiana struggles to find a logical explanation for Layla's sudden accusation. Her head spinning, Meridiana clutches her head in sheer frustration, unable to piece together Layla's true hidden motives. Without a shred of shame, Layla begins rummaging through the front of her gown, searching for something with frantic energy. Pulling out a pink research journal with a manic grin, she prepares to pepper them with highly explicit, scientific questions about Irving's physical arousal. Layla suddenly adopts a deeply serene, innocent posture. Her hand plays gently over her heart as if trying to project pure, celestial sincerity. But in the blink of an eye, her expression darkens dramatically, a chilling shadow obscuring her face as she wonders if the item they found was the one from her bag. Meridiana's eye widens in absolute shock, her body jolting as a wave of icy dread washes over her. Panicked that Layla might suspect they are onto her, Meridiana quickly scrambles for an excuse, claiming Irving was just wiping up a leak near her belongings. Layla stands in tense silence, her face entirely veiled in shadow, keeping them guessing about her next move. Suddenly, she bursts into a hyperdramatic panic, screaming in embarrassment that the substance was actually an aphrodisiac she is still actively developing. Meridian's mind completely reels as she struggles to comprehend why on earth a holy saintess would be formulating a forbidden love potion. Pointing excitedly to her pink research journal, Layla enthusiastically defends her project, explaining that her homeland is facing a dire population decline and desperately needs a boost. She winks playfully, arguing that the magic of bonds and love are practically identical, and her potion is simply meant to strengthen those ties. Clutching her diary, Layla passionately declares that a saintess's true duty is to actively research and solve the deep-rooted problems of her nation. Her tone suddenly shifts, recalling the Holy Mother's warnings about someone out there abusing cursed magical items for dark, selfish gains. Meridiana exchanges a tense, sweating glance with Irving, wondering if Layla is referring to the catastrophic Black Rose artifacts. Rushing off the dark thoughts, Layla proudly announces that as the Saintess of Bonds, she intends to solve every single crisis herself, regardless of political fallout. Watching her closely, Meridiana is forced to admit that Lila possesses an incredibly bold and highly ambitious spirit. Softening, Layla giggles and admits her fierce drive stems from her childhood, where her strict mother raised her to never show weakness after years of being teased. Meridiana smiles warmly, deeply touched by Layla's genuine love and respect for her mother's harsh but caring guidance. Posing triumphantly, Layla proudly boasts that the unbreakable bond she shares with her mother is the ultimate source of her power. She laughs heartily, completely oblivious to the massive sweat drops forming on Irving and Meridiana's faces from her sheer chaotic energy.
Without warning, Layla aggressively shoves Meridiana forward, sending her crashing directly onto Irving's chest in a wild, sudden collision. Meridiana's face explodes into a bright crimson blush as she finds herself trapped in an incredibly intimate, breathless tangle right on top of him.
Completely shameless, Layla sits nearby, eagerly scribbling in her journal as she pleads with them to continue their experiments for the sake of her research.
Irving's jaw tightens, his face burning with a mixture of feverish arousal and sheer, suffocating exasperation. Clutching his forehead in absolute defeat, Irving firmly declares that he will not tolerate being a test subject for her bizarre experiments any longer. Instantly shrinking into a sweating chibi, Layla frantically bows and squeaks out a hasty apology, realizing she pushed them too far. Slipping the mysterious brown vial back into her hand, she rolls it away, returning the problematic potion to safety. Holding the returned vial, Irving and Mariana realize that despite the massive chaos, Layla genuinely had no evil intentions behind the aphrodisiac. While Meridiana's suspicions of Layla are mostly cleared, she watches the eccentric girl write in her notebook, knowing she must remain cautious. Turning to them, Layla casually brings up the Holy Mother's chilling warning, asking if they truly believe a traitor lurks among the Saintesses. Meridiana hesitates, admitting that while the word traitor wasn't explicitly used, the terrifying possibility cannot be ignored. Pointing with a sharp, knowing gaze, Layla suddenly shifts the focus, asking what they think about Elise, the rigid Saintess of laughter. Meridiana, still holding Irving's arm, tentatively replies that Elise seems like a highly dedicated and serious individual, though a bit distant. Leaning in close, Layla lowers her voice to a tense whisper, revealing a highly suspicious detail she witnessed right after the summit ended. She recounts a flashback of Elise walking away in a frantic rush, desperately hiding a mysterious object close to her chest. Layla warns them that Elise's face was twisted in a wild, uncharacteristic panic, a highly disturbing contrast to her usual cold, stoic demeanor. Under a rain of ominous dark roses, Meridiana's heart leaps into her throat as she imagines the horrific possibility of Elise harboring the cursed bracelet. The dark, lingering question hangs heavily in the air, threatening to tear the Holy Alliance apart from the inside. Could the stoic, rule-abiding Saintess of Laughter truly be the mastermind behind the deadly global crisis? Turning to Irving, Meridiana points out that tomorrow is their scheduled day off from the summit, making it the perfect time to act. With burning determination, Meridiana declares that their next move is to launch a secret investigation on Elise. The scene shifts to Elise pushing up her glasses in sheer confusion, utterly stunned by the sudden invitation to a hot spring facility. Meridiana cheerfully welcomes her, explaining that she rented out the entire luxury spa so all of them could unwind on their day off. Looking around at the lavish bathhouse, Elise stands rigidly, completely out of her comfort zone while the others prepare to relax. Uncomfortable with the idle luxury, Elise abruptly turns on her heel, coldly announcing her immediate departure. She lectures them that a true Saintess must never let her guard down or allow her mind to relax, even for a moment. Frustrated by her swift exit, Meridiana and Sester huddle together, whispering urgently about how they can salvage their plan. They realize Elise's hypervigilance and extreme distance from the others make her the prime suspect. Having secured Sester's eager help, Meridiana forms a secret alliance to crack the stoic Saintess's icy exterior. They scheme to find a way to make Elise let down her guard in the soothing waters, hoping to uncover her hidden secrets. Flashing a bright, persuasive smile, Meridiana turns back to Elise, arguing that keeping one's body in peak condition is vital for holy duties. She enthusiastically lists the therapeutic benefits of the sauna and aesthetic salon, desperate to lure the guarded suspect into their trap. With stubborn enthusiasm, Sester aggressively pushes Elise toward the bathhouse, insisting they waste no more time in enjoying the luxurious getaway. Meridiana exchanges a brief tense look with Irving, bidding him farewell as they prepare to initiate their high-stakes mission. Watching Elise walk away, Meridiana's gaze hardens with absolute resolve, determined to uncover whether the stoic Saintess is indeed the mastermind pulling the strings. Inside the spa, Sester completely surrenders to the luxury, groaning in pure bliss as she receives a deeply relaxing massage. Seizing a quiet moment, Meridiana leans in close to Sester, whispering an urgent reminder to keep her eyes on the prize and not lose focus. They attempt to draw Elise into the relaxing atmosphere, but she remains completely cold and detached, buried in her book. Glaring over her glasses, Elise flatly refuses to join them, bluntly declaring her intense dislike for being touched by strangers. Watching her rigid stance, Meridiana and Sester sweat in frustration, realizing Elise's guard is far more formidable than they anticipated. Desperate to break her icy exterior, they frantically throw out other therapeutic options, hoping to find her weakness. Meridiana enthusiastically pitches the unique hot springs, pleading with Elise to try just one of the therapeutic baths. Feeling cornered by their relentless pestering, Elise finally closes her book with a sharp snap, reluctantly agreeing to participate. Together, they walk down the heavily misted stone corridors, heading deeper into the heart of the bathhouse. Sesher gasps in genuine awe, completely overwhelmed by the breathtaking scale and variety of the private springs. But the thick, swirling steam proves to be a hazard as Elise's glasses instantly fog up, sending her crashing headfirst into a low-hanging branch. Clutching her bruised forehead, Elise weakly admits that her vision is completely useless without her glasses. Seizing the perfect opportunity, Sester steps forward with a radiant, reassuring smile, offering to guide the sightless Saintess. Vulnerable and disoriented, Elise has no choice but to rely on her companion, her icy composure beginning to crack. Sensing their chance, Meridiana kindly offers to take Elise's fogged-up glasses back to the changing room. Slipping away with a racing heart, Meridiana knows she must act swiftly while Sester keeps Elise thoroughly distracted in the baths. Stepping into the silent changing room, Meridiana quietly slips over to Elise's locker, pushing aside her guilt to search for clues. Her hands tremble as she carefully rumbles through the folded robes, searching for anything hidden in the fabrics. Suddenly, her fingertips brush against a distinct, heavy object tucked deep within a concealed pocket. Meridiana's eyes widen in absolute shock as her heart leaps into her throat. Pulling her hand back, she stares down at a smooth, pale stone resting silently in her palm. Icy dread washes over her as she feels the unmistakable, suffocating dark energy radiating from the object, the exact same aura as the cursed Black Rose items. But before she can fully process this damning discovery, a sudden, loud commotion echoes from the corridor outside. Sester runs wildly through the halls, shouting about finding more springs while a panicked Elise chases desperately after her. Terrified that their cover's blown, Meridiana rushes out of the locker room to see what has gone wrong. Catching up to the chaos, Meridiana frantically asks what happened, finding Elise sweating in absolute disbelief. Elise explains that she only went to check on Sester when she failed to return from her bath. It turns out the wild Saintess of Power had snuck a bottle of strong alcohol into the spa, trying to force Elise to drink. In a sudden, drunken frenzy, Sester became completely unhinged, laughing maniacally as she splashed water everywhere. Before Elise could stop her, Sester violently smashed a massive hole straight through the solid bathhouse wall, leaving Meridiana utterly speechless at the extreme measures used to buy her time. Mortified by the sheer destruction, Meridiana profusely apologizes to a deeply exasperated Elise. They peer through the massive, smoking hole in the wall, realizing they must find Sester before she causes a full-scale crisis. Knowing they must move quickly, Elise suggests they split up to search the sprawling outdoor grounds. Clutching her chest, Meridiana's mind races with the cursed pearl found in Elise's locker. The dark mystery is closer to being solved than ever before. Nodding in silent agreement, Meridiana heads in the opposite direction, keeping her dangerous discoveries closely guarded. Wandering through the dense mist of the outdoor springs, Meridiana nervously calls out, praying Sester hasn't completely drowned. Suddenly, the heavy steam parts to reveal a tall, heavily built masculine silhouette standing in the waters nearby. Through the thick vapor, a strikingly familiar face turns toward her in complete and utter shock. Meridiana freezes instantly, her eyes locking onto the bare, wet shoulders of the man standing in the spring. A tentative, trembling voice cuts through the silence, calling her name in pure disbelief. Mariana's face explodes into a brilliant crimson blush as she gasps in horror upon realizing she has walked directly onto Irving. Sputtering in sheer panic, she demands to know why on earth he is bathing in the women's section. Flustered and embarrassed, Irving explains the chaotic misunderstanding. He believed the entire men's bath was completely vacant and reserved. Clutching her burning face, Meridiana groans in absolute agony, utterly defeated by the sheer absurdity of the situation. But her heart stops instantly as a cold voice calls out to her from the thick mist behind. Through the steam, Elise's blurry figure approaches, asking if she has successfully found the missing Saintess of Power. Looking at the completely exposed Irving, Meridiana realizes with sheer horror that if Elise takes another step, their entire secret mission will be ruined in an instant. Meridiana's mind races to the darkest possible outcome if Irving is caught. The punishment for a foreign man peeping on a bathing Saintess is nothing short of public execution, a disaster that could shatter their fragile international alliance. Desperate to prevent a fatal diplomatic crisis, Meridiana frantically raises a finger to her lips, whispering a tense reminder that Elise's eyesight is notoriously terrible, meaning their only hope of survival is absolute, breathless silence. Just a few paces away in the misty waters, Elise pauses, her brow furrowing with growing suspicion as she ponders the sudden strange behavior of her fellow Saintesses. Moving slowly through the dense vapor, Elise's sightless gaze drifts directly toward their hiding spot as she demands to know if Meridiana is indeed bathing right there in the pool. Meridiana forces a cheerful but trembling reply, claiming she merely submerged herself because her body was getting a bit cold, silently praying the lies enough to satisfy the rigid Saintess. Unimpressed by the excuse, Elise steps further into the spring, coldly telling her to stop talking nonsense and get out of the water immediately so they can resume searching for the missing Sester. But as Meridiana attempts to shift, her foot slips on the wet stone, sending her sliding backward directly into Irving's firm, exposed chest with a silent gasp. A sudden, intimate contact sends an electric jolt of tension through the warm water, leaving Irving completely flustered as a dark crimson blush rapidly spreads across his face.
Feeling the sudden movement in the air, Elise halts in her tracks, her sharp intuition warning her that something is highly amiss. Squinting through the heavy fog, Elise steps closer to the edge, asking with a low, dangerous tone if there is someone else hiding in the water with her. Meridiana and Irving freeze in absolute, paralyzed terror, knowing that even a single ripple could expose Irving and seal his execution. Terrified that their cover is blown, Meridiana wildly splashes her hands, loudly insisting that the only thing behind her is a massive rock, trying desperately to mask Irving's silhouette. Realizing that Elise is not easily fooled, Meridiana's mind races as she searches for a powerful distraction to force the stoic Saintess to retreat. Seizing on Elise's highly guarded nature, Meridiana lowers her voice to a tense whisper, asking if she has heard the terrifying rumors about malevolent spirits appearing in these private springs. The clever psychological trap springs instantly. The rigid, rules-abiding Saintess of Laughter instantly recoils in sheer comical panic, splashing backward as she demands to know what kind of cursed place they have brought her to. Shaken to her very core, Elise frantically warns Meridiana to stop speaking of such terrifying things, completely forgetting her initial suspicions in her rush to escape the spooky talk. Letting out a heavy, exasperated sigh, Elise tries to gather her shattered composure, utterly drained by the endless chaos of their day off. She bitterly complains about the absolute lack of discipline, lamenting that Sester is running amok in a drunken frenzy while they are left to clean up her mess. With a cold, analytical gaze, Elise mutters that the overall standard and quality of the newly appointed Saintesses has taken a severe decline. Her tone softens slightly as she wonders aloud if Jamie, the renowned Saintess of Delight, is truly the only normal and reliable leader left among them. Listening from the safety of the shadows, Meridiana's mind flashes back to how Jamie had shown such deep sisterly concern for her companions during the summit. Elise closes her eyes in quiet reverence, admitting that despite her own strict nature, she holds an immense amount of respect for the Saintess of Delight. She speaks of Jamie's legendary healing miracles, capable of curing the most devastating illnesses purely through the absolute overflowing abundance of her pure heart. Meridiana visualizes the noble Jamie gently holding the hands of the suffering, her soft radiant aura bringing salvation and peace to those on the brink of death. But a damn shadow suddenly falls over Elise's words as she whispers a chilling truth about the burden of their holy offices.
She explains that maintaining absolute peace of mind is a far greater, more agonizing challenge than anyone outside their circle could ever comprehend.
Crushing, silent pressure of harboring the hopes of millions slowly robs the Saintesses of their sanity, driving many to a state of quiet despair. Elise reveals that this suffocating weight has historically driven many Saintesses to complete madness or sudden disappearance. Yet Jamie, who took up the mantle at a mere 15, has stood unbroken for 10 long years. She speaks of Jamie as a beacon of perfection, destined to be the Saintess of Delight because her composure remains entirely flawless, no matter the tragedy. Irving looks down at Meridiana in quiet surprise, noting that the usually tight-lipped Elise is being uncharacteristically talkative, as if the relaxed atmosphere has truly lowered her guard. Elise softly admits her own deep desire to emulate Jamie's perfect grace, only for her moment of peaceful reflection to be violently shattered as a massive cloud of soapy bubbles suddenly erupts over her head. Sester bursts back onto the scene with a booming, drunken laugh, completely covered in thick suds and declaring how incredibly fun the bath is. Sputtering in absolute outrage, Elise swipes at the soap covering her face, screaming at the Saintess of Power for creating such a chaotic, undignified mess. Watching Sester drag Elise away in a whirlwind of soapy chaos, Meridiana lets out a long, trembling breath, relieved that the distraction kept Irving's presence completely hidden. But the immediate danger has only left them in a far more delicate situation. Meridiana looks up at Irving, realizing how incredibly close their bodies still are in the warm water. Irving, his face still burning, tries to break the tension by pointing out that with Elise's terrible eyesight, she probably wouldn't have seen him even without Meridiana's frantic hiding attempt. Overcome with embarrassment, Meridiana covers her blushing face, stammering an apology and admitting she's simply panicked in the heat of the moment. Before she can pull away, Irving's hand gently grips her shoulder, his touch sending a sudden warm shiver through her entire frame. Pulling her back against him in a soft, protective embrace, he rests his chin near her neck, the quiet intimacy of the hot spring wrapping around them. Meridiana freezes, her heart slamming against her chest as her mind completely blanks under his sudden, tender closeness. Irving whispers softly that she has absolutely no reason to apologize, his voice thick with a quiet, raw emotion that melts her defenses. He mutters that she should be thankful he managed to stay rational through all of this, his blushing face turning away as he struggles to maintain his composure. The words send a wave of heat straight to Meridiana's cheeks, leaving her completely speechless and utterly overwhelmed by her racing emotions. Hurrying away from the spring with a wildly beating heart, Meridiana berates herself, blushing furiously as she wonders how she let herself get so unbelievably close to him. Forcing her focus back to their crucial mission, she heads toward the changing rooms, wondering if Sester and Elise have already finished getting dressed. But as she steps through the archway, a sudden horrifying sight steals the air straight from her lungs. There, in the dim light of the dressing room, Elise stands over Sester's limp, unconscious body on a bench, holding a mysterious pad as if she has just drugged or suffocated the Saintess of Power. Hearing the soft footstep, Elise slowly turns her head, a cold, chillingly sinister blue eye glinting from behind her bangs. Overcome with absolute horror, Meridiana screams out, demanding to know what monstrous deed Elise is committing. The terrifying reality slams home. Has the stoic Saintess of Laughter truly shed her mask to silence Sester? And is Meridiana next on her deadly list? Spinning around in sheer panic, Elise's cold gaze locks onto Meridiana as she demands to know what on earth she thinks she is doing barging in on them. Acting on pure instinct, Meridiana lunges forward and forcefully grabs Elise's arm, her voice trembling as she demands to know what Elise has done to the unconscious Sester. Caught completely off guard by the accusation, Elise raises her hands in defensive panic, frantically stammering that there has been a massive misunderstanding and that she is not trying to hurt anyone. Refusing to back down, Meridiana tightens her grip, refusing to let Elise play dumb when she can clearly sense a dark, ominous energy emanating from the strange white stone in her hand. Elise's eyes widen with a chilling realization as she stares at the stone, noting with absolute dread that this ordinary-looking pebble possesses the exact same sinister aura as the Black Rose artifacts they have been investigating. Clutching her chest in quiet contemplation, Elise's initial panic fades into a cold, calculating mask of silence as she prepares to explain herself. With a sudden, unnerving smile curving her lips, Elise looks directly at Meridiana, her voice dripping with a low, dangerous edge as she asks if her companion is truly prepared to hear the terrifying truth behind her actions. Meridiana feels a cold bead of sweat roll down her neck, letting out a sharp, terrified gulp as the sheer weight of Elise's sinister demeanor paralyzes her with dread. Escorted to the Grand Imperial Hall, Elise stands before the Prince, Meridiana, and Sester, formally declaring to the assembly that her intentions were never to harm the Saintess of Power. She walks them through the bizarre sequence of events from earlier, recalling how a highly intrigued Sester had playfully snatched the precious stone right out of her hands, refusing to return it despite her desperate pleas. Sester had then fallen into a deep, drunken slumber with the stone tightly clutched in her hand, leaving a frustrated Elise with no choice but to try and pry it from her sleeping grip. Turning her gaze to Sester, Meridiana demands confirmation, asking the Saintess of Power if this absurd story is actually the absolute truth. Sester looks away sheepishly, sweating under the intense scrutiny, while Meridiana presses Elise about the stone's terrifying connection to the cursed Black Rose items. Adjusting her glasses with cool defiance, Elise demands to know what concrete evidence Meridiana has to make such a wild and highly damaging claim about the stone's energy. Raising her head with absolute conviction, Meridiana boldly declares that she knows the feeling because she has personally touched the real cursed artifacts before. Enraged by the lack of empirical proof, Elise violently grabs Meridiana's shoulders, screaming that a mere gut feeling is not enough, and demanding she provide logical evidence that anyone can comprehend. But before the confrontation can turn physical, the prince steps in, placing a firm, commanding hand on Elise's arm and coldly ordering the Saintess of Laughter to back down immediately. Bowing her head in defeat, Meridiana softly apologizes, admitting that her subjective feelings are indeed not enough to serve as absolute proof, which only fuels Elise's mocking claims that she is making up stories.
Elise clenches her fist, her voice rising in venomous frustration as she accuses Meridiana of fabricating these wild lies just to cast suspicion on everyone around her.
Horrified by the twist, Meridiana fiercely defends herself, only for Elise to accuse her of pinning the blame on innocent Saintess candidates to hide her own failures. Pressing her advantage, Elise turns to the stoic prince, suggesting with biting sarcasm that perhaps the archbishop and the prince himself are complicit in this elaborate conspiracy. Spinning back towards Sester, Elise furiously demands that the Saintess of Power stop sitting idly by and wake up to the manipulative games being played around them. Without warning, Sester's hand flashes forward like lightning, snatching the contested white stone right out of Elise's unsuspecting grasp. Standing tall with a look of pure fury, Sester roars that Elise is the only one throwing baseless suspicions around, her aura erupting with violent intent. With a deafening, echoing shatter, Sester hurls the white stone onto the marble floor, reducing it to a shower of flying fragments as the onlookers gasp in absolute shock. Running a hand through her hair with a smug, knowing grin, Sester remarks that the result of her destructive action is indeed quite surprising. Resting amidst the white shards of the shattered shell lies a pitch-black, gleaming gemstone meticulously carved with a dark, cursed black rose, irrefutable proof of its corrupt nature. Elise stares down at the revealed curse, her face draining of all color as she whispers in absolute paralyzing disbelief that this simply cannot be happening. Sester kneels to pick up the black gem, looking up at Elise with a mix of pity and disgust, noting that she had such immense potential yet must have succumbed to the despair of her failing trials. Flashbacks of Elise's prestigious lineage wash over her. Her mother and grandmother were legendary saintesses, making Elise's struggles and the snide mockery of her peers an agonizing, intolerable burden. Standing proudly in her memory, Elise remembers how she vowed never to give up, utilizing logic to bring joy to others and finally earning her sacred title as the Saintess of Laughter.
Shaking with pure rage, Elise screams that she would never resort to cheating with such a cursed object, demanding that they do not trample on the years of agonizing effort she put into her ascension. Watching her dramatic outburst, Sester and the prince exchange a cold, silent glance, wondering if this display is merely a desperate performance designed to deceive them all.
Meridiana studies Elise's trembling form, realizing with a sudden jolt of doubt that when the stone broke open, Elise's shock and horror appeared entirely genuine.
A nagging feeling tugs at Meridiana's mind. Could it be that Elise truly had absolutely no idea what was hidden inside her cherished stone?
Tears welling in her eyes, Elise desperately insists that it is completely impossible for her stone to contain such a vile, cursed artifact, begging them to believe her.
Kneeling down, the prince carefully picks up a fragment of the shattered shell, his sharp eyes narrowing as he demands to know exactly where she obtained the stone in the first place. Sweating profusely, Elise stammeringly claims that it was merely an ordinary pretty pebble she happened to pick up off the ground. She explains that she found it on her journey to Dawanka, simple as that, attracted solely by its exceptionally smooth, round shape and soothing texture. Examining the fragments in his palm, the prince notes that if she truly just found it on the road, it is highly possible that someone deliberately planted the cursed item inside it to frame her. But his eyes remain cold as he looks back up, pointing out a critical contradiction. She had previously claimed the stone was incredibly important to her, which doesn't align with a random road find.
Sester and Meridiana let out a sharp gasp, the sudden realization of this major flaw in Elise's story hanging heavily in the tense silence of the hall.
Taking a slow, deliberate step toward her, the prince's boots click against the stone as he repeats that her deep attachment to a supposedly random pebble makes no logical sense. Towering over the trembling Saintess, the prince demands to know what she is still hiding from them, his voice echoing with absolute authority. Stepping closer, Meridiana softly pleads with her, urging her to confess the real origin of the stone before the situation escalates any further. Her defenses completely shattered, Elise bites her lip, tears tracing down her cheeks as she finally prepares to utter the shocking truth. She confesses that the stone was not found on some road, but was instead handed directly to her in secret. Heavy silence blankets the room as Elise reveals the identity of the mysterious benefactor. She had received the stone directly from Jamie, the revered Saintess of Delight. The revelation plunges their minds into absolute chaos as Meridiana and the prince recall the bizarre and unsettling sights they witnessed just hours prior. Reflecting on the events of the evening, the narrative shifts back to a few hours ago, under the golden glow of the setting sun, where the seeds of this dark conspiracy were first sown. The memory shifts back to a few hours ago, focusing on the mysterious and captivating Saintess of Delight, Jamie, who carries herself with an elegant but deeply unreadable grace. Meridiana and the prince step forward to confront Jamie, determined to demand answers about the growing dark conspiracy, while Sester watches anxiously from behind. Before Meridiana can utter a single accusation, Jamie's face lights up with a knowing smile and she suddenly grabs Meridiana's wrist with unexpected force. Ignoring Meridiana's protest, Jamie begins dragging both her and the startled prince along, insisting they must accompany her immediately to witness something critical. Left completely in the dust, Sester reaches out in panic, utterly bewildered about what she is supposed to do next as the trio vanishes from sight. Determined not to be left out of the loop, Sester cautiously creeps down the dimly lit corridors of the estate, her heart pounding with every step. Peering around a corner, Sester's eyes widen as she spots the cloaked figures of her companions slipping away into the deepening twilight. Knowing that she cannot lose their trail, Sester picks up her pace, silently tailing them into the shadows of the courtyard. Cloaked in dark hoods to avoid recognition, Meridiana and the prince follow Jamie through the eerie garden pathways, demanding to know exactly where they are being led. Turning back with a chilling, playful grin, Jamie simply tells them to follow her and see for themselves, deepening the heavy sense of foreboding. Reluctantly following her lead, Meridiana and the prince brace themselves as they are guided toward a highly suspicious hidden estate. Stepping inside, they are hit by a thick, sweet haze of purple smoke, revealing a wild, chaotic den of unbridled indulgence where noble guests are lost in a state of pure euphoria. Onlookers drink deeply from wooden mugs, their eyes glassy and vacant as they lose themselves in passionate, uninhibited embraces. Overcome with immediate suspicion, Meridiana leans in to whisper to the prince, wondering if these people are consuming some highly dangerous illegal substance. The prince's gaze turns ice cold as he turns to Jamie, demanding to know how on earth she discovered such a heavily guarded, illicit establishment. Jamie calmly explains that while walking alone last night, she encountered a severely unwell woman in town who babbled about the dark secret fun held within this hidden estate. With a deceptively innocent smile, Jamie claims she simply couldn't resist letting her two esteemed companions in on such a juicy, dangerous secret. When the prince warns that an official raid requires a proper force, Jamie argues that a large group would only blow their cover, insisting her duties as a Saintess of Healing compel her to investigate. Meridiana's anxiety spikes to a fever pitch, realizing that a royal prince and two holy saintesses are currently standing inside a highly dangerous, illegal drug den. Suddenly, Meridiana gasps in horror as a heavily intoxicated woman sitting nearby locks onto them with a glazed, vacant stare. The woman aggressively stumbles forward, causing a panicked Meridiana to pull her hood tighter over her face as she tries desperately to avoid detection. To make matters worse, a nearby man with dark circles under his eyes notices Meridiana's distress and sneers, immediately realizing she is a first-timer.
Leering at her with sickening intent, the stranger leans over the sofa, creepily suggesting they spend the night together, indulging in the house's illicit pleasures.
Meridiana cowers in fear as the man's hand aggressively reaches out to grab her, leaving her trapped with nowhere to run. But before the stranger can touch her, the prince swiftly pulls Meridiana flush against his chest, coldly declaring that she is already taken. The disappointed stranger retreats, leaving Meridiana to stare in absolute disbelief at the chaotic, drug-fueled madness surrounding them. A terrifying reality sets in as Meridiana realizes this corrupt haven of sin is operating right under the nose of the imperial palace. Glancing over at Jamie, Meridiana is filled with deep suspicion, wondering what dangerous game the Saintess of Delight is playing by bringing them here. Suddenly, muffled voices drift from a half-open door, whispering urgently about the endless demand for their highly lucrative stuff. Meridiana and the prince freeze in place, gasping quietly as they realize they have stumbled directly upon the dealers of the illicit substance. The ruthless dealer instructs his guards to keep the prices sky-high, squeezing every last coin from their desperate, addicted clientele. But he warns his men to remain hyper-vigilant, knowing that the authorities might attempt a crackdown at any moment. Cold shiver runs down Meridiana's spine as the dealer's voice drops to a lethal whisper, ordering his guards to immediately execute anyone who looks suspicious. In her absolute terror, Meridiana accidentally nudges a heavy wicker basket, sending it crashing to the floor with a deafening clatter. The dealer's head snaps toward the sound in an instant, his eyes burning with lethal rage as he demands to know who is hiding in the corridor. Panic seizes Meridiana and the prince as heavy footsteps rapidly approach their hiding spot, threatening to expose them to a violent death. Acting on pure, desperate instinct, the prince grabs Meridiana's chin and forcefully lifts her head toward him. Looking deeply into her terrified eyes, the prince mutters a brief, intense command to follow his lead. Without warning, the prince crashes his lips against hers, pulling her into an incredibly passionate, deeply convincing kiss to hide their identities. Meridiana's mind goes completely blank as her face flushes bright red, realizing the prince is trying to disguise them as a pair of lustful, intoxicated lovers. But the sheer intensity of his embrace and the depth of the kiss leave her completely breathless, her heart hammering wildly against her ribs. She trembles as the prince's lips lock onto hers with an overwhelming, consuming passion that feels far too real to be a mere act. As the footsteps draw closer, the prince holds her tighter, burying his face against hers to completely shield her features from the approaching guards. The suspicious guard rounds the corner, his sharp eyes narrowing as he spots a cloaked couple passionately necking in the shadows. Sensing the guard's gaze, the prince breaks the kiss just enough to huskily whisper that they aren't done yet, demanding more of her in a perfectly played act. He pulls her back into another deep, breathless embrace, completely convincing the onlooker that they're just another pair of drugged, lust-addled guests. Relieved, the guard sighs and turns back to his boss, casually reporting that it is just a couple of guests fooling around in the hallway. The dealer grumbles in annoyance, cursing the shameless guests for making out in the back corridors instead of keeping to the main hall. With a frustrated grunt, the dealer and his guards finally walk away, their heavy footsteps fading back into the chaotic noise of the estate. Before Meridiana and the prince can even process their narrow escape, a series of violent, bone-chilling smacks and snaps echo from the darkness ahead, leaving them frozen in sheer dread. Instantly cutting through the ominous noise, the prince moves with lethal, silent precision, subduing the ruthless dealer in a single breathless moment of steel and shadows. The captured criminal's eyes bulge in pure horror as he recognizes the cold, royal face of his captor, realizing his illicit operation has just collided with the highest power of the empire. With the main threat neutralized, the imperial guards fled the corridor, securing the cursing dealer and his accomplices in a swift iron grip. Relieved, but still highly tense, the prince swiftly coordinates with his forces, ensuring the perimeter is completely locked down. Standing back, Meridiana's hand instinctively rises to her flushed face, her mind completely reeling from the sheer whiplash of the prince's breathtakingly intense kiss, only to watch him transition seamlessly back into a cold, ruthless commander. Their sudden victory is cut short as a gasp echoes nearby, and they turn to find the mysterious Saintess of Delight emerging from the shadows with a heavy, ornate wooden chest. Startled by her abrupt appearance, Meridiana demands to know where on earth she had vanished to during the height of the life-and-death struggle. Carrying herself with an unreadable, calm serenity, Jamie softly explains that she was busy investigating the deeper secrets hidden in the back rooms. With a smooth, deliberate motion, she pops the lock, allowing a cascade of pale, seemingly ordinary stones to spill out onto the floor. Meridiana's throat goes dry and her heart stops as she immediately recognizes the cursed stones, her mind screaming in absolute terror. Examining one of the hollowed-out shells, Jamie muses on the sinister ingenuity of concealing such devastating curses inside seemingly innocent pebbles. The air turns ice-cold as Jamie's voice drops, admitting that she recognizes the distinct shape and aura of these particular stones. Meridiana looks on in sheer disbelief as she recalls the memory of Jamie handing that very same cursed object directly to Elise, realizing a web of treachery is unfolding before her eyes. Desperate for the truth, Meridiana reveals that this was the exact terrifying connection she had tried to warn Jamie about earlier.
Turning her gaze back to Meridiana, Jamie calmly notes that Meridiana clearly had no idea what was actually hidden inside the stone she gifted to her companion.
With a solemn, heavy nod, Jamie confirms her complete ignorance of the dark power festering within the pebble. She explains that she had merely purchased a beautiful trinket at a bustling market in her hometown, feeling a sudden, strange numbness when her fingers first brushed against it. Little did she know that deceptive feeling of relaxation was actually the stone greedily draining her own sacred holy power. Filled with apparent regret, Jamie confesses she only passed the stone to Elise because the young girl had admired its beauty, never imagining the tragic consequences of her casual gift. Watching her closely, Meridiana's deep-seated suspicions begin to soften, realizing that if Jamie were truly the mastermind behind the curse, she would have never exposed the drug den to them in the first place. Reaching out, Meridiana gently reassures her, promising that once they return and explain this terrible misunderstanding, Elise will surely understand and forgive her. Grateful for the trust, Jamie offers a soft, repentant smile, promising to make a formal apology to Elise the moment they are back within the safe walls of the estate. The immediate threat still looms large, and the prince turns his icy, unyielding attention back to the bound dealer, demanding to know the source of these corruptive stones. Stepping forward, Meridiana raises her voice, fiercely demanding to know who supplied them with such a lethal, soul-draining substance. The defiant dealer simply spits in their faces, sneering that he will never betray his suppliers to the likes of them. Her patience entirely exhausted, Meridiana fiercely commands him to speak, refusing to back down in the face of such dark corruption. Suddenly, Jamie steps forward with a chillingly sweet smile, her playful tone contrasting sharply with the mounting tension in the room. She softly taunts the criminal, pointing out the bitter irony that Meridiana herself was the very first victim to suffer from the devastating effects of this Black Rose curse. Leaning in with an unsettlingly calm demeanor, Jamie asks the trembling man if he truly hates these dark items enough to die for them. Meridiana looks away, her eyes filling with a profound, quiet sorrow as the painful memories of her own suffering begin to resurface. Remind us back to a dark chapter in her past, remembering that this was not her first encounter with these cursed artifacts, recalling the shadow of the Saintess of Love and a sinister black rose necklace. Clenching her fist tightly over her chest, Meridiana's resolve hardens into pure steel, knowing this captive dealer is her absolute best chance at finally tearing down the conspiracy that ruined her life. Sensing her quiet torment, the prince looks over at her, his stern expression softening slightly with a silent vow of protection. But Jamie decides that diplomatic interrogation is far too slow for her liking, passing by Meridiana with a dark, ruthless glint in her eyes. Before anyone can react, Jamie lifts her foot and violently stomps down on the dealer's leg with bone-shattering force, her sweet smile transforming into a mask of pure sadism. With a sickening crunch, she grinds her heel deeper into his flesh, ignoring his agonizing screams as she demands a swift, honest answer. Keeling over in unimaginable pain, the completely broken dealer shrieks that he will confess everything, utterly terrified of the ruthless Saintess towering over him. Sobbing hysterically, he gasps out that the cursed stones were supplied to them directly from a hidden church located in the nearby Sunya district. He reveals the terrifying truth: they are operating under the orders of the elusive Black Rose sect, led by a shadow figure known only as the Black Rose leader. The dealer desperately blubbers that he and his associates merely got addicted to the euphoric, dangerous high of having their powers drained, completely losing their minds to the sensation. Realizing the immense, insatiable demand for this illegal euphoria, they saw a golden opportunity to squeeze endless gold from desperate, addicted nobles. Hearing those dreaded names, Meridiana's heart drops into absolute freefall, her mind screaming in shock as the horrific reality of the Black Rose sect resurfaces. The name echoes in her mind like a death knell. The legendary, insidious cult of darkness is operating right under their noses. A paralyzing dread washes over her as she realizes the true mastermind behind all her past suffering is closer than she ever could have imagined. Watching the bound criminals being marched away by the guards, the prince grimly notes that the Black Rose sect has devised a truly monstrous method of exploiting people's vulnerabilities. He looks back at the chaotic hall, horrified by the realization that these victims were actively choosing to have their very life force stolen just to feel a fleeting synthetic bliss. A high-ranking imperial officer steps forward, saluting the prince and confirming that all the captives have been secured and are being transported for trial. The prince immediately orders him to secure the estate, prioritizing the containment of the victims and arranging for immediate medical and holy treatment. But Meridiana remains frozen, staring blankly ahead as she processes the terrifying geographical reality. The cult's main base of operations is operating out of a church just a stone's throw away from the royal palace itself. The chilling truth hangs heavily in the cool night air. The ultimate source of all this creeping rot, the Black Rose sect and its enigmatic leader, are actively lurking within the very heart of the kingdom, waiting to strike their final devastating blow. The observation tour of the castle town enters its fourth day, bringing the gathering of Saintesses right into the public square for a fateful demonstration of unity. Standing before the historical landmarks, Meridiana proudly recounts the legendary tale of King Eurydice, who discovered the mystical royal flower that responded only to true love. She explains how a magnificent bronze statue was erected on this very spot to honor the pure, undeniable bond that once saved the entire kingdom. The prince steps in to clarify that while the flower serves no direct physical purpose, it remains a sacred relic displayed in the royal chambers to gauge the true strength of a saintess's power. But the solemn atmosphere instantly dissolves into awkward tension as Jamie playfully teases them, asking if the prince uses it daily to test his burning love for Meridiana. Flushed with sudden embarrassment, Meridiana flusteredly tells her sister to stop teasing them, frantically dismissing the group so they can explore the town at their own leisure. Nearby, Elise takes the opportunity to pull the Saintess of Laughter aside, her expression softening with a gentle, tentative hope. The Saintess of Laughter looks down in stunned silence as she is handed a beautifully crafted golden token of protection. With a warm, sincere smile, Elise presents the keepsake, offering it as a symbol of comfort and a source of strength for her heavy heart. Overwhelmed by the unexpected warmth, the Saintess of Laughter pulls Elise into a tearful, deeply grateful embrace. Watching the tender interaction from a distance, Meridiana feels a wave of profound relief, glad to see her companions finding peace amidst the lingering darkness. But her relief is fleeting. Her expression hardens as she reminds herself of the insidious threat still lurking in the shadows. The Black Rose sect must be hunted down at all costs. Suddenly, Jamie breaks her train of thought, pointing out that Layla has already slipped away from the group to hunt for souvenirs in the bustling market nearby. Seeing an opportunity to spread some joy, Meridiana turns to Rasha and encourages her to pick out a gift for Kamal, keeping their spirits high.
But as they venture deeper into the market, an unsettling, hostile murmur begins to ripple through the crowded stalls, replacing the cheerful chatter with cold dread. Confused merchants look around in mounting panic as ordinary townspeople suddenly begin demanding goods with wild, bloodshot eyes. In an instant, the market erupts into pure chaos as desperate, crazed addicts begin smashing stalls to pieces, furiously demanding the high-quality items they were promised. Meridiana's blood runs ice-cold as a desperate shriek pierces the air, with the manic crowd screaming out for the forbidden black roses. Realizing the imminent danger, the temple commander steps forward, shouting for his men to protect the Saintesses and subdue the violent rabble. Imperial guards quickly move to escort the royals and Saintesses to safety, but the sheer size of the raging mob threatens to overwhelm them. Meanwhile, Layla stands frozen in the middle of the market street, clutching her paper bag of groceries in absolute horror as the riot explodes around her. Suddenly, one of the crazed rioters stops dead in his tracks, a sinister, wild jolt of recognition flashing across his face. Whispering to the crowd, the man points a trembling finger at Layla, noting her distinct blonde hair and large, glittering earrings. In an instant, the terrifying realization spread like wildfire as the mob points at her, screaming that they have finally found the elusive Black Rose leader. Layla's heart stops as she clutches her back tighter, completely blindsided by the sudden, terrifying accusation. Before she can even open her mouth to defend herself, a rough hand claws at her, desperately trying to snatch her belongings away. With a violent rip, the paper bag is torn to shreds as the rabble frantically claws for the cursed black roses they believe she is hiding. Souvenirs and personal trinkets scatter across the pavement, prompting a horrified Meridiana to break away from her guards and sprint toward her friend. Throwing her body in front of Layla, Meridiana screams at the violent mob to back away and stop their senseless assault. Standing tall as a shield, Meridiana fiercely commands the crowd to look closely, revealing that this is the Saintess of Bonds, not some shadowy cult leader. Terrified and trembling, Layla clings to Meridiana's back, her eyes wide with tears as she reels from the shocking accusation. Desperate to understand, Layla cries out, demanding to know what this horrific Black Rose leader even is. Meridiana keeps her guard up, hurriedly explaining that it is the mastermind responsible for distributing the corruptive Black Rose items throughout the entire kingdom. Horrified, Layla desperately raises her hands to show she has absolutely nothing to do with the cursed items, pleading for her innocence. But the mob refuses to listen, shouting over her cries as they insist her blonde hair and specific teardrop earrings perfectly match the descriptions of the cult's mastermind. Suddenly, a man in the crowd holds up a magical glowing artifact, projecting a spectral image of the Black Rose leader that leaves the entire square breathless. Meridiana gasps in pure unadulterated horror as she looks at the magical projection, her mind refusing to believe what her eyes are seeing. The magical transmission hums to life, projecting a glowing figure of a blonde woman wrapped in a dark cloak, offering false salvation and promising peace through the power of the Black Roses. Turning slowly toward his companion, Meridiana asks in a trembling, heartbroken voice if that is truly Layla's voice speaking from the projection. Before Layla can even begin to defend herself, the temple archbishop steps forward, his eyes narrowing in cold, triumphant disgust. His face twisting into a mask of absolute fury, the archbishop yells out that her deception has finally come to an end. With a ruthless flick of his wrist, he commands his guards to immediately apprehend the so-called Black Rose leader.
Desperate to halt the injustice, Meridiana steps forward, pleading with the Archbishop to wait and listen to reason. But the Archbishop remains entirely unmoved, coldly declaring that the Church has been quietly investigating the vile distribution of these cursed items for months. He stares down at Layla with icy contempt, stating that their secret investigation has definitively pointed to a foreign Saintess as the true mastermind behind the rot. Layla's voice cracks as she desperately stammers out of denial, her entire world collapsing under the weight of the fabricated evidence. Silencing her pleas with an iron glare, the Archbishop snaps that she will have more than enough time to make her pathetic excuses later. Held in a tight, inescapable grip by the heavy armored guards, Layla looks on in helpless despair as her fate is sealed. The Archbishop's thunderous voice echoes across the town square, stripping her of her holy title and dignity in an instant. With a final crushing command that shatters any hope of escape, he orders his men to throw the Saintess of Bonds directly into the deepest, darkest depths of the Imperial jail. Meridiana confronts the Archbishop, pleading with him not to rush into such a devastating accusation against Layla. But her words are instantly cut short as the Archbishop coldly references key intelligence extracted from the captive taken the night before, completely focused on bringing the case straight to the Holy Office. Without a shred of doubt, the Archbishop declares that the final judgment and the weight of their next steps will be decided strictly by the highest church officials in the Holy Office. His gaze turns freezing cold as he issues a final non-negotiable decree. Until a definitive ruling is passed down, every single Saintess must remain under strict confinement within their private quarters. Trapped in a nightmare she cannot wake up from, Meridiana stands frozen as the chilling reality of Layla's sudden arrest sinks in, leaving her utterly breathless. Her heart shatters as she watches Layla being marched away in heavy restraints, her helpless, tear-filled face disappearing into the shadows of the guard's custody. Driven by a desperate need to find answers, Meridiana paces the empty streets of the capital, only for her eyes to catch a sudden flash of pink discarded on the cobblestone floor. Kneeling down, she gently lifts the object, instantly recognizing it as Layla's personal, cherished diary. Memories of Layla's bright, hardworking spirit flood Meridiana's mind, making it impossible for her to believe that someone so genuinely dedicated could ever be the mastermind behind a sinister cult. With newfound resolve, Meridiana's eyes narrow as she realizes a massive coordinated conspiracy is actively at play to frame her innocent friend. Under the cover of pitch-black darkness, she and a trusted ally slip past the palace guards, heading straight toward the eerie silence of the church in the Sunya district. Shrouded in heavy cloaks, they quietly slip into the sacred halls, Meridiana's mind racing with anxiety as she willfully disobeys the Archbishop's direct orders to remain locked away. She knows that waiting around means letting Layla rot in prison, and the only way to clear her friend's name is to catch the true culprits of the Black Rose sect in the act. Yet, a cold dread washes over her as she looks around the empty pews, worrying that the recent chaos of the riots might have already scrubbed the church clean of any physical evidence. Desperate for a lead, she pulls Layla's diary from beneath her cloak, desperately searching for any hidden detail that might explain why the real mastermind chose to frame Layla specifically. Her hands tremble as she begins to leaf through the pages, praying that Layla unknowingly left behind a crucial clue about the actual leader of the cult. She flips to a random page, and her breath suddenly catches in her throat as she stares at a tucked-away secret that changes everything. Meridiana's heart pounds in her chest as she pulls out a well-preserved portrait of a handsome blonde nobleman from Lila's past, leaving her utterly bewildered. Suddenly, footsteps echo through the dark, and a scout quietly reports that they have just secured a vital eyewitness who saw suspicious activity at this very church. The local woman nervously recounts seeing several cloaked figures frantically loading heavy crates out of the church late into the night. It becomes crystal clear that the cultists fled in a panic the moment they realized the Imperial Guards had successfully raided the noble's estate. Sensing the trail is still fresh, Meridiana quickly presses the witness, pleading for any direction or hint as to where the escaping carriage might have gone. The woman points down a dark alley, confirming they took off in a heavily loaded wagon, though she knows nothing more of their final destination. But as the witness glances down at the portrait Meridiana is holding, her eyes widen in sudden absolute shock. With a gasp, the woman identifies the blonde man in the sketch as none other than Lord Zellion during his youth. The revelation hits Meridiana like a physical blow. Zellion is the secular name of the very archbishop who just ordered Layla's execution. The witness continues, reminiscing about how incredibly handsome and popular Zellion was in his younger days, capturing the hearts of countless admirers. Meridiana's companion leans in, whispering a shocking connection. Layla herself was known to be a deeply devoted, almost obsessive admirer of the archbishop. But a chilling contradiction arises. Why would Layla cherish a secret portrait of her idol's youth, yet act as though she barely knew his true identity or past? Meridiana stares blankly at the page, her mind spiraling into a web of dark suspicions regarding who the archbishop really was before he took his holy vows. Her companion grimly notes that a hidden, complex history must exist between Layla and the archbishop, one that is being deliberately kept in the shadows. To unravel the truth, he promises to dig deep into his father's historical records to uncover the dark secrets of the archbishop's past. Understanding her role, Meridiana resolves to quietly question the other Saintesses, determined to find out what they might know about Lila's private life. Sneaking back into the royal palace corridors, Meridiana hurries down the carpeted hallways, knowing that every passing second brings Layla closer to the gallows.
She quietly knocks on a heavy door, and the Saintess of Laughter opens it, looking surprised but relieved to see Meridiana standing there. Ushering her inside with a hushed voice, the Saintess of Laughter whispers that her arrival couldn't have been more perfectly timed. Sensing the heavy tension in the air, she eagerly asks Meridiana if she has managed to uncover any new leads to help clear their friend's name. Instead of answering, the Saintess of Laughter produces a glowing, magical recording device, urging Meridiana to look closely at its projection. Meridiana's eyes widen in sheer disbelief, her voice cracking as she demands to know exactly where such a highly classified artifact was found. The Saintess of Laughter explains that she cornered one of the palace guards, using her status to extract the raw, unfiltered recording from the night of the arrest. With absolute, unwavering certainty, she points at the spectral projection, declaring that the woman caught on screen is absolutely not the Saintess of Bonds. Dumbfounded by this sudden claim, Meridiana asks how she could possibly be so confident when the visual and vocal resemblance is so terrifyingly identical. The Saintess of Laughter gently smiles, explaining that her unique holy power allows her to sense the deep spiritual energy generated when a person expresses joy or smiles. She reveals that while the physical disguise and voice modulation are flawless, the internal rotten aura emanating from the imposter's smile is completely different from Layla's pure soul. Looking down with a heavy sigh, she admits that she knows how absurd it sounds to base such a critical defense solely on her personal spiritual intuition. But Meridiana places a gentle hand on her shoulder, looking at her with deep, emotional warmth. With a soft smile, Meridiana reassures her companion, stating that her unique intuition is something she trusts with all her heart. Overwhelmed with gratitude for being believed, the Saintess of Laughter beams with a warm, heartfelt smile. But the relief is short-lived as she returns to the grim reality, wondering aloud why anyone would go to such extreme, convoluted lengths to frame Layla. Meridiana falls into deep, silent thought, trying to identify who would benefit the most from labeling Layla as a monstrous cult leader. Suddenly, a terrifying realization flashes in Meridiana's mind, recalling the Archbishop's furious, triumphant eyes. Could the ultimate mastermind of the Black Rose sect be the very man of God leading the prosecution? Prince Irving burst through the doors to deliver urgent news about the Saintesses, only for his voice to die in his throat at the horrifying sight before him. His parents, the Emperor and Empress, sat completely motionless, their faces hollow and entirely unresponsive to his desperate cries. Panicking, Irving rushed forward, shouting for them to pull themselves together, but a chilling silence was his only answer. Staring into their lifeless, vacant eyes, a cold dread gripped his chest as he realized they were entirely hollow inside. He desperately grabbed his father's face, but the unnatural warmth and sluggish pulse beneath his hands triggered a sickening familiarity. It was the exact same dark, parasitic aura that consumed the victims brainwashed by the Black Rose items. Irving whipped around in absolute terror, realizing the rot had already breached the highest throne of the Empire. But before he could even draw a breath to sound the alarm, a crushing blow struck him from behind, sending him crashing into unconsciousness. As darkness swallowed his vision, his limp body hit the floor, leaving the Imperial Palace completely defenseless. Meanwhile, the Grand Cathedral hummed with heavy tension as the remaining Saintesses were ushered in for a sudden mandatory gathering. Meridiana pressed the Archbishop, questioning the suspicious urgency of holding the final program amidst such chaos. Looking out over the empty royal seats, her anxiety spiked. Neither the Emperor nor Prince Irving had arrived to oversee the ritual. But the Archbishop coldly brushed her concerns aside, his voice dripping with condescending authority. He argued that yesterday's violent riots made it absolutely critical to project a false sense of unity and divine power to the panicked public. Dismissing her protests with a sharp command, he ordered her to fall in line and prepare for the ceremony. Trailed by the other uneasy Saintesses, Meridiana's mind raced over how this entire event had been abruptly forced upon them overnight. Her suspicion only grew as the Archbishop announced a joint prayer meeting that excluded Layla, even though the real culprit was clearly a man using a high-level disguise. He flatly declared that Layla's trial would only proceed after the gathering was finished, cementing his absolute control over the timeline. Feeling utterly trapped, Meridiana walked into the sanctuary, her heart heavy with the frustrating realization that she had to play along for now. All around her, the whispers of the gathered nobility grew louder, exchanging frantic rumors about the violent unrest in the plaza. They gossiped about the cult's cursed items and how even the holy Saintesses had been attacked by the maddened mob. Fear in the room was palpable, with many openly wondering if a simple prayer meeting could ever truly save them from the encroaching darkness. Stepping up to the altar with a perfectly practiced, benevolent smile, the Archbishop addressed the crowd to soothe their rising panic. He raised his hands in a grand gesture, proclaiming that the pure light of the Saintesses would soon banish all fear from the Empire. Meridiana stood in silent agony, knowing that putting on a show was a betrayal of the imprisoned Layla, who desperately needed her name cleared first. Ignoring the underlying tension, the Archbishop formally commenced the sacred join prayer. A sudden warning shiver ran down Meridiana's spine, screaming that something was terribly wrong. Blue-haired Saintess tried to protest that the Emperor was still missing, but the Archbishop forcefully commanded the believers to clear their minds and focus on the ritual. With an eerie serenity, he closed his eyes and summoned the divine light to begin. Forced into cooperation, the four Saintesses raised their hands, channeling their spiritual energy toward the glowing crystal on the altar. A blinding, brilliant radiance erupted from the pedestal, washing over the grand hall in a spectacular display of holy power. The awestruck crowd let out a collective gasp, completely captivated by the majestic light. Yet Meridiana felt utterly sickened by the forced spectacle, desperately wishing Irving were there to put a stop to this farce. Realizing she was completely on her own, she steeled her resolve to take matters into her own hands. But as she stepped forward, a sudden, violent rustling erupted from the flower bed surrounding the altar. Cruel, thorny vines burst forth from the soil, crackling with dark, oppressive energy as they shot into the air. The Saintesses recoiled in sheer terror as the monstrous vegetation rapidly spread across the sanctuary. Screams pierced the hall as the giant spiked vine lunged directly into the panicked crowd of nobles. A nobleman cried out in agony as the cursed black rose vines wrapped tightly around his throat, choking the life out of him. Meridiana stared in horror, instantly recognizing the terrifying parallel to the cult's previous attack. This was a planned trap. Remembering how she defeated them before, she prepared to unleash the full force of her holy power to purge the invasive rot. But before she could strike, the archbishop suddenly intervened, ordering everyone to immediately halt the prayer. The other Saintesses froze in utter confusion, completely thrown off by his sudden outburst. Stepping forward with dramatic heroism, the archbishop positioned himself directly between the monsters and the cowering crowd. He raised his hand, bellowing a powerful command for the vile filth to return to the dark abyss from whence it came. Instantly, the thrashing murderous vines froze solid in midair, completely paralyzed by his voice. To Meridiana's absolute bewilderment, the dark, cursed roses began to rapidly wither and turn to ash. The saved nobles gasped in profound relief, instantly praising the archbishop's miraculous, overwhelming power. But beside her, the glasses-wearing Saintess whispered a chilling realization. The church had never once recorded the archbishop possessing such a specific, dominant power over the black roses. Feigning exhaustion, the archbishop sighed heavily, lamenting the apparent weakness of the Saintesses to sow doubt in the hearts of the people, leaving Meridiana with the terrifying certainty that this entire crisis was a perfectly orchestrated performance. Pointing a sharp accusatory finger at the gathered Saintesses, the archbishop unleashes a devastating declaration, accusing them of trying to seize supreme power by putting the citizens in harm's way. Utterly blindsided by this sudden betrayal, Meridiana and the other Saintesses stare back in sheer disbelief, desperately demanding to know what kind of madness he is talking about. But the archbishop presses his advantage, projecting false claims that the Saintess of Dreams plotted to overthrow her kingdom and that Layla was selling the life force-draining black rose items. He screams his venomous lies to the entire cathedral, declaring that the pureness of the Saintesses is nothing but a cheap superstition and that they are all consumed by their own selfish desires. Fear and doubt immediately ripple through the cowering nobility as they begin whispering in panic, their fragile trust in the holy Saintesses completely shattering under the archbishop's manipulation. Feeding on their growing terror, the archbishop commands the crowd to remember the supposed outrages committed by these holy women, declaring that their sins will never be forgiven. With dramatic, sweeping gestures, he calls upon the desperate crowd to join him in sweeping away the old order and forging a glorious new era under his sole guidance. Behind his mask of righteous anger, a cold, triumphantly evil smirk spreads across his face, confident that his trap has finally closed around them. Looking into his eyes, Meridiana is struck by a sudden, sickening clarity. This was his true, twisted goal all along. A cold sweat breaks on her skin as she realizes the terrifying reality. The archbishop engineered this entire crisis and forced the gathering solely to isolate and eliminate the Saintesses. His voice echoes through the grand hall, calling upon the panicked masses to rally behind him as their ultimate savior. Standing before the altar like a false god, he commands the nobility to help him establish a new order of absolute control. Refusing to back down, Meridiana steps forward and confronts him, asking how a man of God could spew such vile, baseless lies. But the archbishop merely sneers in response, whispering with chilling certainty that the Saintesses are completely worthless and that their destruction is unavoidable. Meridiana's mind races in horror as she realizes just how completely they have been set up by the one man they were supposed to trust. She looks at his mocking face, wondering in silent agony just how long this monster has been plotting in the shadows to bring them all down. Did his insidious plan begin even before he framed Layla as the cult leader and threw her into the dark palace dungeons? Note the rot goes even deeper, stretching back to when he planted the cursed black rose item in her own room and instantly declared her guilty without a trial. He had even colluded with Miranda during the sacred flower ceremony trials, pulling every string behind the scenes just to have her disqualified from the race. Narrowing her eyes in pure fury, Meridiana declares that his mask of divinity has finally slipped, revealing the true monster hiding beneath. Backed by her companions, she boldly accuses him of orchestrating the entire Black Rose crisis and using the violent riots as a calculated charade. Yet the archbishop merely laughs off her accusations, dramatically playing the victim to prey on the crowd's fears and turn them further against the holy maidens. His cruel manipulation works flawlessly as the panicked nobility begin muttering that the Saintesses have brought nothing but chaos and that they no longer need them. Seizing the moment, the Archbishop incites the crowd to violence, calling for the immediate elimination of the Saintesses to secure their safety. The other Saintesses look around in absolute dread as the mob's anger boils over, while the Archbishop secretly gloats over how easily he has secured his path to absolute power. He mentally mocks their desperation, urging them to lose their composure and beg for mercy as their world crumbles around them. But suddenly, a low, menacing rustle echoes from the floorboards as a dark, thorny vine twitches to life beneath the pews. Before anyone can react, the corrupted plant slithers upward, wrapping around a cowering nobleman's leg. A blood-curdling scream pierces the cathedral as the black rose vine constricts violently around his body, choking the breath right out of him. Meridiana points in horror as the cursed plants rise again, but her panic is mirrored by the Archbishop, whose face suddenly drains of all color. The blue-haired Saintess demands to know what new horror he has unleashed, but the pure terror in the Archbishop's eyes tells a different story. Panicking internally, the mastermind realizes that his control over the cursed flora has completely failed. The black roses are running completely rampant. The suffocating nobleman desperately reaches out, begging his supposed savior to intervene and save him from the crushing vines. He implores the Archbishop to use the miraculous power he displayed earlier, but the false holy man can only stare back in paralyzed, helpless horror. Realizing the Archbishop is entirely useless, Meridiana takes charge, rallying her sisters to combine their holy power and destroy the threat through prayer. Desperate to save his own skin and deflect his failure, the Archbishop retreats, his mind frantically scrambling for a way to twist this disaster to his benefit. He suddenly points a trembling, accusatory finger, shouting that this rampaging plague is the final proof of the Saintesses' ultimate wickedness, demanding their immediate execution. The terrified, brainwashed crowd begins to mutely echo his calls, their minds so warped by fear that they are actually ready to slaughter their protectors. But just as the Archbishop tries to seal their fate before his own brainwashing wears off, a booming, familiar voice echoes through the cathedral, commanding the crowd to stop listening to his lies. Out of the shadows steps Layla herself, revealing that Prince Irving arranged for her release from the very prison the Archbishop had confined her to. Meridiana's eyes light up with pure ecstatic relief as she witnesses the miraculous return of her dearest friend. Standing tall and exuding an aura of undeniable authority, the Saintess of Bonds confronts her accuser with unshakable confidence. She commands the gathered nobility not to be fooled by the false shepherd standing before them. Layla raises her voice in a powerful declaration, exposing the Archbishop as a cruel, power-hungry scumbag who used and abandoned her own mother like trash. Stunned by this shocking revelation, Meridiana gasps, begging Layla to explain the truth behind this hidden connection. With a cold, piercing gaze locked onto the visibly sweating Archbishop, Layla promises to reveal the dark secrets of his past to everyone present. She begins her tale, revealing that her mother once lived in the peaceful kingdom of Jawaka. In her youth, her mother had dated this very man before his rise to power, only for him to heartlessly abandon her the moment he discovered she was pregnant. Despite his cruel abandonment, Layla's mother had raised her with love, gently telling her that her father was a great man who surely had his reasons. Letting out a cold, venomous smile, Layla locks eyes with her trembling biological father, declaring how thrilled she is to finally meet him face to face at this gathering. Coldly denying any wrongdoing, the Archbishop sneers that he has no such stain on his pristine reputation, completely brushing off Layla's heartbreaking accusation. Realizing that this monster doesn't possess a single shred of remorse or memory of her mother, Layla's shock turns into a burning fury as she recounts how he tried to erase her very existence. Watching this unfold, Meridiana's mind races as pieces of the puzzle fall into place, realizing why Layla had been secretly investigating the Archbishop and keeping his portrait hidden. As a wave of horrified whispers washes over the gathered crowd, the Archbishop desperately scrambles to reclaim control, shrieking that Layla is fabricating lies to destroy him. But Layla is prepared, boldly snapping forward a sealed document that holds the ultimate key to his downfall. Who at her horror, Layla reveals a certified paternity test verified by her own holy powers, proving beyond any doubt his blood relation to her and leaving him screaming in a panicked frenzy for silence. Seizing the moment, Meridiana steps forward to condemn the corrupt holy man, declaring him an absolute disgrace to the church. She exposes his vile plot of using the black roses to brainwash the citizens, but proudly announces that his spell is finally broken and the people have regained their sanity. Glaring at him with eyes of burning justice, she demands that he finally yield and acknowledge his unforgivable crimes. But instead of begging for mercy, the Archbishop lets out a defeated sigh, reaching into his robes with a sinister rustle as he promises to bring a definitive end to this battle. He pulls out a cluster of cursed dark crystals, his eyes twisting with sheer hatred as he curses both the meddling Saintesses and the ignorant crowd. A sudden chilling wave of dread washes over Meridiana as she spots the glowing dark relics in his hands. With a maniacal laugh, he hurls the crystals into the air, instantly erupting massive, jagged, thorny vines that wrap around the other Saintesses and pin them to the ground. The corrupted roots slither violently across the cold stone, expanding at an unnatural speed. Before Meridiana can react, a razor-sharp vine lunges directly at her head like a striking serpent. Suddenly, Layla lunges forward with a desperate leap, shielding her dearest friend and taking the brunt of the painful impact. Entangled in the sharp thorns, Lila gasps in pain but urges Meridiana to ignore her and pursue the fleeing mastermind before he escapes. In a breathless warning, Layla reveals a terrifying secret. The Archbishop has taken Prince Irving hostage to paralyze their holy powers. The horrifying memory flashes in their minds. The prince, sealed away inside a heavy glass coffin, completely ensnared by suffocating dark roses. Bound hand and foot by the life-draining vines, the young prince had been left utterly helpless in the dark. Just a few days earlier, under a bleak, storm-swept sky, the tragedy had quietly begun at the secluded church. Layla had confronted the Archbishop inside his private chambers, presenting her mother's portrait, only for him to frantically struggle to even recall the names of his past lovers. Realizing the threat her existence posed to his status, the Archbishop had secretly resolved to silence his illegitimate daughter forever. Descending the stone steps, he had questioned whether framing Lila as the cult leader was a mistake born of his own rising panic. Gritting his teeth in raw frustration, he cursed the meddling Saintesses who constantly dared to obstruct his grand ambitions. If he could sever the bond of love between Meridiana and the prince, he knew the Saintess of Love would be left completely powerless to stop him. Inside his chamber, the trapped prince glared at his captor, demanding to know if he truly intended to murder the heir to the throne. The Archbishop simply sneered, boasting that he still had a crucial use for him, unaware that Meridiana had already tracked them down and burst through the heavy doors. Turning to face her, the Archbishop mocked her arrival, accusing her of selfishly choosing her lover over the lives of her friends and citizens. But Meridiana stood tall, refusing to let his psychological venom break her spirit. With unshakable resolve, she revealed that her sisters had willingly sent her forward, trusting her to save the prince and bring down the tyrant together. Mocking her devotion, the Archbishop gestured to the glass coffin, revealing that his sinister device was actively draining the power of their love, and once the flower withered, the prince would forget her forever. His hideous laughter echoed off the walls as he taunted her, declaring her completely powerless without her precious source of love. Meridiana stared in absolute horror, her heart freezing at the thought of losing Irving's memories and his love forever. Inside his glass prison, Irving fought against the suffocating vines, desperately struggling to hold on to his feelings for Meridiana. Rushing to the glass, Meridiana pressed her hands against it, begging him to hold on just a little longer as she promised to break him out. Weakly but resolutely, Irving nodded back, placing his trust entirely in her hands. But panic sets in as she notices the vibrant light of the magical royal flower beginning to rapidly wane. With a cruel smirk, the Archbishop clicks a hidden trigger, activating a hidden magic circle beneath her feet with a deafening surge of power. Instantly, crackling crimson lightning erupts from the stone floor, trapping Meridiana in a violent, paralyzing cage of magic. A scream of agony tears from her throat as the raw, destructive energy surges through her body. Seeing her suffer, Irving bangs against the glass, screaming her name in pure, helpless torment. Collapsing under the crushing weight of the spell, Meridiana desperately gasps as she realizes she walked right into a lethal trap. Looming over her, the Archbishop gloats over her impending demise, savoring the irony of the Saintess of Love dying for the man she cherishes. He proudly proclaims himself a savior, preaching that the Saintesses are nothing but corrupt poison that must be purged to unite the faithful under his absolute rule. Trembling but refusing to break, Meridiana looks up through her silver hair, quietly asking if his deep hatred for them truly stems from such a petty place. Her words strike a sudden painful chord, causing the arrogant Archbishop to visibly flinch in shock. Pressing her advantage, she boldly exposes his deepest insecurity, that he secretly resents young women who possess actual holy talent while he remains a fraud.
She mockingly asks if he truly believed he deserved society's highest honors despite having absolutely no genuine talent of his own.
Exposed and stripped of his holy mask, the Archbishop's face contorts into a hideous, vein-popping snarl of pure murderous rage. Meridiana's sharp words pierce right through the Archbishop's arrogance, her knowing look confirming she has struck his deepest, most pathetic insecurity. Slamming her hand down with fierce conviction, she declares that she will never allow his selfish, desperate ambitions to rob the kingdom of its peace or steal away the love she holds dear. But the reality of her situation is dire. Magic crackles violently around her as she desperately searches the glass prison for a mechanism to free the captive prince. Time is rapidly running out as the destructive crimson energy eats away at her life force while Irving watches in utter agony, unable to reach her through the barrier. The Archbishop watches in disbelief as the injured Saintess manages to stay on her feet, healing herself in real time with her divine power. Consumed by venomous hatred, he raises a deadly crossbow, cursing her relentless persistence and aiming directly for her heart. With a sickening, heavy thud, a cold metal bolt pierces her flesh, striking her down in a sudden, brutal ambush. Pain explodes through Meridiana's body as she collapses against the glass partition, leaving Irving to scream in absolute horror inside his prison. Blood splatters across the pristine glass, Irving's breath hitching as the unthinkable unfolds right before his eyes. Fury takes over his grief as Irving roars the corrupt Archbishop's name, his voice echoing with a murderous promise of retribution.
Zellion simply sneers, entirely unmoved, claiming his actions aren't out of personal hatred but are a righteous correction to the Saintess's deceitful ways.
He callously drops the spent weapon to the stone floor, boasting of the terrible crimes he committed without a single shred of remorse to climb to the pinnacle of power. He mockingly gazes at her, spitting that a world where mere girls with effortless magical talents can trample over a lifetime of ruthless ambition is fundamentally broken. Crimson stains Meridiana's white robes as the magic circle beneath her crackles with malicious power, signaling her failing strength. The cold iron arrow remains deeply embedded in her back, blocking her holy path and making it utterly impossible to heal her own fatal wounds.
Zellion stands over her, smugly admitting that his original plan to steal Irving's love and break her spirit had run into unexpected complications.
He lets out a chilling, mocking laugh, realizing he should have simply snuffed her out of existence the very moment she stood in his way.
But even as her lifeblood pools on the cold stone, Meridiana lets out a soft, knowing laugh, provoking the villain's sudden confusion and anger.
Through the pain and blood, she whispers a shocking realization. In her past life, the prince had done exactly what she feared, hadn't he?
Trapped behind the glass, Irving freezes, completely baffled by her cryptic mention of her previous existence. Turning her fading gaze toward him, Meridiana promises to finally reveal the heavy secret that has haunted her nightmares for so long. With a bittersweet, bloody smile, she confesses the ultimate truth. She has already lived through this tragedy, and she has died once before. A fleeting vision of her past life flashes before them, a timeline where the Archbishop's dark conspiracy succeeded, leaving Irving stripped of his love, exiled, and Meridiana meeting a miserable, lonely end. After that horrific death, she was miraculously sent back in time, given a second chance to rewrite their doomed destiny. She remembers how Irving's memories had faded to nothing, his cold eyes devoid of the warmth they once shared. It all began on the fateful day of the Flower Festival, the turning point where their tragedy had first taken root. Irving's eyes widen in sheer realization, the puzzle pieces of her past erratic behavior finally locking into place. Zellion merely scoffs at her words, mockingly asking if the blood loss has finally driven her completely insane. But Irving looks down in deep contemplation, remembering how her entire demeanor had suddenly shifted after that fateful festival. He remembers how, without any warning, she had desperately tried to push him away and sever their engagement to shield him from her perceived fate. A sudden, chilling realization dawns upon the Archbishop as he begins to grasp the cosmic nature of the saint's memories. He breaks into a manic, triumphant laugh, realizing that her tragic attempt to protect her lover is the ultimate weapon to destroy her. Weak and trembling, Meridiana holds her bleeding chest, her voice cracking as she declares her unwavering belief that Irving would never willingly betray her. Yet, tears stream down her face as she wonders if she is truly doomed to die a second time, forever trapped in a cycle of using the one she loves. But her despair is shattered as Irving refuses to accept this tragic end, slamming his fist against the reinforced glass. With a desperate scream of pure devotion, he vows that he will never, under any circumstances, let his feelings for her wither away. Meridiana gasps in astonishment, looking up through her tears as she hears his powerful, defiant declaration. Gritting his teeth, Irving beats against his prison, promising to shatter the glass and pull the lethal arrow from her back himself. Smiling softly despite her fading strength, Meridiana weakly apologizes for her foolish, stubborn doubts. Pressing her bloody hand against the glass, she weeps as she confesses how deeply she regrets never truly understanding the depth of his devotion.
She recalls how in her past life his sudden emotional abandonment had broken her, driving her to push him away in this timeline out of sheer fear of being hurt again.
Zellion interjects with a dark, cynical grin, preaching that in a world devoid of pathetic concepts like love and bonds, betrayal can never be born. He proudly boasts that living in absolute, untrusting isolation is the only way to escape pain, but his words are suddenly cut short by the sound of snapping wood. With a savage grin, Irving exerts his raw strength, tearing the suffocating thorny vines apart with his bare hands. Zellion sneers in disgust, mockingly pointing out that her blind trust in love has only brought her to the brink of death once again. He scoffs that she was discarded for a foolish misunderstanding, yet still clings to her useless dying hopes. Looking back through the glass, Irving admits he was shocked by her sudden distance, but deep down, he always knew there had to be a hidden reason behind her change of heart. He reassures her with absolute warmth that she has done nothing wrong, relieving her of the immense guilt she carried alone for so long. He promises that if she ever doubted his love, it was only because he failed to show it to her properly in their past life. Clasping his hand over his heart, Irving confesses that he took her presence for granted, but vows that he will spend the rest of his life making sure she never doubts his love again. A sudden flood of crushing realization hits Irving as he remembers the painful distance that grew between them, deeply regretting every moment he failed to reassure her when it mattered most. Meridiana stands completely frozen in shock, her heart breaking as she realizes the overwhelming burden of guilt and sorrow he had been carrying in silence all this time. Tears well up in her eyes as she pieces together his desperate attempts to reach her, realizing how desperately he had tried to break through her self-imposed walls. Even when she treated him with cold rejection, Irving had never once wavered, choosing to look forward with a heavy but resolute heart.
He stood proud and unwavering, silently bearing the weight of his royal duties while keeping his gaze fixed entirely on her safety.
Again and again he had cried out to her, pleading for her to see past her fears, refusing to let the tragic cycle of their past repeat itself. He had literally torn his own flesh apart, letting the thorns cut deep into his skin, just to prove that no amount of pain could ever make him let her go. Every stolen glance, every fleeting touch, and every unspoken promise had been a silent way of fighting for her survival. The bitter truth cuts through her defenses. He had relentlessly chased her shadow, begging her to believe in him even when her own heart was consumed by doubt. A bittersweet, tearful smile graces Meridiana's bloody lips as she presses her hand to the glass, wondering if their desperate love has finally rewritten their grim future. Behind the barrier, Irving smiles back with pure, unyielding devotion, reminding her that her heart always wanted to believe in him. Their eyes lock in a moment of absolute clarity, the invisible distance between them dissolving as he makes a silent vow to love her through every lifetime. Suddenly, a gasp of pure terror escapes the Archbishop's throat as he watches the royal flower erupt with a blinding, miraculous light. Irving's voice softens with profound warmth, asking how she could ever doubt a love that has survived the boundaries of time itself.
Pressing his palm firmly against her bloody print, he vows with absolute certainty that he will find her and love her again, no matter what.
Through the cold glass, their fingers align perfectly, matching the desperate beat of two hearts that refuse to be torn apart by betrayal. Meridiana's tears spill over as she confesses that no matter how hard she tried to push him away to save him, her soul could never stop seeking his warmth. Sobbing through the pain of her wound, she finally lets go of her fear, confessing her eternal, desperate love for him. Instantly, a massive burst of divine rainbow-colored light explodes from her chest, illuminating the entire dark chamber with holy magic. The barrier separating them begins to crackle under the immense pressure of their united feelings, promising a miracle. Zelian recoils in sheer horror, shielding his eyes as the blinding ancient power of the Saintess threatens to consume his dark spells. Inside his prison, Irving gasps as a wave of pure, comforting warmth washes over him, dissolving the thorny constraints. Meridiana feels a brilliant, searing heat racing through her veins, overriding the toxic corruption of the assassin's bolt. Weeping with joy amidst the blinding light, she smiles through her blood, reciprocating his devotion with all her remaining strength. In a sudden explosive shatter of glass, Irving leaps forward and pulls her into a tight, protective embrace, ignoring the arrow still embedded in her back. The Archbishop's jaw drops in utter disbelief, his face contorting as he witnesses the impossible happening right before his eyes. The physical and magical barriers crumble into stardust around them as the two lovers cling to each other in the center of the brilliant light. Holding her as if she might disappear, Irving squeezes his eyes shut, his heart hammering against her chest as he feels her fading heartbeat. He whispers a prayer of pure relief, his tears mixing with the blood on her shoulder as he holds her close. Meridiana rests her head against his shoulder, whispering her gratitude as her vision begins to blur, completely trusting him to save them.
Staggering backward, the Archbishop clutches his head in a manic panic, realizing his grand scheme is unraveling at the seams.
His eyes bleed a crimson trail of pure madness as he realizes the Saintess' survival means his own impending doom. Consumed by a murderous frenzy, he frantically reloads his heavy crossbow, determined to end their lives once and for all. Aiming the deadly weapon directly at the embracing couple, Zelian roars a curse promising to turn their reunion into a bloody grave. With a hideous, vein-popping scream of pure hatred, he pulls the trigger to unleash death. The heavy bolt flies through the air, but it narrowly misses as the couple dodges, realizing that words will never penetrate the Archbishop's madness. Meridiana gasps, urging Irving that they must find a way to neutralize the mad priest before he destroys the entire kingdom. A terrifying vision flashes in her mind. The corrupted Black Rose has already begun to run wild, draining the life force of the other Saintesses at the prayer meeting. With a cruel, dismissive gesture, Zelian drops his spent weapon, laughing manically as he declares that there is no saving anyone now. He gloats that the wounded Black Rose will greedily devour every single soul at the venue to fuel its rapid growth. A horrifying truth sinks in, leaving Meridiana and Irving pale with shock as they realize the ticking clock is almost out of time. Gritting his teeth, Irving pulls Meridiana along, but a sudden violent rumble shakes the very foundation of the stone chamber. Massive, thorny black vines burst from the shattered remains of the glass prison, writhing like demonic serpents. Before he can even react, the violent, parasitic vines whip forward, wrapping tightly around the screaming Archbishop. Zelian chokes in agony as his own dark creation turns on him, lifting him high into the air as the thorns dig deep into his flesh. The parasitic vines greedily puncture his skin, beginning to drain his life force to sustain their rapid, uncontrollable growth. In a matter of seconds, his youthful skin withers and his eyes hollow out as his own creation ruthlessly strips away his life. Meanwhile, at the prayer meeting venue, the other Saintesses desperately swing their weapons, trying to slash through the encroaching swarm of thorns. But the sheer volume of the dark vines is overwhelming, wrapping around their limbs and draining their divine energy. One by one, the brave women collapse to their knees in exhaustion, realizing that their power is completely depleted as the dark entity tightens its lethal grip. Just as despair threatens to consume them entirely, a brilliant miraculous light erupts from Meldiana's soul, shattering the dark hold of the parasitic rose. Sensing the sudden warmth, the exhausted Saintesses look up in sheer wonder as the sacred light restores their stolen life force. With their strength flooding back, they realize they have barely survived the onslaught, their spirits soaring with renewed hope. The doors fly open as Irving stands tall beside Meldiana, their presence igniting a flame of absolute relief throughout the sanctuary. Gasping in relief, Meldiana calls out to her sisters in arms, deeply apologizing for the agonizing delay. Without wasting a single heartbeat, the Saintesses close their eyes in perfect unison, preparing to channel their combined prayer power for one final decisive strike. Entwining their souls in a harmonious circle of light, the maidens call upon the ancient divinity to purge the creeping darkness once and for all.
Under the weight of their united prayers, a massive pillar of celestial energy pierces the heavens, cleansing the vile black rose into nothingness.
Across the capital, the citizens gaze upward in absolute awe as the sky sparkles with the dazzling embers of holy purification. Jubilant cheers erupt through the streets as the people realize they have been saved from the brink of a horrific doom by their true protectors. Inside the quieted cathedral, the weary Saintesses let out soft sighs of relief, knowing the immediate nightmare has finally ended. Irving gently rests his hand on Meldiana's shoulder, his silent warmth assuring her that they have successfully defied their tragic fate together. Yet, as she grips her chest, Meldiana knows that a lingering shadow must still be confronted before peace can truly return to the kingdom. Dragged before the highest court, the disgraced archbishop sits shackled, his pathetic scheme completely laid bare before the realm. Irving stares down at the captive traitor with cold, unwavering fury, declaring that the hour of absolute judgment has arrived. The heavy silence of the courtroom presses down on Zarian, the weight of his treason hanging like a physical noose around his neck. Gritting his teeth, Irving steps forward to seal the doom of the man who dared to threaten the life of the Saintess. Trembling with desperate arrogance, Zarian spits back, demanding to know on what absurd charges they dare to judge his divine actions. Standing before the assembled nobles, Meldiana lays out the damning truth. The archbishop systematically planted corrupt black rose bracelets throughout the castle and church.
She reveals that she personally discovered a fragment of the cursed item on the very first day of the council, igniting a wave of shocked whispers.
She exposes his secret creation of the sinister Black Rose cult, proving he personally distributed the life-draining stones to unsuspecting citizens. Even worse, the investigations reveal that these deadly stones were disguised as harmless ornaments, freely circulated to poison the masses. Each beautiful accessory was a parasitic anchor, designed to continuously strip the Saintesses of their divine strength. The deception was absolute. Even though the archbishop possessed no magic of his own, he siphoned sacred energies to power his dark relics. He sought nothing less than to completely ruin Meldiana, using the stolen powers of others for his own selfish, twisted ambitions. Irving cuts in with icy precision, noting that the cornered traitor has run completely out of lies and excuses. Outraged, Zarian screams that his actions were a holy crusade to redeem a corrupt world, claiming the foolish populace secretly worshipped his genius. Meldiana raises her hand with cool composure, softly questioning whether the people truly supported his monstrous reign. With a simple gesture, she activates a magical projection, revealing a vast crowd of citizens gathered to witness the trial. The screen erupts with the furious voices of the citizens, hurling curses and denouncing the fake holy man for siphoning their very lives. Zarian recoils in horror, his mind fracturing as he realizes the very people he claimed to save utterly loathe his existence. The presiding sovereign commands the room, detailing how Zarian brainwashed holy maidens and incited senseless riots to fuel his greed. He condemns the horrific chaos that nearly brought the kingdom to its knees, mocking the traitor for calling his atrocities a redemption. With piercing eyes, the sovereign sneers, reminding him that only the truly petty must scream of their own false greatness. Foaming at the mouth, the disgraced priest shrieks, begging them to stop mocking his divine vision. Unmoved by his madness, the sovereign delivers the ultimate verdict, sentencing the traitor to hard stone-stacking labor beneath the cathedral. The color drains from Zarian's face as the crushing reality of his mundane, pathetic punishment sinks in. The ruler commands that Zarian must spend the rest of his miserable days as a disgraced, dried-up husk, forgotten by the heavens. As the heavy chains drag him away, the spectral echoes of those he wronged seem to laugh mockingly around him. Meldiana tells him coldly that his pathetic image stacking stones in the dirt will be the only legacy history ever records. Shaken violently, the broken man screams at the imaginary voices, desperate to block out his devastating humiliation. His voice cracks in a pathetic wail of pure despair, begging the silent walls to stop laughing at his ultimate downfall. Watching him get dragged away, Meldiana silently reflects that for a man consumed by pride, this humiliation is a fate far worse than death. With justice finally served, the tumultuous Saint Council draws to a warm, peaceful close as Meldiana thanks her close companions. Lady Rasha approaches with a bright, welcoming smile, congratulating Meldiana on her spectacular victory and poise. Meldiana gently takes Rasha's hands, expressing her deepest gratitude and apologizing for the danger she was pulled into. Rasha insists it was an honor, warmly inviting both Meldiana and Irving to visit her homeland of Cornelia once the dust fully settles.
Breathing a cheerful farewell, Rasha bids them safe travels as she begins her journey back to her own domain.
Turning to Irving, the fierce combatant Saintess smirks, her playful eyes challenging him to a proper showdown.
Irving offers a confident, handsome smile, promising that next time they will spar purely for sport, sealing a bright future of hard-won peace.
With a playful wave, the departing Saintess bids them a mischievous farewell, teasing the couple to finally enjoy their long-awaited privacy to their heart's content. But her parting words spark an immediate fluttering tension that hangs heavily in the quiet corridor.
Meldiana gasps in sheer embarrassment, her voice cracking as she calls out after her teasing friend, while Irving stands beside her with an incredibly calm, knowing smile. She tries to master her racing pulse, but the sudden quiet of the hall only amplifies the intense awareness between them. Turning her face away, Meldiana stammers in a desperate attempt to hide her burning blush from Irving's piercing gaze. But before she can fully regain her composure, the approaching footsteps of a dear ally shift the focus to a much more solemn farewell.
Suddenly, Rasha throws her arms around Meldiana in a tight, deeply emotional embrace, silently pouring all her relief and gratitude into the hug. Meldiana holds her back warmly, yet she can feel the heavy burden of unresolved grief still lingering within her friend's soul. Pulling back slightly, Meldiana softly asks if Rasha is truly all right after witnessing the ultimate downfall of the Archbishop. With a bittersweet smile, Rasha admits that his ultimate betrayal has finally severed the very last thread of affection she held for her father, liberating her from a lifetime of manipulation. Rasha confesses that witnessing the unwavering devotion between Meldiana and Irving was the ultimate catalyst that taught her what true, unyielding love actually looks like. The profound admission leaves Meldiana breathless, realizing just how deeply their struggle has inspired the people around them.
With a radiant, heartfelt smile, Meldiana bids her dear friend a safe journey back to her homeland, warmly inviting her to return whenever peace allows. But as the heavy doors click shut, leaving them entirely alone, a sudden shift in the air makes Meldiana's breath catch in her throat. Without warning, Irving's hand slides down, his strong, warm fingers firmly intertwining with hers in a gentle yet uncompromising grip. The sudden physical contact sends a bolt of pure, electrifying warmth straight to Meldiana's heart, shattering the lingering silence of the room. Meldiana gasps softly, her eyes widening in utter astonishment as she stares down at their joined hands, her heart pounding like a trapped bird. But as the warmth of his touch sinks in, an unexpected chilling sensation begins to claw its way up from the depths of her subconscious. Irving gazes down at her with infinite tenderness, softly declaring that the nightmare is finally over and they are safe. Meldiana whispers her agreement, but even as the words leave her lips, a sudden, violent wave of residual trauma threatens to shatter her fragile peace. A terrifying spectral vision of the original timeline flashes before her eyes, remembering the agonizing pain of coughing up blood as she lay dying in Irving's desperate arms. The phantom sensation of a blade piercing her chest feels so vividly real that a cold sweat breaks out, making her fear this hard-won peace is nothing but a fragile illusion. Forcing herself to blink away the horrific ghosts of a tragedy they successfully rewrote, Meldiana focuses on the solid, breathing man standing right in front of her. Sensing her sudden tremor, Irving steps even closer, his intense gaze locking onto hers with a depth of concern that demands her absolute attention. Leaning down until his face is just inches from hers, Irving speaks her name in a low, husky whisper, confessing that there is one crucial question he has been holding back. The sheer gravity-defying intensity in his dark eyes makes it clear that whatever he says next will alter the course of their lives forever. Falling into a breathless silence, Irving gazes into her brilliant blue eyes with a mixture of raw vulnerability and absolute devotion, asking if she still harbors the same feelings. The suspense builds to an agonizing, beautiful crescendo as he prepares to voice the ultimate desire of his soul. Surrounded by a gentle cascade of drifting rose petals, Irving delivers the final, soul-stirring proposal, asking if she will finally grant him the honor of becoming his wife. The ultimate question hangs in the air, leaving Meldiana's heart suspended in a beautiful, breathtaking moment of absolute destiny.